Games Battle Hour 2023. I'm Mike and I'll be your MC today. Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour was held online in 2021 and 2022, but this year we're on site in Las Vegas. It's finally time to begin the event, so who's ready for some Dragon Ball? That's what I like to hear. And of course, this event is being live streamed, so let's give a big shout out to all of our online viewers. As the name suggests, Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour is a celebration for all the Dragon Ball fans. And we'll be bringing you some of the intense matches between top 8 players in Dragon Ball Super, the card game, Dragon Ball Legends, and Dragon Ball FighterZ. Today is day 2 of the on-site event, and the finalists for each game have been decided in yesterday's LCQs and qualifiers. So we'll be introducing the 8 finalists who are competing in each one of these games. First up, Dragon Ball Super card game. We have 6 regional champions and the winners of LCQ. Help me welcome LCQ winner, Justin Rios. LCQ winner, Marcus Cantarsi. (2022) Asia champion, Wang Po An. (2022) Italy champion, Philip Tarpini. (2022) France champion, Antoine Edu. (2022) Europe champion, Oliver Simmons. (2022) Oceania champion, Robert Rizzi. And our 8th and final player, 2021 World Champion and 2022 North America Champion, Andrew Duvall. One of these 8 players will be crowned the World Champion tonight. Let's give them one more round of applause. Now players, if you could line up in front of the stage for me and get ready to battle. Next up, please welcome the 8 players who won the qualifiers of the Dragon Ball Legends Special Pick Tournament. In Pool 1, Kuro Toki. Also from Pool 1, Stevo DG. In Pool 2, Pepperoni. And from Pool 2, Sky. From Pool 3, Sax. Also from Pool 3, Graz. From Pool 4, Gentleman Cheeseman. And our 8th and final player, Kid Joe YT. These 8 players will be going head-to-head in just a moment. But for now, I'm going to ask you to stand by the stage. Let's give one more round of applause for our legend players. Please make your way to the front of the stage. And last, but certainly not least, the 8 players who won the qualifiers for the Dragon Ball FighterZ World Tour 2022-23 Finals. First up, Shanks. Benriti. Please help me welcome Taco. Next up, Wade. And we have Kane. Jahan. And next, Zane. And give it up for our 8th and final player, Indem. These 8 players will battle head-to-head on the Dragon Ball FighterZ stage. And now, all of our finalists have been assembled. But first, we have a very special message from someone every Dragon Ball fan should know. Let's roll the video.
会場にいるみんな、そして配信を見ている世界中のみんな、元気か？孫悟空役の野沢雅子です。今年もこの日がやってきましたね。ドラゴンボールゲームスバトルアワー2023。今回はなんとラスベガスで行われているっていうことで、皆さん盛り上がってますか？そして配信を見ている皆さんも一緒に盛り上がってますか？それでは開会宣言をしたいと思います。じゃあみんな、いっちゃやってみっか。ドラゴンボールゲームスバトルアワー2023始めっぞ。
It's time to battle. Players, please move to your game's stages. Give it up for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 2022 Top 8 finalists. Next up, the Dragon Ball Legends Special Pick Tournament Top 8 finalists. Players for the Dragon Ball FighterZ World Tour 2022-23 finals, please stay on the stage. And with that, good luck to all of our players.
Welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game stage. Whether you're watching on the live stream or live here at the venue, it's time to start the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 2022 Final Tournament! It is time to decide who will be the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Champion! Streaming live from Las Vegas! I'll be your main MC for today's Spirit, joined by my wonderful co-casts, Eggman, Giancarlo, Richard Zapp, and Brian Brown. We can't wait to see who will be the champion. And now, let's show up our 8 finalists! Here are your 8 Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship finalists! All right, let's get some brief words from all of our finalists here as we jump in. Andrew Duval, World Champion, here to fight for the title one more time. Very briefly, let us know how you feel going into this top 8 finals.
I'm very excited to get playing. These are a ton of great competitors, and hopefully I can take it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Moving on to Asian champion Wang Po An, once again on the world stage. How do you feel going into this finals?
I'm feeling very well. I'm playing Andrew the first round. I beat him last year. I'll beat him this year too.
Woo! Throwing down the heat! To our Italian champion showing up for the first time on the world stage. How do you feel going into this finals?
I'm very happy, but I'm here for the experience, so I want to have fun. That's it.
Absolutely, we're all out here to have a great time. Thank you. Marcus Contarsi, national runner-up, LCQ topper. How you feel going into this world championship?
Feeling great, very happy to be here, and I can't wait to play a good game.
Absolutely, and moving on to our next LCQ finalist, Justin Rios, one of the most prominent players in the history of the game. How you feel going into this finals?
Great, blessed to be here, looking to represent North America and looking to have a good time.
Absolutely, thank you. Moving on to the big sensation, Oliver Simmons. How does our European champion feel going into this finals?
I'm feeling very excited, very nervous, but looking forward to learn from everyone and hopefully take a few people down.
Absolutely, thank you very much. And to our Oceanic finalist, Robert Reitz. How you feel going into this finals, buddy?
I'm ready for Oceania finally to win a world championship.
Absolutely wonderful. And finally to our France champion, Antoine. How do you feel going into this finals?
I'm feeling really good. I wish doing my best for represent my country.
Absolutely wonderful, and that's what all these players will be doing today, representing their country. So once again, let's give it to our top 8 finalists for the World Championship. Top 8 finalists, if you could please make your way over to your tables. For our first match, we will be showcasing our world champion Andrew Duval versus Wang Po and a rematch from last time's world tournament. A reminder on the format. The quarterfinals and semifinals will be best of 3 game matches with 70 minutes of main time with a 10-minute overtime. Today's match will also be live streamed to those watching online. Please give our players your support. The top 8 finalists will compete in 4 head-to-head matches, all at the same time. Of course, we will be watching our one featured match. With that said, I will be passing it along to my commentary team. Gentlemen, we have an absolutely stacked top 8 here. How do you guys feel going into these matches, specifically this rematch between Asian champion Wang Po and world champion Andrew Duval?
I couldn't be more excited to be here today and to see these matches. One thing about this matchup this year, we're not going to see any Primal Carnage.
Not one.
Now, even without that card, we're going to have a stellar matchup. Wang Po on blue Beerus ramp, and of course, Andrew Duval on Crimson, the deck he took the North American Finals with. What's your opinion on this matchup?
Well, and real quick, these are the only 2 people from last year to qualify for this one again. So to see them at top 8 bracket, this would have been a complete good finals as well. To see him here is really crazy. And with Wang Po playing Beerus this time, blue's very strong. Crimson's always the leader to beat right now. But I do think Beerus does get a little bit more ramp, and it can do some, obnoxious things when you get up to way more energy than Crimson can handle.
And that's only one of a few different storylines that we have going on here. We have probably undisputably the best U.S. talent versus the best international talent.
Yeah, 100%.
We also have Andrew Duval, who, don't get me wrong, he's definitely had some innovative moments. I remember him winning a Gen Con with Zamasu leader in set 10. But Andrew's never been afraid to go, this is the best deck, I'm playing the best deck.
Yeah.
Wang, on the other hand, he is one of those scientists that he has to play something innovative. He has to play something off the wall, and seeing those 2 different walls clash is going to be fascinating.
Now, even with knowing the exact deck list, playing against Wang Po, I'm so scared of something. I know there must be something up his sleeve. There's always some kind of line that I can't recognize, and he's very, very good at doing some unusual plays to really catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big pivotal pieces from Nationals was God Sealing. That card was so good at dealing with the 6-drop Vegeta ramp, and that is no longer on the table. So we might have to see some other tech come in to deal with that card because it's so powerful in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's just very weird. Like, the best way to buff blue is to buff, to get rid of other cards for blue, right? Like, it's such a weird thing where Beerus does get a lot. Even though it loses cards, a smaller card pool helps it out a lot.
The other thing interesting is, regardless of the coin flip, the onus is on to Andrew to set the pace of the game. Because if the game goes too long, Wang is going to win just by inevitability of that leader skill paying 16 to win the game.
Yeah.
Literally.
Absolutely. Okay, and it looks like we're ready. Finalists, we are about to begin. The World Championship Final Tournament starts now. All right, and while we get set up, okay, so let's talk about important early game pieces. So for Beerus, right, we're gonna need to see 1-drop Whis Destruction Aid, right? That card is a early cantrip, so it helps you cycle into further plays, but also for 2 energy, you can put it into the energy, effectively acting as a type of objection, a ramp card. Yeah. And that's gonna, every single card you ramp is 1 card closer to that 6-drop Vegeta, and that's going to be the way you're going to basically extend your lead out of the game,
Yeah, and we know beforehand, dice rolls are already done, so we do know Wang Po is going to be going first this first game, which is huge for Beerus. When you're able to ramp up and you don't have to be afraid of what your opponent can do the next turn either, you get to 4 energy very, very quickly.
naturally, going second, you're always catching up on energy. But having against a ramp deck, you feel like you're 2 steps behind regularly. So it's really going to be on Andrew to see cards like Piccolo the Infiltrator out of the gate, seeing multiple copies, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. To be able to apply that aggression is going to be humongous in determining this matchup.
And look at the special tech in Andrew's hand, playing that 8-drop Hirudegarn. By the way, Andrew designed that card himself. I could not think of something cooler than winning a world championship, designing a card, and then playing that card in the next world championship. That's insane.
You think he's going to make new support for it next year to help, like he can just have like a 2-0 set for it? So
he's going to make Hirudegarn the best deck ever. All right, Juan starting off with his Borgos. Great card in blue mirror matches because it essentially turns off Dimension Magic. If you untap an energy with a counter skill, then your opponent gets to put one of your energy and one of your life in the drop area. So essentially you would never untap, just turning off the card completely.
Yeah, and so starting off by using the leader effect for the Videl. Videl is the best kind of card for your leader to be underneath it. So going down to 7 life and then passing right after that attack. And so Wongpo did combo with that. That's because he will be using the Beer's Zeke battle card after this, I believe, to get up to the 3 energy. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so the Beer's Z battle card was huge support for this deck. We saw this deck go from not played to topping tournaments all across the world because of how strong these two, this ramp battle card is.
All right, looks like going down to 6 life for Duvall, having 2 Saiyans in that drop area. You do need 5 to be in there for that awakening condition and 4 or less life, so about half for both conditions.
And we do see the first Whis.
And there we go. Yep, he's going to place that Z energy in his drop area, and then Whis ramps from the drop area, so putting it right into that energy.
Yeah, and so when you have a leader that says that you can awaken early for 4 energy, getting to 3 light right now, and a turn early, just means a lot.
Exceptional, yeah. All right, so what do you think Andrew's game plan is going to be in going into this turn? Obviously, progressing his game state by getting more Saiyans in the drop area, but what do you think are some important plays to set him up for the following turns?
I think that awakening as quickly as possible is the most imperative thing in any control matchup, being able to apply as much pressure. The earlier he awakens, the more energy he effectively gets, right? Because he's using his leader to switch energy to active mode every single turn once we hit that awakened status.
Yeah, and inherently the leader doesn't draw or get any card advantage on the front side, right? It's not until after you awaken, so if you're able to stall out, a turn or 2 awakening, that's like -1 card, -2 cards, so.
Just playing another pan, getting more
another glimpse of talent.
More Saiyans in play, more Saiyans in the drop. Just like I said, advancing our game state so we can set up for our big plays on the following turns.
We saw those plays yesterday as well. Justin Rios, Jordan Markle was all about using those pans to get some incremental advantage. Another blue versus blue matchup. Really interested to see if those are just as invaluable as they were yesterday.
So Wongpo is going to be on 4 energy this turn, which again is going to be his awakening. He is at 7 life as well, so that is normally what you want to do. Anytime you can awaken at above 4 life, usually means you're in a good spot. So playing the 1-cost Whis, which does also allow you to do some ramping as well by paying 2. And yeah, normally some aggressive decks is a little bit risky play, but right now you have all the time in the world.
And what's really interesting, we see Wong has the ability to awaken now, but he might want to save it because, again, untapping an energy on your turn is just a huge play extender. So he might be saving that awaken for when he can make a really big power play.
We also see no offensive on Wang's end. Sounds like his game plan is to get to that 16 energy win condition.
Yeah, and we saw on his turn 2, I'm not sure if it's a bluff or not, he looked like he just naturally attacked and didn't want to, because Beers can get more value by not attacking. It just means that Andrew needs to force the attack. It means he has to force the discard. Every active battle you get into with the Crimson means that you're closer to awakening, so if you turn those off, then they have to extend more resources just to get to the backside.
Absolutely. Negating the leader swing is so pivotal. That prevents the activate battle. Now, Pan is going to swing in order to perhaps combo a card to put into Z energy, so we can turn on our Vegeta, the Z-Deck Vegeta.
Yeah, and that Android 17 and Defending Friends is definitely a new tech for blue and the deck in general. Being able to just get the negate, so no floodgate effect, but just means that he has to really fight for that. And there is
there's the Hirudegarn.
That card going to be essential in trying to keep up with the ramp that Wing is applying throughout this game.
Here we go. You want to ramp? I'll ramp too.
Yeah, and something that's really nice about that too is that puts that pan into the drop area, which means you have one more Saiyan closer to Awakening.
Yeah. Very strong. Now the 17 did get his Floodgate effect, so it might be a little difficult to pressure life this turn.
Yeah, because you just need to have a Z battle card out there so that Whis is still, it's just been chilling since turn 2. It's just still there. And it does have some distraction effects that if there is a target for it, you might be able to get a free +1 there.
Absolutely. And, yep, here we go. We're just going to slam that Vegeta. Super strong card. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. If they are mono blue, you can choose them. You either add them to your hand, to your energy. You can ramp as many as you want. You can draw as many as you want. So he's choosing to add another Vegeta to his hand. And see, here we're going to see the Awaken. He ramps 3, awakens to 4, and are we going to see like a Boo Unison?
If he has, I don't recall which Secret is he playing in this deck.
I believe it's the Kaioken Goku.
Kaioken. So if he's got that right now, 2 energy, you get to go back, you get all your energy back, another SS4 Vegeta, you're close. Because Beerus does have an alternative win condition, which is quite rare in this game. 16 energy, you pay it, you just win the game.
Absolutely. Here we're going to see another Whis Destruction Aid, and we're just going to pass. Again, not attacking. He wants to prevent. I have a feeling he's going to try to negate this leader swing every time in order to force some type of alternative play from Andrew, so he has to awaken in a different way.
That's where we see players using cards such as Awakening Talent Pan to assist with the Awakening, because if you do take that strategy of negating every leader swing and choosing to never attack the leader, it can be very difficult for the Crimson Saiyan to awaken.
And again, like Wongpo is just known for doing kind of unusual plays, but really good meta picks. Like only good for the things he's meant to see. And when you're in a tournament like this, you kind of know what people are playing more or less. That means you can make those really hard reads. And that's really what he looks like he's doing today, being able to just be really defensive, saying, I don't need to get advantage by attacking. I just get advantage by winning the game by getting 16 energy.
Absolutely, yep.
As that baby's minion almost ensures.
Negate with that Gohan Floodgate for the rest of the turn. If Andrew wants to attack, he has to bottom deck a card from his hand, but also Haruta going to get his effect, making Wong top deck one of the cards on attack. Very strong here.
Andrew trying to make a determination now is, does he try to win through that Floodgate, or is he going to slow roll? How important is that Awakening? And
here we go. We're going to be able to go down to 4 life here.
All right, so it looks like he does have all his conditionings for Awakening, so he can, if he wants to, he can get there, and we'll see what the decision is. And again, Wongpo is still sitting at 7 life, so if he needs to, start doing some damage, it's going to be a very uphill battle to do it all in one turn.
We're at 9 energy already. This could be a 2 or 3 game timer at the pace that we're going.
Yeah, because we know there's another SS4 in that hand for this next turn, so it's pretty much 2 turns before you get to that 16 energy.
Not to mention, he has more rampers in his Z deck. He has the Whis Destructive Aid on the field, so he could realistically generate a ton of energy next turn.
Yeah. Well, he just needs to get to 16, so he's at 9 now, 6 ramp, and then started next turn 1, that's 16 maybe.
Right there, yeah. Andrew's on the clock. See, we see him super comboing. He knows the pressure is on. He needs to find a way to deal as much damage as possible this turn so he can set up for game the following turn.
We do have a 5-card hand, though, on Wing's side. So if there is a way to apply aggression, defensive options are limited.
Yeah, that's something that's just really unique in this card game, too, compared to, like, whenever you take damage, whenever you're closer to losing the game, you get more card advantage, right? So every time you hit Wongpo, it just means, like, oh, he has another card that he can now use to potentially defend. So it's it looks like an uphill battle almost every time.
Still at 6 life, just an exceptionally high life total. All right, we're going to see a Majin Buu.
That unit isn't traditionally being reputable for its defensive options, but defensive options against a control deck, will it be as impactful as we see in, say, the Mirror?
And Andrew finally awakening there, putting 5 Saiyans underneath there. Getting that Videl is very nice. So being, part of the good thing about this leader is just how flexible you are at it.
Andrew has Secret Rare in hand. Majin Buu effect, ±0. Draw 1 at the start of your opponent's next turn. Untap 1 of your mono blue energy.
Andrew may be short on time, but he is not short on options, that's for sure.
And part of the menace for this Crimson deck is that whenever you look at it, you just say, it has everything, right? And obviously this is where you need to pivot and be the aggressor because you know you can't, you don't have a clock. That's the only thing. It doesn't have like an endgame clock like Beard has, but so if you were able to put some pressure on and be able to do some damage, you can do it. You just have to start making those lines very quickly.
Absolutely. Now, one card we do see in Andrew's hand is Android 17 turning the tide. Yep, using Heritagon to ramp. That turning the tide will be live next turn if he decides to do it. So is the question, do I try to establish as many battle cards as possible in order to set up for a kill with that turning the tide?
Yeah, in some game states, you're able to just say, you know what, I have my crit attack, I have my leader swing, and then that's it, right? And so if you're able to establish that, that's good. And also, is Andrew running the Z leader in his build as well?
He was in his nationals.
Yes.
Yes. So I believe he is as well, which was another crit attack, right? Which can be another. If you have no cards in hand and you're taking damage, there's just nothing you can do.
Right. And we see, looking at 6 energy here, is that where we're going to end up? And there we go. We're just going to play another Vegeta. There's no God Sealing here. I can do this. All right, some great options there. We're going to see what he decides to ramp and what he decides to add to hand.
Yeah, and so since he does have that Whis up, he can decide, you know, I can be greedy. I can take one more to my hand and then put one more in my energy, but we'll see what he decides to do. Looks like all of them.
All of them.
So I believe he is at 15 energy. He's got 9 open and then 6 tapped.
A lot.
Yeah, just casually. Meanwhile, Andrew's at 6 on the other side of the board.
That's right.
The downside of the Majin Buu unison being on board, we now have a window to attack without fear of progressing the life state.
Yeah, Beerus is just a really unique leader in a lot of ways. It is a reboot leader, so it did have an original printing, and they made it a little bit more competitive, more current to the meta. So it does have a permanent that any time it would do damage when your opponent has 4 life or less, you get a free card into your energy instead of doing the damage.
Yep, and Juan just comboing with this. In order to get a Z energy, we might see another Beerus Z card.
All right, and then using the Zeno super combo, getting 1 card from your energy to your hand, and then you do get to place 1 back down, and you get to do it in active mode, so it does essentially unsuspend 1 energy.
Yeah. And we're going to see the SGR here. That's right. That's going to take out one of these Vegetas, who are also blockers.
Yeah.
Quintessential if Andrew's going to find enough aggression to win this game.
Yeah, and if Andrew's trying to do the play where he is trying to go into the Android 17 this next turn, he's going to have to make a wide board on his opponent's turn, and then capitalize it on this next turn.
Yep. Oh, and a Kale. That is...
Oh, that is mean.
Yes. Yes, so if you have 7 or more energy, you bottom deck all of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and then Kale gains double strike, and she's a dual attacker.
What a tempo play. Now that turning the tide, if Andrew does choose to go that route, not as much of a follow-up afterwards.
Yep. And then deciding to do another Whis, and if he's not at 16 energy, he's at 15, and he'll be at 16 to start the next turn.
Yep. So Andrew's somehow going to have to find a way to get through at least 1 blocker, 6 life, and all the cards in hand.
Yeah, again, Android 17 turning the tide, if he does decide to go down that route, it does get rid of all cards in players' hands, and as well as your opponent's battle cards in drop area, but it does not do anything to the board.
Right, exactly.
The Android 17 being charged, Andrew definitely conceding that this is the last turn of the game.
Yep, and looks like he's holding 2, so that could be for the secret rare. Bait or not, we'll have to see.
Yep, Andrew has Kaioken in hand, so we're between his leader effect and Kaioken. He has a ton of energy to work with. But like we said, we're going to have to find a way at least around this blocker first. This Vegeta 6-drop is also a blocker.
And again, like I'm pretty sure we do have the Android 17 Floodgate in hand, and since you have to bottom deck for the attacks, if you turn the tide, you also have 0 cards in your hand. Your turn is done.
Yep.
And we start with the Black Smoke.
Yep. Black Smoke working the Vegeta. That's a way to deal with the blocker.
We're currently at 3 potential damage on board, needing it up to 7 to have a good shot at winning this turn. Oh, we have the triple attack.
And looks like another Black Smoke, so that's 2. Getting rid of the Kale as well. And I guess the Kale could be like another 10k combo that's on board, so if he wants to try to do that and get rid of it, but definitely seems very defensive already. And looking through that Z deck, paying 1 energy and 1 Z energy, so probably the Vegeta it is. So this lets you take 1 card from your hand, put it at the bottom of your deck, and take up to 1 life. So drawing 1 card and cycling 1 seems pretty good for 1 energy, and Andrew seems to be doing that.
Yep, choosing to take a life. He knows his opponent's win condition isn't necessarily dealing damage, so he's trying to probably find as many cards as possible.
Yeah.
In order to set up the most aggressive turn possible.
Yeah, and if you do go into that Kaioken, you need the most advantage is going down to 2 energy open and then using this to get all of your energy back. You get essentially a second turn here.
There we go, and there's a Kaioken secret rare, untapping all of his mono blue energy.
Unfortunately, it has that Hirudegarn from the earlier Hirudegarn ramp, so you do not get that energy back, but starting off with the Kaioken into the leader.
Yeah. And he wants to maybe do a little bit of damage here, so turning the tide can get an exceptional amount of value.
Yeah, and not getting that energy back might have been, what, how much energy does he have? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, he has 6 open, right?
Yep,
so
correct.
if he is attacking, he could use Golden Baby counter if he decides to try to do a Floodgate right here, but we'll have to see what the decision is.
Man. Yeah, ramping a non-mono blue energy might come back to bite him here.
Yep.
And we go down to 6.
Down to 5.
Down to 5.
5.
Here we go, using Majin Buu, getting a Videl.
When evaluating these options, we definitely see the dimension magic there.
We sure do, but again, with 5 energy open, it can mean that you just get out of that energy. So deciding to swing with the double strike to get you down from 5 to 3, which is the number for super combos. So trying to attempt the dimension magic. Any response from Andrew?
Yep. Classic Dragon Ball fundamentals. My opponent is at 5 life. Attack with my double striker before their super combo is online.
Correct.
Not being the riskiest play because we do see one of those baby Avengers in his energy area already.
And it looks like there's
Juan
about
only having
5 cards in
Wongpo's
hand.
Yeah, it looks like 5 or 4.
And the Crimson Leader, it only also unsuspends mono blue energy. Is that correct?
That is correct. This multicolor coming back to bite him, he won't have access to this 17 this turn. Using an Unbreakable. Oh, and getting a Golden Avenger off the Unbreakable. That's might come in handy.
Yeah, so that counter can be huge, especially because it is a triple attack, so it can be the attack for game as well. It's more of just a game of does Wongpo get some negates for the big swings and less about how much he can combo, because a lot of these swings are just going to be way too big.
Combo with this Videl in order to play this Hirudegarn.
And that is 20k right over there.
Yeah, I think there's a question here. He's just reading the card to confirm.
Trying to fully understand how his hand gets disrupted by the Hirudegarn.
Yeah, and I do like the sequencing here because the Surmounting the Impossible would get removed by the Spear's Destroy, so deciding to do it early just to do the attack while they still can, and just now he's got all of his other swings that normally just can't be interacted with.
And the leader goes in.
All right, we're ready to draw and untap. And do you think we're going to see him using its effect here?
I think so.
Yep, and we're going to see all 5, starting with Videl. So it gets 10K from using all 5, and then the Vidal is 5.
Yeah, and you have 4 energy open again.
And an extra draw.
And we were making, we were noting just how much energy that Wong Po had. He had 15.
Here we go.
I'm pretty sure Andrew's going to be using 15 energy worth of stuff by the end of this turn. He's just been able to get so much advantage here.
Here we go with the Z leader.
That Z Awakening giving access to critical.
Yep.
Making this
It is a
very,
double
very
strike crit.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the sequencing that you did, you pretty much have to make a choice of, do I want the card advantage and the untap, or do I want to get the additional power for the when attacking? So deciding just to get the energy back, which I think is the right play, and then also you're still at 20K with the 3 combos here, so a 30K, a 35K double strike crit right now.
Yeah, so 45 double strike crit.
Yeah, because this is the same swing he used his leader's bottom 5.
Exactly, yeah.
And you did all 5 because you have to do it before you do a Jersey Awaken, because then they're just doing nothing anymore.
Yep. And again, Wong Po only having, looks like 5 cards in hand. Okay, we see a Zeno super combo, which is live. Zeno actually works at 5 life, but the Vegeta is 4 life, so.
Does give the option of picking up in the gate.
Yep, he does have that option, yes.
Yeah, and you've got like half your deck and your energy, so if there's a card you're looking for, it might be there. It's probably there.
Yep. Yep, Kaioken signifying has 1 attack left.
Such an insane turn.
And he's taking it, a double strike crit. That is huge.
And looks like it was a Gohan and maybe a Sensubi, and I'm not sure what was underneath it, but yeah, down to 3 as well, so 3 apiece right now.
Here we go, and this Hirudegarn is a double striker.
All right, there's
just 30. Yep. Okay, so it's auto.
First
you have
it's
to
hand
top deck a
disruption.
card when it attacks.
Correct.
Choose 1 card in your hand, place it on the top of the deck.
That being huge opposed to bottom deck, where if you play a super combo like Vegeta, you drop right back into that card. You don't get to hope to get dig deeper into a new card.
And just to clarify, so yeah, he had to resolve the auto before combos. Now Andrew comboing to 45, and yep, looks like Zeno is going to add a negate back to his hand.
And the board goes back down, and so, and then yeah, we do have the super combo. So you knew as you put on top of your deck, so you're not too surprised what you're going to see there. And we'll see, we get a Beerus and another comboable card.
Luis off of the field, and that's 40. Oh, man. So much aggression being put out.
Yeah, and you still have 3 energy open, which honestly is what most decks use to be aggressive anyways, right?
Yeah. Yep, Andrew has to find a way to deal this last 3 damage.
And here's the thing, too. You have to have those Whis be on the board for the floodgate effect of the Android 17, right? You don't have enough Z energy right now, and so if you do have a way, such as the Cell, to get rid of them, they can't do the floodgate anymore.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things about the new Z deck mechanic is Andrew could take this approach of every card in his hand trying to be used for value.
And that's game.
Yeah,
Andrew scooping to save time. Wanpo being able to charge to 16 and use his Beerus leader effect. Oh, man.
Oh, man, that is so tight. First game of the day, 16 energy. Game 2, let's get to it.
See, I don't want to get Hakkai'd on stream. Let's go to the next game.
Wow.
Yeah. And
how was that game 1 of the top 8 of the World Championship?
Yeah, this is definitely a game that Beerus wants to win, especially going first. I think it is the advantage, being able to get ahead on the energy, even if Duval can use his Hirudegarn to get energy back as well. I think just going first has just so much advantage for it. So we're going to have to see how Beerus does and adapts to going second for this. But again, well, it's going to be probably a big adjustment from Duval to try to get this.
Man, ramping that random blue-green card really just turned the biggest option off in Andrew's hand.
Yep.
If he had the option to use that Android 17 turning the tide, I think the turn might have gone a little bit differently.
I agree. And the worst thing is that you have to run that card because it is that card, right?
Yeah.
So like if you're running it, it's not too out of the ordinary for it, and it's just very unfortunate that's the card that you hit with it.
Yeah.
And that KO5 dropping a low-key MVP in that match because trying to win through turning the tide wasn't an option when you didn't have enough attacks already on the board.
right? Kale got rid of a Haruto going double striker and a Gohan triple attack. So like, getting that power off of the board more or less sealed the game.
Yeah. And the sequencing, you have to play the Turning the Tide last, right? It's not like you could play it and then the secret, because you lose your hand too. So you do have, it's just very unfortunate on the sequencing that had to happen there.
Yeah.
In theory, we would expect a lot of these negates to come out on Andrew's side. There was not much attacking on the beer side of the game.
Yeah.
So it should be, as long as the side deck options are there, Andrew's game 2 should feel a lot better than the game 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have just over 40 minutes left in this. So honestly, we are in territory that game 3 is pretty possible. And if Duvall is able to side into the cards he needs and going first and being able to recognize that he needs to be aggressive in a matchup like this, I could definitely see we get a game 3 very shortly.
You know, one of the cards we saw Duvall side in was, I believe, Frost Deadly Poison. So saying, being able to turn off that 6-drop ramper, say, I don't have God Seal anymore. What's the next best option?
Yeah, no,
Frost
obviously
Deadly
those
Poison.
are better as surprises. We know our deck list, they know their deck list, right? But anytime they have 3 energy open, even if they don't have it in hand, you're like, I could just lose right here. I can tap out. And that's it.
Yeah. And of course, Frost only cost 1 yellow, so at any point you charge an extra Son Goku Saiyan Instincts, you charge your second Frost Deadly Poison, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Almost certainly side deck it specifically for the SS4 Vegeta, being aware that this matchup can be a challenge.
Yep. You know, I spoke to Andrew at Nationals, and I asked him about some of his deck choices, and he said the reason he chose the Tapion Unison was because he could always play Tapion before Beerus played SS4. And being on 3 energy and being able to play your Unison was a huge advantage because you could always God Seal the SS4. Now, that not being an option, he found a different way. He said, I'm going to go to Boo Unison, but also side deck Frost Deadly Poison, still having an answer for that 6-drop.
Yeah, and as much as I'm saying like he needs to be aggressive if he doesn't want to lose to 16 energy, you do have a lot of ways to just be passive as this deck and still gain a lot of advantage if you're able to awaken soon enough with it too. So passing with 3 energy is not a big deal for Crimson a lot of the time.
Do you think he's signing out some of the defensive options of his deck? Certain cards, maybe like Sensu Bean is better against a more aggressive deck, but maybe not so useful against Beerus?
Unconditionally, not to mention the fact that Beerus is never attacking. So siding out all your negates and either more combo power or more offensive threats, I think that's a no-brainer, especially at this level of play. We're going to shuffle up. We are about ready to get into this game 2. Who's ready for this game 2?
Let's hear in the crowd. All right, Andrew is deciding on the mulligan. He will be going first in this one, and again, what he needs to do to be able to get to that game 3.
Looks like Andrew signed in Baby Parasitic Unison. That is an interesting card.
So it makes sense if Baby Golden Avenger is a pivotal part of this strategy. Being able to play it for 0 is a lot less expensive than paying it for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Beerus not really being able to put out the pressure to clear that Unison, it would probably be pretty easy to get to those 5 markers. And then you can just use that neg 5. And like you said, Baby Golden Avenger now is completely free. That's a ton of aggression. Like,
and you have double strike on your leader.
Exactly, yeah.
In addition to Andrew's sideboard being heavily set up for this matchup, we also see the benefit of Andrew being on the play this game.
And Andrew starting just the same as Wongpo that last game, the 1-drop Borgos and pass. And I think this is definitely something that, you know, Wongpo might have an issue getting rid of or playing around as, you know, compared to the converse. So we'll have to see how he adjusts.
All right, we're going to start with that 1-drop Whis Destruction Aid.
Dimension Magic, not going to need that this game, that's for sure.
Leader ability.
Getting the cycle, getting the Vidal again, the best card to be putting underneath your leader. So really nice there. And then thinking on the Whis, that is the play. And 2 energy for the Piccolo, so you're not, you're not too worried about getting counterplayed if you decide to do your Z battle card Whis, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on Andrew's side.
Yep.
I also feel like the tempo of play on Andrew's end. He's aware that for him to win this set, he needs to win games 2 and game 3, and he's playing like it.
There you go, draw 1 for a pen. Yeah, Piccolo was a card we didn't see, and it probably would have come in a lot of handy last game, so.
Yeah.
Oh, they combo off the pan to 25. Put the pan
we
into
saw
the
neither of these
energy.
cards from Andrew last game, which I think would have made a huge difference.
And here's something. Let's talk about what Andrew just did. So Piccolo's a dual attacker, right? He had the option to attack again, but choosing not to. Right now, if Wanpo wants to attack with his leader to draw a card, the only option is the leader. And guess what? That is not a good option. So again, Andrew just demonstrating a lot of fundamentals, saying, I'm just not going to leave him a target to attack with.
Yeah, and the only issue is that you do have to be worried about getting rid of the Piccolo. It does go top deck, so it's not like a big deal. You can just play it again next turn if you want another pan or if you want to get barrier next time. But it's not, just back and forth. 3 energy on Wangpo's side, and next turn will be able to awaken with his leader effect.
Yeah, great back and forth here. Putting the Piccolo on the top of the deck, even though he does get it again, it's kind of like it still costs 2 energy to play, which is a lot of energy compared to having the Piccolo in the field already and then playing a second card to attack with.
Yeah, and so going down to 6 life there, and we see his energy too is all negates. So he's just saying, you know what, I have to be aggressive. I'm not afraid of losing to having no life this game. And so playing out his Hirudegarn again very early in this game.
Showing that he's just not playing Hirudegarn as a flex, right?
Yeah,
He's playing because he knows this is, in his heart of hearts, the card to play in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to swing. Wampo at 6 life.
Yeah, he saw that, you know what? You put a card to the top of my deck, I'll do the same. That's pretty nice. Good idea.
And here comes the ramp. Lucky Andrew not hitting another blue-green, which was also could have been a pivotal part of that last game. Hitting that blue-green, getting 2 less energy, or 1 less energy off of the Divinity last game.
Yeah, and something that's really strong about blue in general, it has 2 really good 1-drop barriers that draw cards, right? The Borgos and the Pan, both of them are Saiyans, right? And so being able to say, almost guaranteed that this Borgos is going to sit here, and so I need to pop it with my Hirudegarn for the ramp, very consistent.
And our 4-time Asian national champion playing Boo Unison.
Yep, gonna see the Majin Buu.
And kind of here's the weird thing about going second in this matchup too, is that next turn you're going to be at 5 energy, which means that you also can't use the SS4 VJ. You're 1 more turn away from doing it, just to start your big ramp.
Yep. And again, see, now he's attacking that Hirudegarn, knowing Andrew's not going to be able to get that leader effect, so he just gets a free draw, even if he doesn't combo anything into this. We're going to play our Borgos. Just drawing your card. There you go. There's that power of that Majin Buu. Being able to extend your gameplay by, having access to more energy defensively is huge.
Yeah, and this is part of the thing with blue right now. It can just use a lot of good cards from a lot of different archetypes. Say, I like this leader the most. Just put them all underneath there. You got a really competitive deck.
Charging,
Andrew,
turning the tide.
Yeah, charging it. Maybe anticipating he's not going to need it.
Well, he's got 2 Ender 17s low already, right? So what's the third, right?
All right, we're going to play our Vegeta, bottom deck a card in our hand, bottom decking the Pan. That is so, you love to see it, because now if he chooses to play a Piccolo, he'll have a Pan guaranteed on the bottom of his deck.
Which not only is helpful for Infiltrator, but also Hirudegarn to get the additional ramp afterwards.
There we go, hitting a blue, mono blue. I don't think Andrew, knowing he sided in, he actually would not be that upset if he hit that blue-yellow, because then that would turn on the Frost Deadly Poison if he decided to play it, you know.
And he is at that point where if he decides to, if he gets attacked and he wants to Zeno, the turning the tide back in hand, you can just drop it. And the only issue is that Wangpo does have the Majin Buu on the other side. If Andrew had the Majin Buu on his side, it'd almost be like automatic next turn in my mind.
Yep, using Majin Buu's Neg 1 to bottom deck one of your opponent's battle cards, obviously choosing the only target's the Hirudegarn. Yep, and we're going to play our own Buu.
There it is, all right. So if you have Turning Tide in hand, or you can get it back with Zeno, I could definitely see that being the play you'd want to make next turn.
Yep, and you know what card is really good at attacking a Buu Unison? He's a Buu Unison.
Being able to get around that minus ability, not that Wang had it for this turn, but being able to mitigate that is a big deal.
Yep, and you definitely wanting to clear that Buu so he can get a clear line of aggression.
And such a weird sight, right? Wangpo's the ramp deck, right? He's going to 5 right now. He looks across the board. There's 6 energy for Andrew. Like, what's going on over there?
All right. Who's ramping who?
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew's saying that he's down, but he is very far from out.
I think it was just a straight pass. Get the Boo Unison proc, get the draw there. Not even deciding to attack with the Boo Unison. I wonder why.
You know, I was talking to Wang, and I was asking him about why he chose the Beerus deck. And something that he pointed out is that for a blue deck, even though it leads to very long games, his
he's
turns
starting the
aren't very
turn with
long.
turning the tide.
That is such a huge play right there.
And of course, shuffles all battle cards in your opponent's drop area, but not your own. This
And
is
so
huge.
the only thing is that you have to get down to 5 life for you, or from 5 to 4 to awaken. I'm not sure what cards are in the drop area. If he has enough Saiyans, I think you might have enough, but you do kind of need to. You need another Saiyan in hand to get that, right? And he top decks what? It does not want to show it.
Yeah. Swing with turning the tide. It is a critical, so you're not going to get that card. And passing. So smart. Basically, I have a Boo Unison. I have my leaders. My leader can awaken still. I don't need all these cards in hand. You need your cards in hand.
All right,
And leader swings.
This is this rough spot, and he has no Z energy either, so it looks like he's going to use it with the Borgos. Probably going to use the effect to get a Whis to get the energy ramp, but it's not enough to get rid of that turning the tide either.
And that Z energy is traditionally the best way to play around turning the tide. You know, clapping back with a Cell or with a Beerus.
Right, using Zeno's other effect. All right, getting a Whis Destructive Aid.
Okay, all right, again there.
Just draw more cards, see what we can get. He has that beautiful Secret Rare in hand. That is one of the serial Gokus. Look, that thing is beautiful.
Very, very beautiful.
Using that effect, put it in the energy. Wampo honestly in this position of if he can survive this turn, really the only card he could top deck might be the 6-drop Vegeta. That might be the only card that could put him back into the game.
Andrew's coming his drop for options.
And Andrew's so smart, just not attacking with his leader. Even if he wanted to awaken, he didn't want to give Wampo the extra cards, basically limiting as many options as your opponent has. He's in the position now where he can take a little bit of time in order to solidify. All right, using Black Smoke to warp the Zeno.
And he is at 7 or more life. He does have to awaken first, but he can go into a Z leader if he does.
Yep, just again, hitting with these crits. Now we're going to swing with leader. Maybe set up for our double strike.
Yeah, there it is.
The leader swing.
So
4 life.
Yep. Yeah, he's saying let's go to game 3.
And now it's game 2.
Whoa.
Andrew taking it.
Yeah, and when you are such tight in time when you can be in these games, sometimes the best play is like, I think I'm going to do way better turn 3 or game 3. Let's get to it as soon as we can. Give it as much time as I need, and let's just jump on into it.
Didn't do it at the beginning of the turn though. Like when Power started that turn, there's a 5% chance that I get through this.
Yeah.
But waited until that 5 was a for sure 0.
Yeah. Because there's big chance that Andrew just doesn't draw the Saiyans he needs to get down to 4 life to be able to do the awaken. But as soon as you get there, you're like, okay, there's no way. Definitely, I think a great adjustment from Andrew. Going first makes such a big tempo change in this matchup specifically, and we're going to have to see if going first again for Wampo will be able to get to 16 energy, or if Andrew's kind of knowing what's going to happen is able to find the pieces for him.
Oh man, and again, winning game 1 was such a huge advantage here because now you get to start game 3 going first, and we just saw the huge difference that going first makes in this matchup.
It looks like a totally different game.
Absolutely.
The difference, though, we do have side decks involved, and what's really interesting is in some matchups, it's important to have a going first strategy versus a going second strategy. Both of these players deciding time is of the essence, and that's more important than evaluating if I need to change a card here or there, because the coin flip has changed for this game compared to game 2.
Both players taking a water break. Got to stay hydrated.
They're influencing me. I'm going to get a sip, too.
There we go. Got to stay mentally sharp. And this is game 3 of the first round.
And this is game 3, so winner here wins the set. Let me hear in the crowd who you guys want to win for this final game in this top 8.
Love to see it. Love to see the energy.
All right. So again, the card that Wampo is going to look for start here is absolutely the Whis Destruction Aid. That is basically, again, play it, draw a card, and then the next turn you guarantee your ramp. And that is going to be the quickest way that he can get that energy ramp and the quickest way he can get to that 4 energy in order to facilitate like an Awaken or just a Majin Buu, just going as quick as possible.
Yeah, either that or Borgos, because with the new Z Battle card, able to just say, if I have 1 card in my Z Energy, which can be Borgos, draw 1, combo with it later, and then from my Z Energy, get the ramp 2. Either card's just very, very strong.
Both players composing themselves before this game 3 begins. One of the most anticipated games I think anybody could have expected coming into today.
And again, yeah, Wangpo did win last year, did get a little spice for it, and we'll have to see if he can get to that game. Just, I mean, honestly, getting to game 3 in general is very, very strong.
No, you know, I just really like watching both these players play. They both have this super distinct style. They both have like the utmost skill set. You know, it's just really nice watching them play.
And you can tell the confidence in their side deck choices and how they're playing the game. They both play this matchup. This is not the first time either of them have done this by any stretch of the imagination.
And so what adjustments do you think, you know, obviously we did see that Wangpo did take game 1 going first and was able to get to that 16 energy. What adjustments do you think Andrew needs to make to be able to counteract, you know, the ramp or all the advantage that Wangpo can get by going first and getting that early ramp?
Definitely setting up for his Frost Deadly Poison. That is one thing we're definitely going to have to set up for to prevent that 6-drop Vegeta from just taking the game away. I mean, we saw it last game, right? Play the first Vegeta, find the second one, play the second one. Now, if you can just Deadly Poison the first one, you probably don't have to deal with that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
The combination of Piccolo, the Infiltrator, getting Pan Glimpse of Talent, and then playing Hirudegarn right behind it also sounds like a formula for success.
And looks like we are off to the races here.
Starting off.
I gotta say, I love those sleeves. Those sleeves look super clean.
Oh, they do. All right. Yep. And Wangpo, considering his mulligan, I do see a Whis in his hand. That is a great card to open with. On the same.
Coming back some floodgates as well. Don't need them early game. Just hope you see them later.
And I'm pretty happy looking at the other side of the table, seeing 2-3 cards in the mulligan. You always get a little bit nervous whenever somebody's mulliganing and they keep 5, they keep 6. You're like,
yeah.
What am I getting myself into?
I know, game 3, your opponent's like, I'll keep. No mulligan. You're like, oh, that's not good.
All right, going back up to their 6. And looking across the way, it looks like all of our matches are still going in this top 8. So if there's any finishes, we'll make sure to let you know when we get the information here. But it looks like Wangpo is going to be starting their turn. Charging a Sensu Beam, and then using it for, it looks like either Borgos or the Borgos.
Choosing Borgos, yep. Knowing Andrew's going to attack, he would rather combo with that Borgos to put it in the Z energy so he can get the other Whis Z battle card.
Yeah, and you know Andrew's attacking. You're always going to be attacking with that leader.
All right, discarding the Videl, that's what you want to see. One of the Saiyans you want under your leader for its distinct ability.
That's been his first discard all 3 games.
Yep. Andrew playing a Borgos of his own, passing turn.
Probably the best turn one he could have here. Honestly, I don't know what he possibly could have asked for better than that.
All right, and Z-Dag with Borgos, you get 3, and probably just not even attacking, just passing right back.
We're going to see the same. You know, I think Wampo's his gameplay and strategy for the first and second game was just right on point. Don't attack my opponent's leader. Don't let him attack me if possible, and we're going to get to that energy ramp as opposed to waiting through pure damage.
Yeah, and time is creeping up. We have right under 25 minutes left in this round, so you do have to be a little bit quicker if you do want to try to get into the later turns.
Oh, we got plenty of time. 25 minutes, plenty of game left.
And then the insanity of charging a super combo turn 2. Andrew either thinking that it's going to be quite a while before it's online, or I don't think my energy is going to be mono blue for most of this game.
Yeah, and there's that chance, like, you do run a lot of non-blue cards in this list, in this leader, and so if you're saying, you know what, chances are I'll probably find a Zeno and I can do it later and get it back, then any of the other cards that are maybe just not useful in my hand right now.
Yeah.
That's a great observation. Another one being if his strategy is to charge Saiyan Instincts and to have a Frost Deadly Poison behind it, that does shut off that Vegeta super combo and that progress.
Oh, that's very fair.
Yeah. And Andrew just playing as many cantrips, Juan playing his own.
That's the other
drawing the Vegeta. There we go. Perfect card to set up for. And we're going to see the Awaken.
Honestly, both players seeming like they're seeing everything that they want to see so far.
And so here's like the difficult decision, right? Do you want to play Majin Buu for 4, or do you want to do a second ramp, which means you're going to be at 6 energy next turn so you can start your SS4s?
Yeah. I think getting the SS4 online as early as possible is going to be very important. He just drew another one. So already having double SS4 in hand.
Yep, 7 life, awakened at 15. A really, really good start for Wongpo.
Yeah.
And that's like the terror of some of these alternate win condition decks. Like you see across the board, like they're setting up to win. There's just nothing I can do besides just win faster.
Yeah. Andrew considering his charge here. Charging, there it is, a Frost Deadly Poison. Of course, it has energy exhaust, so it comes in rested.
But if you are able to awaken this turn, you would be able to get the unsuspension on the energy and have 3 open with one of them being yellow.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're going to be able to get there.
Using the Dirty Burst early makes me wonder, how afraid is Wing of turning the tide? Doesn't sound like all that much.
I think he's afraid of that. Like, if you see the Frost Deadly Poison across the way in the energy, you're like, oh, I need to only SS4 next turn, and after that, I'm afraid for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, but now Andrew having to consider what my plays are. Do I want to push some damage this turn? You know, do I want to get my opponent closer to 4 life, so that way when I do go for the kill turn, it won't be as hard as 6 life from game 1? Messing with the pan. Using Unbreakable. Drawing a card.
Saying Frost Deadly Poison might be what makes or breaks this game, because I didn't have a game 1, but I have a game 3. So I'm going to use all my energy to dig as deep for that second copy so I can get it online ASAP.
Yeah, and you can get a bunch of Saiyans in the drop area by doing this as well, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure the exact play.
Yeah, we're going to go for our Vegeta, start mounting the Impossible. Again, Andrew forced to use this card in pretty much all 3 games to try to awaken.
And I do believe he does have 5 Saiyans in there, and so you do need to take the life and then draw it. Yeah, but then you do get to have some potential next turn. But with the errata of this leader, way different than when he originally played it.
Absolutely. All right. Here we have 1. Going into 6 energy this turn.
We know this turn goes exactly one way.
And quickly, we're just going to see him slam the Vegeta. Look at the top 4. We have a super combo and a gate.
Nothing too good. Like nothing that you necessarily want to get in hand. Probably just doing the straight 4 there.
That's likely. I would respect keeping Zeno super combo.
Yeah. Last game he did 3 to energy, 1 to hand. So we'll see what he does this game.
Yeah, Zeno super combo is very tempting to put in that hand now. And if he did have the secret rare,
but if he puts all 4, he gets to play Majin Buu this turn. It's a tough decision. Do I want a Buu or a super combo?
Yeah, and if you do get another Zeno, you can save the other Zeno and chain it,
exactly,
right?
Yep. Zeno grabs Zeno, yep. That's, of course.
Passing with 4
choosing
open.
to pass.
But yeah, he said, you know what? I saw Andrew has a super combo in his energy. I can have a super combo in my energy.
Right.
I'll still be fine.
It's only fair. Looks like
keeping
he
4,
looks like,
keeping 4 whenever you had another Whis in your Z deck to play to ramp. Interesting choice not to go that route as well.
So he has a negate in his hand, but it would cost 3. So I think he is valuing the negate over the Buu, so he can negate the leader swing, which makes sense. Again, we are trying to keep Andrew off that awaken as long as possible.
And here's the decision. I think he's trying to bait out with the swing here for the floodgate, because you can. It still means you can attack with your leader, even if it's a minus in hand. You get to awaken, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you just need to try to save it for that leader swing.
Yep. Here we go, Andrew going for the Awaken. I mean, I'm sorry, Andrew going for the Haruta.
Yeah.
Just 5, yep.
Getting rid of the, getting
So
removed from
gets
play.
removed from the game. Haruta Awakening.
Blue Energy's good. That
Yeah.
card's good too.
There we go. Attack.
30 keeps
Opponent
it.
top decks a card from their hand. He's going to take the damage.
You go to 6.
Now we're going to swing with lead. Now we're going to see this Floodgate. Really just being used as a hard negate. Again, we want to keep the Crimson off of the Awaken as long as possible.
Yeah, just great awareness by Wong Po to say, you know what? It's so tempting, right? To say, oh, they swung at their 5K. Oh, let's punish it by the Floodgate.
Yeah.
But Andrew would totally make the trade of the bottom deck to be able to awaken this turn.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Wong he's at 10 currently. So he's going to charge to 11.
And he does have another one. So if he just is able to survive this turn,
Yeah.
that could be it. Or the other thing is if he does get the Secret Rare and gets to 16, get all the energy back, just tap 16 again.
And we go and we see another Vegeta. And again, he's currently at 11. And he's immediately choosing to try. He's at 15 now.
So if he does get to do one more ramp, he can get to 16
There
and
we
get all the
go.
energy back.
We're at 16.
This could be it right here.
Draw some cards, maybe try to find the Secret Rare.
Here's the Blue Unison. One more draw.
And it is not quite.
And the onus is on to Andrew. This is the turn.
Do you think, okay, so Andrew's at 5 life. He doesn't attack with his leader there, maybe to play around the Child's army reinforcements? That might be what he was thinking.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. And here we go. We're at 16. Andrew has to end the game now.
Yep.
Or we're going to see a Hakai.
This turn will determine your World Championship semifinalist. What an insane position to be in.
And Andrew at 6 energy. Andrew does have his Secret Rare in hand, so he will have a lot of energy this turn.
Yeah, he does have an Android 17 as well, but he just won't have the energy to. He's just one away from getting there. But he could use it off the Haruta, correct?
The requirement of having 2 battle
There we
cards on
go.
the field.
We need to see this be a mono blue. There we go. Okay.
He has a shot.
I'm holding my breath. This is
This is so tight.
an intense turn.
The only issue is that you need to be one less life, and you have a lot of gas to work with. But being at 5 for as long as he has really, really made it hard to get that advantage.
Wang showing why he is arguably the best player in the world at this game, trying to prove it today. Andrew calculating options.
Yep. It's just a tall order. Trying to deal 6 damage through 2 Vegeta blockers and a Blue Unison is just even with turning the tide online, it is absolutely.
And here's the thing, that the Secret Rare, Kaioken, has no protection, right?
Yeah.
So if you're able to just keep your Boo alive and then keep it with the -1 ability, there it goes. It's gone right after you use it.
Okay, we got a Zeno, draw a card.
We saw this last game from Wong Po and when he was in a bad position, so I think Andrew's in that same spot.
Digging for options. Digging deep.
And yeah, the only thing I think that could save him is that if he had like a Golden Avenger just to make sure your leader can get into battle, they can get it, or another unsurmounting. But most people only run 2, or 1, so having 2 is not very common.
All right, and then the Golden Avenger and energy was charged off the Haruta. It would have been a great card for him to draw.
Yeah.
Andrew on the tightrope. Back against the wall. What's the play?
I do not envy being in his position right now. It seems like a very big uphill battle.
Yeah.
Again, Crimson has a lot of options of what to do right here, but none of them just feel good.
All right, we're going to swing with the Borgos. At least D-Magic, the untap from D-Magic is off the table. At least. Oh, we're going to see a floodgate go on.
Baby's minion hits the board.
And he's doing this now because he is at 5 life, so he does have the negate in hand that he can play. So
again, that wall just getting taller and taller.
Now any of these attacks, you have to bottom deck a card.
Yeah, Wong only had 2 cards in hand.
If I'm Andrew, I'm trying to figure out how I can get Wang down to 3 life and then play Vegito 5 from the Z deck. We also have 2 blockers on board. Tall order indeed.
Yeah, 2 blockers, Boo, Unison, -1 still active. Like so much going on there. And even though not a lot of cards in hand, there's a lot of combo potential on the board as well. And just generically not what Blue likes to see. And Andrew's shaking his head, not seeing the cards that he wants, not being in the position he wants, not being in the game he wants. Finally deciding to swing with that Borgos and needing to put 1 card from his hand to the bottom of his deck.
Yep.
And Andrew only has 6 cards in hand right now, so using the Unbreakable there to get the draw, going up to 15, or 14, correct? With Borgos at 14.
And a Choppa. Okay. So 34 right now.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. 44.
Because there's I don't know if he can get out of this. I think he just has to take the 2 damage. He only
without option to block or use a Majin Buu skill? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Boris has barrier,
Yeah,
so
44
double
double.
options are few and far between.
Yeah,
and he goes to 3.
Going down to 3. There's our secret rare.
All of our energy's back.
There you go. Let's take
Not a
out
lot
a
of
turn.
cards
There's a
back.
turn
Turning
tide.
There's so many blockers on that board. It just means that like, he still can't awaken, though. He needs a card in hand, he needs a scene in hand. He just simply doesn't have it with the turning the tide.
And Andrew realizes that in the option of playing turning the
taking
tide.
in Wong Po winning. Woo! Wow.
What a close match. What an insane match.
Absolutely crazy.
Wong Po taking it 2-1 in this top 8 with Beerus.
Andrew realizing the impact of Baby's minion, limiting, you have to discard a card.
Right, you can't attack either.
Can't attack anymore. 100%. And even, you know, without turning the tide, it's such an uphill battle. That Kaioken, sure, you get all your energy back, but what are you going to do with it? You're going to attack once, Majin Buu -1 for it, and then you're just 2/2 blockers up, and you just don't have a really good way to get rid of them.
Both players showing so much mastery of these matchups.
Wong Po advancing to top 4 here at the World Championship 2022.
And we will officially be having a new world champion at the end of today.
100%. And Wong Po, winning back-to-back years against Andrew Ball in these world finals. We'll have to see how we go here. So looks like the rest of our matches are still playing here. We will be doing top 4 after this, but man, what an insane match. Just congrats to both players on that, and congrats again to Wong Po for top 4 of this World Finals. Let's hear it. All right, so we'll have to see what the adjustments can be made here too. We'll have to see what he will be playing in his top 4 match. But going into this tournament, the joke was, oh, there's always Crimson. They always got to look, behind your shoulder, behind your back. Where's the Crimson players at? So we'll have to see who advances to it. It was a 5-3 split for Crimson, non-Crimson, right?
It was, yeah.
That is correct.
Again, if you're coming to this tournament, you know who the boogeyman is. You know I have to play a deck that either is Crimson or deals with Crimson very well. And we've seen a lot of our finalist competitors choose that option. Here we see Beerus, we see stuff like Trunks Cheetah. We just see stuff in the side deck. Even your Crimson main deck is teched out to beat the Crimson Mirror, and you just know you have to be ready for this matchup.
Yeah, and it's just so weird to have to build a deck to beat itself. You know what I mean? Like it's such a hard task to ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the cards we saw but we didn't see it was that Frost Deadly Poison. It was pretty clear that was for the Vegeta, but we just didn't see the ability for it to be played. We needed a yellow energy before turn 3, and then we needed that card in our hand, and he just unfortunately just didn't see that. So Poe was able to slam those Vegetas without fear of anything,
Yeah.
But we saw Andrew realizing, okay, I'm not going to have this online in time, but I'm going to charge in my first copy and hope that I draw the second. That's the highest likelihood I have of resolving it at all.
Yeah, or just hope that, maybe I can get down to 4 life, and then I can awaken, have the red or the blue-yellow active, and, if that would have worked, it would have been a completely different game. And we'll have to see how the adjustments will have to keep going for our other matches here, so.
That's right. So what are some matchups you're excited to see? So, we have a lot of cool options, a lot of really interesting matchups, and a lot of cool deck choices. What are some things you'd like to see on stream?
Well, I have to see. So I would say the match that we would have covered, if not, was definitely Marcus Cantarsi with the yellow, because we did have a yellow mirror match for that, and they're still playing now. But just the idea, either one is going to be top 4. It's going to be the Trunks Cheetah or the Golden Frieza, all the way from set 1 in this card game. This card game's been out for 5 years, and we still have so many of these cards that are set 1 cards. It's really, really cool.
That's right. We have 19 main sets and so many side sets, and all the way back from set 1, Golden Frieza, still doing it.
Still doing it.
Not to mention something very comfortable with Lear getting a top 8 6 seed in the 2021 National Championship, utilizing Golden Frieza as well.
So we'll have to see who ends up winning that one as well. We do have quite a bit of time left in this, so we have 7.5 left in our main time, and then we do have our overtime as well. But I definitely wanted the winner of that one to be on the stream next.
No, absolutely, yeah.
And again, Wongpo making sure that Beerus gets some representation. We always say blue's best, and we always say it's on Crimson, but definitely how we piloted that game and being able to go first twice is huge for that deck.
Definitely making the argument he's the best in the world. And I mean, beating Andrew Duvall, there's not a bigger feather in the cap, again, to making that argument.
Yeah, and we do have the bracket here, too. So Wongpo An will be playing the winner of Oliver Simmons, who has been playing Gamma, and Justin Rios, who we saw yesterday being one of our LCQ winners. And then on the other brackets, we have Marcus Cantarsi and Philip Terpini playing, and Robert Risi and Antoine on the other side.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of cool matchups. So Antoine versus Robert's a Crimson Mirror. Marcus is on Golden Frieza. Philip is on Yellow Trunks Cheetah. And like you said, Oliver and Justin. So a lot of cool matchups, And we're guaranteed not to have an all Crimson top 4, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, which is was not a given going into this.
Right, yeah. What could have been.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll have to see. Yeah, I think that table C and D, so on the other side, I think that's what we'd want anyways, just for everything. But we'll have to see how they end up finishing their rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, I'm really surprised how fast they were able to crank 3 games out for something like this. So, Beerus being able to get to 60 energy for 2 of those games, and both these games are usually more of a control kind of struggle, and both players just being very knowledgeable in the game, being able to make their plays fast and say, I don't want time to be the reason I don't get to get that top 4.
Right, and it's funny because normally you think of Blue Mirrors as long control matchups, but with Beerus's ramping ability and with the built-in leader effect, he has a clock. You have X amount of turns to win or you lose, and it's an alternative win condition, which we have seen time and time again be so powerful.
Right, it's also kind of a deception in the sense that pretty much all of Wang's turns were draw, potentially play a 6-drop, 3 cards or 4 cards, and then pass. Most of that gameplay was on Andrew's turns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which makes it a much faster in terms of chronological time.
Yeah.
Where the Crimson decks are much more interactive. They're playing on both turns pretty equally. Beerus is playing almost exclusively on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and I just think it shows how how Blue is able to survive right now is because there's not a lot of decks that have hand destruction, right? Most of that game, Wongpo's hand was 4 or 5 cards, right? If he had 1 or 2 less options for that, totally different game. So if that's something that is able to come out later and help that out, it'd be very, very different for Beerus decks and some Crimson decks too.
Right, looks like one of our top 8 matches finishing. We're going to try to get that result soon.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they. We'll get the official before we say something.
Right. Yeah.
So the majority of players at this event were using the Crimson Goku leader, but we saw there's 3 decks that are not of Crimson Goku. We just saw Beerus.
Yep.
You spoke of Marcus Cantarsi on set 1 going to Frieza, but we also have Trunks Vegeta in the bracket, featured by Philip.
And I think actually Oliver's running. Oliver must be running Gamma, right?
He is.
I think it is a 4-4 split. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, looks like we have a result. The match between Robert Reitz and Anthony Adu is over, and Anthony Adu was the winner, and he is going to advance into the top 4.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting.
And again, he is on Blue Crimson.
I'm surprised that that match was able to finish, because that can be such a grind.
Yeah.
That Crimson Mirror. We saw yesterday, the finals, 55 whole minutes, 1 game.
1 game, yeah.
1 game. And so we aren't saying this, but we do have Oliver Simmons versus Justin Rios, and if it is a Gamma versus Crimson, how do you feel that matchup? Do you think Gamma has an edge? Obviously, Oliver did get his win with that Crimson, or with the Gamma. So, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, there's just a lot of options you can take as Gamma. There's a lot of lines of play that you have that are beneficial to you, and the early game belongs to Gamma. So you have the negates, you have both decks obviously have the consistency, but Gamma just has the negates. It has the option to shut down the Crimson strategy. And then in the mid to late game, once Crimson finally does get there, basically, if it can find a way to get there, then it has so much energy and so many things to do and so many plays in this crazy secret rare. Whether you're playing Kaioken or Beast Gohan, you just have this insane blowout play, you know. And of course, dice roll is very important in that matchup as well, because Crimson going first, as we kind of just saw in that last matchup, it just has so much more gas. It has so many more things that you can do.
And Yellow Trunks Vegeta has a history of success, right? We saw it receive top 3 at the U.S. Nationals. However, all of that was before we saw the Trunks Vegeta Z leader.
Yeah.
Which, if it was already competitive before having the Z leader, we can only imagine how tight that matchup is now.
Yeah.
I got quite a bit of support in the dashback as well.
Yeah, and you know, decks don't get worse by getting more support, right? Like, even if a couple of the cards are usable, all of them are something new, and even with new cards, there's always a chance that your opponent doesn't know the interactions, they don't know what they want to be doing with them, and there's something you can do, some outplaying, taking advantage of your opponent not having perfect knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Man,
something else interesting is all of these leaders in this top 8 are not brand new.
No.
Everybody has at least half a year of exposure to these leaders, to these cards being in the card pool. So everybody, regardless of how much you practice for a specific matchup, you're relatively familiar with everything going on.
Yeah, we have Frieza from set 1. We have Beerus from set 9, I believe. We didn't have both Crimson and Trunks Cheetah from the same set, I believe set 16. Like, all of these are leaders that have been around for a while. I think that's one of my favorite things about this card game. You're able to find a leader if you like it, you like what it does, you can build around it and you can make it viable.
Yeah.
And if you took a break from a year or two for playing the card game, chances are that deck that you have or cards that were around the same time, you can pick that deck back up, probably got some new success, you can probably jump right back in where you left off.
Yeah.
Yeah. We see there's just so many powerful, like, generic cards that a lot of the time it's like, well, we can pick the best leader for this shell, and oftentimes we can see the same shell in multiple leaders. You know, that's just how powerful some of these cards are. And there's so many, like, cool little interactions, right? So let's take something like Robotic Riposte, for example, right? Both of these yellow decks are running that. Okay, obviously it's good in Trunks Cheetah, but in the set 1 Frieza, you can actually pop it with your leader ability.
Yeah, you get double dip with it.
You get the double dip. So it's just these little things that are cool across, like, multiple different decks, multiple different archetypes. You get these one little buff here versus one little buff here, and it's up to the player to decide, which option he wants to take.
It looks like we have 10 seconds left in regulation. 2 games are still playing, and so we have we'll have to see how those overtime procedures go on.
Yeah.
That is time right there.
Officially in overtime. Why don't you go ahead and review the overtime rules?
Yeah, so we do have 10 minutes of overtime, way more than we did see yesterday. So whoever's playing right now will be player number 1, and they'll be on turn 0, and then turn 2, 3, and 4. So essentially both players have 2 minutes left or 10 minutes of play. So that is how that goes. And then from there, we'll see if there's any tie situations. We do have to determine a winner. We do have tie procedures for that. We'll get in the dirt if we need to.
You know, what's insane to me is thinking back over a year of regionals, competing in nationals, many of these people traveling across the world to make it here. In 2 games and 10 minutes, we will have our next world champion.
Yes. Yeah. Not a lot of time. It's just down to it. We're just down to the best players in the world right now.
Yeah. It's funny. You say it's not a lot of time. When you're in that hot seat and you're looking at the cards, sometimes it can feel like eternity.
Every minute is a mile.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. The last tournament I played said 5 minutes. I blink, over. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'm in an attack right now, but geez, time management is very, very hard in these high stress situations.
Yeah.
One of the amazing things about the Dragon Ball games Battle Hour 2 is just how surreal this set is. All the different games, Dragon Ball Legends, Dragon Ball FighterZ, all the different stations. There's a history of Dragon Ball games over there that just talks about 50 years of gaming history.
Yeah. No, it's insane. Like, this is such a love letter to Dragon Ball as a whole, and just so much. We saw the movie earlier today. That was really fun to watch that. We had stuff to do, but I got distracted once or twice.
I had to come out for some of the pivotal scenes, and it's really cool being in a crowd of people, and everyone loves the same things that you love. So when you see some of these scenes in the movie, everyone went crazy. Everyone got super hyped. And you see the same thing while we're playing the card game. On these huge pivotal moments, the crowd goes wild. It's one of the most electrifying experiences you can have in your life.
Yeah, and something that specifically with card games, too, is that you don't always know, right? Like, you have an instinct of, oh, can they win right now?
Yeah.
To, are they winning right now? To, who's winning? Like, it's a lot. We watch a match for an hour, and then 10 seconds of, bam, someone wins.
Yeah. Right. It's like a pendulum that goes back and forth, and then at some point it doesn't go down anymore.
No.
The ball stays in one player's court. You know.
Yeah. And we do still have these 2 matches left. Oliver Simmons with Gamma versus Justin Rios on Crimson, Marcus and Tarsi on the set 1 Frieza, and Philip on the Trunks Vegeta. See, we have just under 7 minutes left in our time now.
I think one of the unexpected things about this World Tournament was among this top 8, I don't think it's a secret that the U.S. player base is probably the largest player base in the world for the Dragon Ball Super card game. But just by a crazy series of events, this tends to be a pretty U.S. populated 8-man tournament, right?
Yeah. But we've already seen 2 eliminated from it, and we'll have to see how the other matches go. But it could have been 4 people from North America to top 4, 0.
Yeah.
Good evidence that it is quality, not quantity, that matters.
Yep. Trying to knock North America off the top spot,
Robert, who had traveled, he traveled from Florida, I believe, all the way to Oceania to represent Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. So because Marcus was at both the North American finals and the Oceania.
Yeah.
Robert was as well. Duvall was at North America and he won it, so he didn't have to. If he didn't, chances are he was on that flight too, right? So just a lot on the line here.
Yeah.
We are just inching closer to this end of overtime, about halfway through.
Just about halfway through before we know our top 4 participants in the World Championship Finals here at the Dragon Ball Card Games Battle Hour 2023. And again, this building, along with these sets, is absolutely insane. There are a lot of side activities, just a lot of things to marvel at. We have full-size statues of Dragon Ball characters, Dragon Ball Super characters. We have multiple products displayed all the way from the start of set 1. We have like sealed set 1 booster boxes to look at. You know how long it's been since I've seen a set 1 booster box in real life?
Yeah, it's been a long time for me as well. And just seeing that board is just amazing. Like, as someone who's been playing it for such a long time, like, I miss that leader. I love that leader.
Right.
Like, it's just so many cards, and just
man, remember when I thought this card needs to get out of the game? And now it's just behind a wall, like, I'd never play this card again. Like, it's just as crazy.
That's one of the cool things about, if you pick up a random box of Dragon Ball cards and you look through it, you kind of go on like a nostalgic memory lane trip, because it's like, oh, I remember this from set 1. Oh, hey, this card from set 7. Oh, this card was really good in set 11.
Yeah, I specifically said this card was good for a long time, and I was wrong for a very long time. Like,
on the flip side, though, as nostalgic as seeing 5 years of cards are, we haven't spent a lot of time thinking about the new set Power Absorb coming out, because everybody's been preparing for this tournament, for this LCQ format. But it seems like there's a lot of heavy-hitting leaders.
Yeah,
at forefront of this next set.
There's a lot of hype around some of the leaders. I know, just based off talking to members of the community, the 21 leader is generating just so much buzz because it has such an insane effect. I don't think we've ever seen use your opponent's cards as your energy before, and it's like, man,
there's probably a reason we haven't, right?
Right. Yeah. But I think they wanted to bring back that character in a big way, and I think it's going to make a huge splash. And of course, there's a ton of other super cool archetypes. The Super 17 that like swaps Z leaders in order to denote different forms is just very clever, and you really like seeing stuff like that because of how interesting and unique it can be.
Yeah, I was skeptical the first time I saw it, and there was a good amount of reading. There was some homework I had to do overnight, but once I got there, there's a lot of cool things that leader does, and now it's one of my most anticipated leaders for this next set.
Yeah.
Cumber leader also is well positioned to make a huge splash coming into this, being able to use the revitalization of Servant, which is a skill that we haven't seen too much of in a while.
Yeah.
That's very refreshing.
Yeah, and we've seen the Cumber Secret Rare do pretty good stuff in black. Just the fact that it's, either if it's in your warp or in your hand, you can use it, being able to be flexible, and you just more consistently see it. And so many times we see Secret Rares win the game, but really interesting, in our first match, Secret Rares barely made a splash, right? I don't think they made much of a difference in that first match we saw.
It could have, right?
It could have, yeah.
Again, game 1, that green-blue random ramp, the random charge off the top of the deck being green-blue, was actually incredibly detrimental.
And again, like the energy ramp was just not what you want, because that golden ape in your hand instead would have made a huge difference as well.
The other thing really interesting is yesterday, we saw all the blue decks. They were almost exclusively utilizing Beyond the Ultimates on Gohan as their secret rare.
Yeah.
But Wang, Duval, they said, nah, I care much more about my extra energy.
Yeah. And when you do kind of focus more on that ramp strategy, and just, it essentially says, I get a second turn in a row.
That's a very good point. And that's what we said a lot about Baby Hachiak for a long time. But now it's, we get 2 turns on my turn instead of your turn, my turn.
And it looks like we do have another winner. So Oliver Simmons did get the win on Justin Rios. So 3 North Americans already out of this tournament. 1 left with Marcus Cantarsi.
That is incredible.
Yeah, 3 of our Crimsons are already out.
That's right, and we're going to have a Gamma versus a Beerus in top 4.
Antoine also on Crimson, and then we'll be playing the winner of Marcus Cantarsi and Philip.
Again, with Crimson being such a boogeyman, it's one of those things where you have to come prepared. You will be prepared for this matchup. You will be prepared, and players basically demonstrating, oh yeah, I am prepared to take that matchup on.
And less than a minute left in time, so we'll have to go for it. We'll have to see if that end of time, tiebreaker regulations do come in. So if I am correct, I do believe it is life, and then it is what, cards on battle area, then cards on deck.
Yep, life, battle area.
And then there's more from that, but let's.
Right. Yeah. Alrighty, and we are winding down. 20 seconds left in overtime. We are very soon going to be able to see our top 4.
If it's going to be a Worlds tournament or Worlds tournament minus North America right after this.
Yeah, it could be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time in time.
That is the end of overtime.
A lot of head nodding going on.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what the decision is over there.
A neck-and-neck game, clearly, without being able to see the play-by-play right now.
Again, this is definitely the second match. If we could get 2 matches, it'd be that to that 100%.
Yep.
And I did talk to Philip before the match too. I didn't want to say what they were playing, but he was nervous about this. He's like, I want to play Crimson. That's what I'm playing. And I just lost the 50-50. And we'll see if he is confident enough in this matchup that he was able to take.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about, we have a Beerus versus a Gamma.
Yes.
That is going to be a very interesting matchup. Now, Gamma does have a lot of good options to deal with the early ramp. A little bit, I'd say a little bit more options than we saw the Crimson deck have. Instead of dealing with the big ramp 6-drop Vegeta, the goal is to deal with the early rampers. You know, you have stuff to deal with the Z battle card as well as the other 1-drops.
Yeah, the Inner 18 is very, very strong in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side, we're going to have Crimson versus a yellow deck. Well, once we know, it's either Trunks Vegeta or Golden Frieza. And again, you know, Marcus Cantarsi fighting his way through the bracket with the LCQ bracket with Golden Frieza, taking down a lot of Crimsons along the way.
Yeah, and it's very, very interesting. Like, yellow shows up, but only like one person, like 1 or 2 people, right? Like, people are on it. 1 or 2 people have a really hot day with it. You have 2 in this top 8, and we'll have to see who is the better one into this top 4.
One of the things about yellow historically over the years is that the deck historically, the color historically has been very powerful, it's been very flexible. The margin for error at the highest level has historically been very, very low.
Yeah.
Making a mistake in blue, you probably have 16 other energy to play with. Yellow, you miscalculate that, let's keep 1 up for the turn, let's not keep any up for the turn, can make or break everything.
Yeah, yellow and blue are very similar, but yellow has like 1 or 2 energy to work with. Blue has like all of their energy.
Very true.
Yep. And you know, we see, talk about the most powerful colors in the game, we see yellow and blue. And if we look at our top 8, it's all yellow and blue.
Yeah, all yellow, blue.
A little bit of splash of green here and there.
Only green we see is Harugarn, if I'm not wrong, right?
Well, Gamma.
Oh, Gamma, that's true.
Just a little splash.
Yeah, just a little splash.
And I believe the history of, from a U.S. national standpoint, every national has ended with either a blue deck, a yellow deck, a blue deck with yellow cards, or a yellow deck with blue cards.
Correct,
yeah.
Yep.
I think you're right, yeah. Blue's obviously, like, blue got the first starter deck in this game, Soul Striker. Soul Striker's always been good. We got a new leader. That leader had to get eroded. Like, any form of getting your energy back is strong. And the yellow deck that could be getting into this top 4, it gets your energy back too.
All right. And it looks like we have our winner.
Yeah, Marcus Cantarsi taking it.
Marcus Cantarsi advancing to top 4 here at Worlds.
Yep, making sure North America stays in this World event.
There we go.
And repping it with that set 1 Frieza.
Repping it for the region.
Very exciting. So he will be playing Antoine on the other side. Obviously, Crimson is the matchup that he's probably expecting here.
Yeah, probably the one he's most prepared for, the one he's extremely practiced against, you know.
And I'm sure, I believe that is the match that we will be getting on stream next. So it should be very exciting.
So we're 2 games away from having a world champion. Who is excited about it?
Who do you guys think is going to get to that top 4? We got 4 players left in this, and then 1 finals on the main stage afterwards. Should be very exciting.
Yep, I'm absolutely excited moving forward. I think we've already seen, between yesterday and today, we've already seen the top of the top level play in Dragon Ball, and we are just going to get more and more.
Yeah, and there's just so many, like, in the match we just saw, like, intricate, like, why would you not want to awaken as soon as possible? Why would you not want to attack with your leader as soon as possible, right? And those decisions are just really micro decisions that make a huge difference at the end of the game, and that's really what this game's all about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the micro decisions that make the biggest difference as the game goes on, and we saw tons of from all the games we've seen. Right, it's each player is doing the small things correctly. We see the fundamentals that they have are just practiced, almost perfect.
Well, we'll have to see. It looks like the bracket has maybe changed. We'll see if the top 4 is correct. So again, let's go back to that Oliver versus Wong Po. We won't be watching that stream on match probably.
Yeah.
So again, what do you think would be seeing on that Gamma versus Crimson? What other adjustments are general things about that matchup in general?
Yeah, I think Gamma has to find a way to knock Beerus off of that early ramp while also providing pressure. Gamma is also a deck that can kind of eat away at the hand a little bit. So we have these options to reduce our opponent's ramp and then reduce their resources in hand in order to find a way to the end of the game, right? And then I think Gamma's gameplay
And
is
Philip
similar.
Tarpini moves on to the semis.
All right, Philip
Oh,
Tarpini
wow.
moving on to top 4.
There it is, getting the reverse of the original. So
Yep.
North America is no longer in this event. Had half of the participants here. Top 4, they're gone.
There we go.
So we are going to have an intercontinental world champion.
Intercontinental world champion, absolutely.
Very saying all these players traveled from outside of North America. They just to get here, time zones, travel, fatigue, just being in a different country, still doesn't affect them. Still able to play at the top of their game and getting into that top 4.
That's right, still
Jet
at the
lag?
top of their game.
What is jet lag?
Jet lag, no way. If your life is Dragon Ball Super, you just wake up, there it is. Doesn't matter what time it is,
Yeah.
doesn't matter what country you're in.
That's right.
And again, Philip Tarpini is taking that top 4 position there. So we have Oliver Simmons on Gamma, Wong Po An on Beerus, Philip on the the Trunks Vegeta, and then Antoine on the Crimson.
There we go, yep. And again, I'm interested to see the techs that the Trunks Vegeta yellow deck has for this Crimson matchup. Again, come to this tournament. We are ready for Crimson. We have our game plan, and I'm very interested to see Philip executing that game plan.
Yeah, when I talked to him, he's like, this is the matchup I want to see. And when he saw it wasn't his first round 1, he's like, oh, this is it. So that being able to see in top 4, let's see if what he wants is what he needs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And beating Marcus Cantarsi, one of the most renowned players in the card game, your self-esteem has to be through the roof after a game like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Huge confidence boost moving on through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and again, this weekend, didn't know if he's getting top 8 or anything, right? So just being able to show up, say, I'm confident. I helped champion the popularity of Crimson. Now I got to beat it, and he did.
Yep.
Such a beautiful thing to see.
We're just going to go ahead and take a minute for the players to get ready.
We'll be getting started again very shortly here.
Yeah. All right, so we have Gamma versus Beerus and Trunks Vegeta versus Crimson. Interesting, 2 excellent matchups. Again, only 1 Crimson left in the top 4. It started as the majority of the bracket, and now it is not anymore. It's in the minority now.
So I'm really excited to see how this matchup pans out. Very, very interesting. Top 4, very happy to still be on this stage.
Everyone cheering. You love to see it.
Yeah.
You love to see the camaraderie. You love to see the sportsmanship.
The energy of the crowd.
The energy of the crowd.
Yeah. Just to be here, like anyone in the top 4, any fans are watching live stream at home. Well, you're watching, from the stands, not as much. A lot just to be out here, the support from fans and everything, just to see who gets this top.
All right, and our quarterfinals are now over. So the winning players are the French champion Antoine Ado, the European champion Oliver Simmons, the Asia champion Wong Po An.
Yeah. All right. Well, I will be taking a small break. We got Brian on it, and let's go over to him.
And then the French champion Philip Tarpini. To our 4 winners, congratulations. You are moving on to the next round. Congratulations.
It's insane that I think if you said, one, that there was no U.S. players in the top 4, a lot of people would be taken back. Obviously, we have bias representing the U.S., but separately from that, this is the leader diversity. We're seeing 3 different leaders in a format where most people, I'm going to be honest, they expected 1.
Right. It's actually 4 different leaders, in the top 4.
Yeah, 4 different leaders.
Yep. And we have a pretty healthy mix of colors as well. We have blue and yellow.
We do.
Again, traditionally the 2 most powerful colors in the game. And again, we are just seeing that here as well.
as the players are getting settled in, you know, recapping that rule set for the next round should look very similar to this set.
All right. And as we get ready, we're going to go ahead and swap out commentators. Eggman is going in the back, and now we have Brian Android joining us. How'd you feel about that last match, Brian?
I was just so excited. I don't know how to express it. I was just backstage watching the entire match, and this narrative behind Wang versus Andrew and the rematch was incredible. Yeah. I don't know how to express it. You should have just saw my face and how loud I got, because everybody in the backstage was just staring at me, wondering what was I even popping off for. And the fact that he took a leader that is in arguably, again, one of the best colors, if not the best colors in the game right now, something completely different, and gave Andrew a strategy that he was like, wait, even I messed up. Even I, the back-to-back national champion, world champion, messed up against a Beerus deck.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Right.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
You know,
hopefully that expresses what I said.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, it just goes to show that no matter who you are, there will always be equal competition in the Dragon Ball card game.
And when you have those lights on you and you don't know what's on the other side of the table, anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, these competitors are obviously the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But some of the nerves, maybe, some of the decisions, maybe, may have gotten to them. And, you know, in that last play for Android 17 turning the tide, that may have been one of the mistakes. And I think it was just because he was just put in this position that it was so hard to handle. And that really showcases how much of a competitor these guys are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, Brian, one of the things we talked about was how cool the Dragon Ball Battle Hour is.
Yeah.
So now that you're up here, can you tell us a few of your favorite things about this venue and this event?
Oh man, I don't know how long you have, but if you really just take a look around, you have everything that you love about Dragon Ball here. You have all your characters. We have huge stages in the back, in the front. We have games, which if anybody would like to play me in Budokai, just walk up to
Brian,
me.
I don't think you're ready to lose to me that badly yet.
I don't
I'll see you in Budokai, man.
Okay, I will say my record is not that great today, this weekend. So I will say that. But yeah, there's so many things here for any Dragon Ball lover. And for us here in the card game, it really exemplifies, how much Bandai and everybody in the backstage and involved in this really shows the love and support for this game and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't know, man, we're talking about Budokai. One of the, I would say, goated, right? One of the best PS2 games. Probably most of us had it when we were kids because we all love Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
My favorite kid, Super Saiyan 2 Trunks, man. He had the sword.
Yeah.
He had the sword combos. It was so cool, man.
Yeah, it was really, really awesome. And we do have a Dragon Ball game history. We don't have a camera here, but I'll just keep pointing like everybody on the stream and everybody in the venue at least can look.
Somewhere that way.
Yeah, somewhere over there. There's the Dragon Ball game history all the way back to 1980 to the current time. Yeah. And I've said this before with you guys that the most underrated game there is Burst Limits. So anybody can argue that in the chat or in person with me.
Interesting. I don't know about that one. Speaking of Dragon Ball games, we are sharing this venue with Dragon Ball FighterZ and Dragon Ball Legends. And it's an honor to be here with everybody in our card game community, and it's an honor to be here with everyone in the other communities as well.
Definitely, definitely. It is really just incredible. Honestly, I really don't have words for it. Everybody in the respective games probably feels the same as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a absolute insane experience being here as a fan of Dragon Ball in general, all the way back, regular Dragon Ball Z, even GT, Super, of course. This morning we got to see the superhero movie, and again, like you said, we were kind of busy. We were doing things here and there, but of course, I took a little bit of time off. No spoilers. You know which scenes I had to take a little bit of time off for. I went to the crowd. We were cheering. We were screaming. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, it's I think that's what Battle Hour is about. Just bringing the people together in person to share a common interest and as well as just a common love. That's really what it's about.
Yep. This is the place for any Dragon Ball fan. Is the Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour.
Those statues also in the opposite back corner, those almost human-size figures of everybody.
I think they're
That was
life
really
size.
cool.
They are, yeah.
I mean, based on Krillin, at least.
Krillin
Like-
short. I didn't know Piccolo was so tall. Piccolo was like 7 feet tall. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Somebody told me Vegeta was too big.
He, sometimes he's really tall, sometimes he's not.
I personally think it's just his hair.
Yeah.
I personally think like if you just take away his hair, he's like 4'5". Like, I'm pretty sure that's what it is because
Right.
his hair goes up to Piccolo's shoulders.
Right.
I feel like that's pretty accurate.
That's funny. Yeah, when Vegeta goes to the doctor, he's like, measure from the top of the hair.
Yeah.
I'm 5 feet tall.
Only from the hair down, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's absolutely a lot going on. And very thankful to just be here. I think one thing we didn't even mention is the card wall in the back corner here. There are pictures, I think, online on the socials and things like that. In which, if anybody hasn't seen it, it basically shows, I would say, nearly every card that in existence, from SPRs to SERs, some of even the new cards. And it's actually really cool because people who don't even play the card game, of course, come up to it, do you even know? But they love how they look. And of course, I'm sure we do too.
Oh, absolutely. And, we did talk about it a little bit, talking about how seeing old cards can trigger such a nostalgic response, What are some of your favorite old cards or old formats?
I know it's a little controversial, but I really did like Super Saiyan 3. And that's only because I was able to do kind of anything I wanted to.
Yeah.
That, and as well as the Surge leaders.
Yeah.
I wish, if there was any point to bring something back, I think that would be really cool to see some support and to have fun with that again.
Yeah. No, I have to agree with you with SS3 format. It was a very skill-intensive format because we had so many really powerful decks, and pretty much every color was represented in that format. Although it was the shell of a color represented in that SS3 leader, it was still cool to see every color represented in a big way.
You could go blue-red, you could go mono-blue, you could do blue-yellow. I saw blue-green be a little successful. Options on options.
Yeah.
And this is before multicolor, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of made our own multicolor format.
Exactly, yeah.
That was the thing. I do remember having a deck list that I revolved around Hyper Evolution Goku. And that was really, really cool.
Right, yeah. Yeah, again, so much nostalgia with this, with Dragon Ball Super card games. So much nostalgia that we can have.
I mean, it's been 5 years.
Yeah.
The 5th anniversary silver card just got released, if I'm not mistaken.
It did, and that thing is here too. That thing is absolutely beautiful. We can see it over there in one of the display cases, and it is the iconic scene of Goku and Frieza working together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the Dragon Ball world, although we've seen it already, shouldn't be a thing.
Who would have thought,
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about the card game. You can kind of put everything together, like all your or favorite characters, I should say, together in a way that you have probably never seen in any other Dragon Ball card history.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, hello, gentlemen. I'll be subbing in real quick while Richard Zapp goes and takes care of a few technical aspects. So, I mean, here we have the domination of non-American players. And actually, I was just talking over to the players over to the side, and they were saying that the France, Italy, Asia, we all came together and said, not an American today. And this is what they showed here in the top 4.
I didn't want to say anything because I'm from North America.
That's right.
It's a little awkward.
That's right. I think they were tired of all the jabs, all the
I will say,
back
we
and
are
forth.
not the most, the nicest to talk to.
Exactly. Right, sure. All right, everybody. It looks like we are ready for our semifinals. Players, we are about to begin. The World Championship semifinals start now. All right, and of course, again, we have the yellow Trunks Vegeta versus the Crimson Warrior Goku. All right, we're just going to see a charge pass from yellow.
Yeah, so here, obviously, the Trunks Vegeta deck being incredible at being able to establish barrier blockers, set up your board really annoyingly, and barrier is something that Blue tends to have a little bit of an issue getting through. So if Trunks Vegeta here can lend itself to having early advantage, we could potentially see it having a hard time struggling here. So we'll see how, especially since knowing Crimson is going to be the most represented deck, we're going to be able to see how we're going to be able to, as Tarpini, establish our board in a way that makes it tough for Crimson to be able to push through and see if there's any spicy tech that'll be able to ease the matchup in.
And again, again, we're seeing this strategy where we're going to negate the leader swing, and then I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't attack. He does not want to advance the Crimson game state, doesn't want to give him the life, doesn't want to give him the cards to hand, and most importantly, does not want to let him awaken. We have seen the Crimson deck can struggle when it's not awakening.
Yeah, I think that really is a proponent to the balancing, right? I think a few people, or at least those who are watching live or at the venue, do need to remember that this was balanced, right?
Yeah.
It was touched just a little bit through his awakening ability and how it operates. And people are really taking advantage of that through their sideboards and as well as just their line of play.
Yeah, I mean, on both ends. Defensively, we saw Wang Poan do amazingly in that last game where he consistently prevented Andrew from being awakened, forcing him to go to Vegeta, and that's where we get into the techs. Do you run Awakening Pan to be able to kind of lose a life? Do you run multiple Vegetas in your Z deck to be able to force yourself into that awakened position? So the mitigation of that factor is really what's going to decide kind of the tempo of the game and how you can outplay that.
Right.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the not often used effect of Power of a Super Saiyan. You know, we've seen its super powerful effect where you get to rest something and draw a card, but of course it also still has the ability to negate an attack, and we're seeing that we're choosing that is more important now than its effect later in the game.
Right, and not to mention, you said powerful effects. That is also limited, right?
Yeah.
That's basically a secret rare at this point.
Right.
Well, while we go back to Crimson's turn in order to swing, and probably gonna go ahead and pitch something back into his drop area. Our hand is looking a little awkward. A few late game pieces, and as well as maybe one or two things he can pitch.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing the benefits of not being the blue deck, because the blue decks are teched to beat the blue decks. So now we're seeing things like Borgoses, which will do a ton of work here, right? And if you kind of mishmash that with maybe an iffy kind of opening hand, now it's really, okay, how do I get my cycling through? How do I keep on pushing through to be able to dig into the things that allow me to actually beat this matchup that I'm not main decked for?
Absolutely. And okay, we're going to see a swing, a combo, and unbreakable. That way we can get this Z energy and also draw a card. We just need to cycle. We need to see something. One of the most powerful things about Crimson is that the cycling effect is attached to the leader, but you know, we've seen these players adapt to that. We are now preventing that cycling by not interacting with our leader. And here we're going to see a Vegeta the Surmounting. We're going to bottom deck a card in our hand, take up to 1 life. Of course, we're taking it, and then we're going to draw a card.
Yeah, 100%. So here we're staying
getting
at
that baby
3
parasite
energy,
unison. That is
7 life.
Yeah, that is going to be a good card at just generating value. You know, this leader on the front side doesn't really draw any cards; it just cycles them. Wow, and a charge of a super combo here. Again, we're going to prioritize these negates in our hand, I think. So cards like a super combo might not be the best card in this situation.
And I've talked about, well, all these players know each other's lists, and I've talked a little bit about Philip's list and the very interesting choices that we're going to see here. Obviously, you got him here in top 4, so something is working. And with this super combo charge, obviously playing yellow, I don't think he's going to get that back. So he has something in mind. He has a line of play, and we're seeing this unison and as well as a couple swings here.
Yeah, exactly, because as the blue players, there's the Zenos, right? I can always get that back. My energy is basically my second hand.
Yep.
When it's yellow, it's a distinct decision to say, I will never see that card again.
Absolutely. When it's gone, it's gone. And we're going to see we are attacking the Vegeta surmounting, comboing with the Vegeta on our own board, and we're going to charge it to the Z energy.
Looks like we're digging through the Z deck. If I had to take a guess, it's going to be a nice little one-cost, a very popular card. One of the ones that we saw as a promotion card, right?
Yep.
And everybody saw it as a very generic, hey, I'm going to put this in pretty much every deck, every Z deck that I have. And it's coming in clutch here.
Absolutely. I will say this Vegeta surmounting the Impossible is actually one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Oh my gosh, look at that card in Philip's hand.
I missed it.
Did you see it?
I absolutely missed it. It might be one of the cards that I was talking about before, so if it is, I'm going to pop off.
Wow.
I hope everybody in this venue is ready if he actually gets that off.
Wow, is that Frieza, Emperor of Universe 7?
No, don't say it.
What
no,
a crazy
you,
tech.
If he plays it, I don't know what I'm going to do
Here
with
we go,
myself.
we have Release from Evil. When you have a unison, you can play this card for free, and it negates the leader or battle card attacking. So again, even this attack isn't technically negated, but its effects are negated, so it can't do the cycle like it wants to.
Right, absolutely free with a very good effect.
Yeah.
And something that is super, super annoying about that card is that it does negate Awakening and as well as the Activate Battle of that leader. So
Yeah.
we're just not going to be able to progress. And that's kind of what Yellow wants to do, right?
And there we go. Antoine choosing to use the effect of Black Smoke to mill and to draw, just needing options. Seeing here, Philip, again, doing a great job of just keeping him off of these options.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is that we have this very specific 3-cost unison to get around Black Smoke, which is another very generic and very highly played card.
Absolutely. And of course, drawing extra cards every turn. The effect of the Trunks to rest things on play is giving Philip things to attack.
Yeah, and quickly getting to 5 markers here too,
Yeah.
which we kind of blinked. And yeah, I don't know how that happened.
Getting another Frieza in hand. Oh my gosh,
I mean,
I'm so
if you
excited.
If you double
I'm so
Frieza,
excited for that card.
I don't know. And of course, these are more tech cards. We don't really see this in other yellow decks.
Yeah.
So seeing both is kind of a good thing because
Yeah.
now you know you're not going to be able to draw into it again
Right.
unless you bottom deck with the super combo. So.
Being able to double up on them.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That back, as you know, the thing that I keep on realizing is these players have found that the answer to Crimson is in delaying the Awakening as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
When, you know, if it takes 5 turns, that can be 3 turns or 4 turns less energy they have when you think about how often the leader is switching energy into active mode.
This is true. This is true. And again, back to what we were saying before about Black Smoke, a very specific 3-cost unison, which is the baby unison. You effectively get to draw a card every turn, just like the Gohan does. You get 2 markers, though, which is insane.
Yeah.
And you have the option to pitch 2 cards using the minus effect in order to get that baby Avenger out for free.
Right. Now, the good thing is this also provides, the good thing for Philip is that this also provides something he can attack every turn. Again, we want to attack with our leader every turn so we can start generating value.
This is true.
There we go. We're going to evolve into, EX evolve into our Vegeta.
So, guys, I'm going to ask you now. For Philip's side, as Trunks Vegeta, we're getting to a pretty high energy count.
Yeah.
We're getting to a pretty defensive lineup with the Unison and probably a couple other Trunkses coming down. Where's the end game here? Is it that Frieza or is it something else?
I think it's a Frieza. Man, I think it's the Frieza. And we're going to use our leader's effect, giving it double strike, taking out the Unison immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's Lord Frieza. I mean, that card is crazy.
I'm starting to think the same thing because he's really focusing on that board state. He is preventing the leader effect from going off with that. Basically, every time that you swing into it, you're going to give that opportunity.
Yeah.
And he's putting himself in a position where he can get that Frieza out and put him in his opponent's position. And his opponent's position being where, hey, please don't do anything.
Right.
Just let me win.
That's right.
And that double strike in the mid game isn't something that we would have always seen. But now that we have the Z leader in the Trunks Vegeta deck, sometimes just finding value out of that in the mid game, knowing that you're going to Z Awaken later, feels optimal.
Right, absolutely. So you want to use that Trunks Vegeta leader effect, giving it double strike at a point before you Z Awaken. That is true.
Exactly.
All right, we're going to see the Frieza's Army reinforcement. Life is at 5 or less. Take a life. Summon a token blocker.
And more importantly, getting an extra card into the drop.
Yeah.
Which is relevant
There we
for
go, and we're going to see the Golden Avenger. So we're going to negate the counter.
Wow. Do you guys think that he took the life specifically because, well, let me back up here. He has a lot of energy open here, right? Did he take the life because he was expecting the Golden Avenger, or did he just want a card in hand and another blocker?
I think we see Krillin super combo.
Yeah.
And we want to get to 4 life, so eventually the tide is going to change, and we're going to have to attack, you know what I mean? This isn't, the Trunks Vegeta deck does not have an alternate win condition. The win condition is still attacking, so sometime in this game, we are going to have to get our opponent to 0 life. And we need to be at 4 life to turn on our super combos to make that easier.
Yeah, totally.
I also see a Death Blaster in hand, which demands 2 yellow energy, which means if you're planning on resolving it this turn.
Yep, main deck Death Blaster. That is going to be
I believe that's
very powerful card.
Probably for a couple of these blue floodgates, if I had to take a guess.
Could be, you know. It's a very versatile card. It's like a Cold Bloodlust. It's just cost a little bit more, and it has a little more hoops to jump through. But just being able to negate something skills on play is just very powerful.
Totally. Okay, going back to Philip's end, as Trunks Vegeta, looking through his hand, a lot of I mean, that's a good looking hand. To be honest.
Ton of options.
That's a good looking hand.
Oh man, we're gonna charge one of these freezes. I really want to see one played. Okay.
Okay. He knows the deck list, right?
Yeah.
This little look over that we're
Yeah.
seeing here over the overhead.
Yeah.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah,
It's
right.
basically the translation for that one.
Let's look. Let's take a minute to appreciate. Not only does he have this beautiful signature card, he actually has the top 16 leader as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I didn't really want to talk about the flexes that he's making, but I think he's just saying it with his cards.
they're just we're
No such thing
seeing
as
some
balling on a
flexes.
budget.
No.
Yeah. No such thing. He's just man. These beautiful cards to see on the table for sure.
Definitely. If anybody is watching the stream as well as in the venue, you don't know what's going on, at least look at the cards.
Yeah.
That's another reason to play, I'm sure, right?
Yeah. And we're just going to see a little bit of cycle here. We're going to maintain that high hand advantage.
Bit of evaluation of the opponent's drop.
Again, Crimson still at 6 life, still needs to find a way. And the Vegeta, the surmounting, is gone. He doesn't have another one, so still need to find a way to get 2 more attacks through in order to awaken.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about a little bit about the Awakening Talent Pan,
Yeah.
right? Really good card in this. It does a lot for you, takes life. Oh, and we're getting into the pseudo-evolve and pass.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, hey, I think he's just setting up for a kill turn if that is a guess.
I think so.
The activate battle on that 8-drop, being able to be used on the opponent's turns to blow up multiple things, especially after a combo step,
right?
Really under-discussed when it comes to that 8-drop.
Yeah.
Yep. It provides offense and defense as well. Like you said, it also swings for triple strike crit, so he might be setting up for. Let me slam the Golden Frieza. The Emperor of U7. Slam that thing and then
start
swinging because we'll go over that effect when it comes into play, but it is an extremely powerful effect. And again, we're just seeing. I'm just going to keep negating this leader swing.
Right. We're seeing the first Piccolo, I believe, right?
This is the first Piccolo of the game, that's right. So the resolution of autos would be turn player auto resolves first, meaning that Antoine can choose to give his Piccolo barrier, and it would not be able to be rested by Philip's Trunks.
Right.
If that is the option he's choosing.
Yes. And I believe the wording is that you have to choose.
You do, yeah.
Right? So as soon as something is played, you give that barrier, and that effect is gone. So now we're free as Crimson to play any other additional cards, and we're taking a life for that.
We're going to spark time magic now because Piccolo is a dual attacker, but time magic will prevent it from restanding. And again, we see him sparking to take that life, even though he had the energy. Again, choosing to just get more and more cards in hand.
And then 3 life being a prerequisite for going into the Z leader.
Totally.
Right. Yeah.
Which is very surprising. You got a Z leader. This is already a strong leader.
Yeah.
And just continuously got support.
What's really interesting, nonetheless, though,
Antoine's
not a lot of Z charging this game.
Yeah. Having cards in hand, but I think it's less than 10. And we're gonna. Oh man, are we gonna see it?
I think we do see it here.
I think we see it this turn.
I mean, it's a little tough because I believe he taps out here. It's a little.
Yeah, it's tough. All right, we're gonna swing into the Piccolo.
Ooh, another strong card in yellow. Might see that pretty soon, depending on what turn the kill turn becomes.
Yep. All right, we're gonna try to defend our Piccolo, also getting some Z energy here, and we're gonna attack it and use Vegeta's effect to KO it, ignoring barrier.
Yeah, that barrier does not matter here with the Vegeta Evolve effect. Speaking of, we're gonna go ahead and draw 2 more, evolving on top of this Trunks.
Oh, there's a Vegeta. We're going to draw 1 from the EX Evolve, 1 from the leader.
So strong.
Yeah. Man, look at this board.
I mean, this is what we were talking about before, right? We're at a high energy count. We have a big board. Crimson has nothing to talk about right now.
Right.
They have a bunch of energy, have nothing on board.
Gonna
and
see
he's
another
continuously
Evolve.
staring down these barrier threats.
There you go. Huge threats on the board.
I think Antoine is feeling a little hungry because he's getting starved at this point.
Absolutely. And are we just going to keep, we're just going to keep seeing negate after negate.
Does Antoine splash the 5-drop KO?
Wow, look at this go.
I don't think so. There we go. We have
we can definitely
Release
check
from
that out
Evil.
for sure.
Yeah. We have Release from Evil. Again, negating the leader's skills.
I mean, this is becoming a point where, I mean, Philip is like, hey, I know exactly what your deck does, and I have every answer to it.
Yeah. It feels like, like I said, inevitably we have to go for that kill turn, but it doesn't feel like he has to go for it anytime soon.
No, he's pretty
And here we
comfortable
go.
right now.
3.
Here we go.
6, 7.
There we go.
Woo-hoo!
That's right.
The signature rare Frieza.
Frieza,
When was the last time you saw
of
that play?
Universe 7. It has been a long time since we've seen this card, and here we are seeing it on the stage of Worlds. This is crazy. Okay.
World Championship.
All right. Let's go to this card's effects.
Future World Champ difference?
Yeah,
Yeah.
future World Champ difference.
Yeah.
All right. So it is a double striker, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If your opponent activates a counter, an auto, or an activate main, they have to put one of their life in the drop area. That is such a huge cost to do almost anything.
Yeah.
And here we're going. We're going to attack with our big 8-drop here. And we're going to use its effect. All right. There we go. We get to draw 1, and it is now a triple strike crit.
Yeah, and that's nothing to scoff at.
That's, yeah. And are we going to see any combo on top of this card? Comboing the secret rare.
Wow, just put it on.
There we go.
Keep piling it on. Put on the pressure.
This thing is huge.
Oh.
Ah.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
He has to think about this one because
Right.
now, in order to use this activate battle, he has to crit a life.
That's correct.
He has to be taxed.
Crit 2.
That's a crit 2.
Oh, to play it
One
and the
for
auto,
activate
right?
main and 1 for the auto.
Whoa, okay.
All right, looks like we have a judge question here.
Yeah, looks like our crowd is it's going a little wild, but
Oh, yeah, you have to be at 5 life to play the SGR, right? And he's at 6 life. 4 life, okay, excuse me.
4
You
life.
got to be
Yeah,
at 4 life to play the
or
SGR, I
less.
believe.
Yeah, 4 or less. Our nerves are coming in a little bit hot.
All right, 1 second while we get the judges to resolve this.
Yeah, it's going to be a second here.
Burn, baby, burn.
Okay, secret rare coming in, resting a card. All right, we're going to use our neg 3 on our unison. It is now a triple attacker, and this and your leader gets +5, so it is a 25k triple attacker. Again, the Frieza is still on the board. Every negate that you want to play, just still have to crit a life to do so.
Yeah, I mean, also you're staring down a bunch of other stuff, right? You're staring down a 40k attacker, which becomes an additional 40k attacker through the Z battle card Oolong, and as well as the triple striker through Frieza, which you're pretty much guaranteeing some sort of crit or triple strike.
There we go. All right, we're going to activate our Awaken here. This does not enter, the Frieza doesn't work with the Frieza at all because it is an Awaken.
Correct.
But yeah, even to use the activate battle skill, like Harness Power, that's 2 energy.
Yeah.
1 for the untap and draw, and another for the Harness Power.
Right, exactly, yeah. Yep. Any counter, and we're seeing the scoop. There we go. Not seeing the cards he needed.
That was game 1.
That was game 1.
Goes to Trunks Vegeta, showcasing every single option that he has in his deck.
That is crazy. Look at the beautiful cards we have on the field right now.
Yeah.
We have the Emperor of Universe 7, the Gohan Piccolo Secret Rare, the Trunks Vegeta National Leader, even the SPR Gohan Unison. We're representing so many different eras of Dragon Ball on the field here.
And if I was a champion, I would make sure to foil out, to stamp everything, and that's what it looks like. It's looking real good.
There we go. All right.
When was the last time you saw a 9-turn game go that fast?
Yeah, that was
really
quick.
actually, yeah. Now that you think about it.
Right.
We have about 50 minutes left, which is a good chunk. That's plenty of times for 2 more games if it's going to go to game 3.
Charge, negate. Charge, negate.
Yeah.
I think, so what do you think we're going to see here from the sideboard? Okay, we see Kami. Kami is going to be an excellent card to side because it's going to take out all of those barrier threats.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tyrannical Blow is a little bit interesting.
Tyrannical Blow,
If
yeah.
Android 17
Yeah.
negate was a concern.
just looking through here.
Just trying to look through some of our options. What an incredible game that was, game one.
Dirty Burst is a little bit interesting in this matchup as a blue player.
Yeah, I mean, that gets...
Okay, so the cool thing about Dirty Burst, right, is Emperor of U7's effect is an auto. So Dirty Burst being a counter will actually resolve before Emperor of U7, preventing it from attacking, and you don't have to crit a life to use that Dirty Burst.
This is true.
So that could be an interesting interaction.
Right. I think that's going to be really good to come in, and as well as to go against the 8-drop Trunks Vegeta as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, again, he didn't swing with it, so maybe he was expecting that to happen anyway, but...
He swung with it the turn he played Frieza, so that would be kind of a 2-for-1 way to deal with both of those attackers.
This is true.
And of course, he played the Secret Rare as well that turn, so that could technically be a way to get rid of all three of them.
Right.
Not get rid of them, but prevent them from attacking that turn.
This is true. We also saw a very interesting card. I think that was the 4-cost Mecha Frieza that looks at your opponent's hand, but I don't know if that's coming in here.
Clan of Terror? We saw set 1 Clan of Terror?
I believe so. I could be wrong. We might have to take a look at the list for a second.
The tech.
Yeah, the tech is strong with Philip. It is very strong. Just shuffling up here after their sideboard. Get into the second game with Philip
Other
taking the first.
semifinals.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't see any of those turning the tide coming in.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Although the game is going to go long, I mean, he's going to have a board that you really can't deal with. Do we see the secret rare that Antoine is playing?
Not in that game. We did not.
Okay. So if it's Gohan, might be a little easier to deal with this board.
That's correct, yep. Gohan would be good at returning all of those barrier threats.
Yeah, and I think Baby Hatch is probably going to be the worst secret rare against this matchup.
Probably, because of Cooler.
Yep. And it just doesn't really progress anything. I mean, I don't think he's going to be put in a position where he can just kind of take the game the next turn, at least based on that last game.
Yeah.
And then KO Ken might be okay here.
Yeah.
Just depending on what his options look like throughout the game.
All right. And of course, so we see Philip keeping just some negates. That's right. So it looks like we're going to go with the same game plan of just negating that leader as often as possible.
The amount of patience that you need to have for a plan like that.
Yeah.
He waited 9 turns before saying, I'm not going to entertain you being Pasha.
Going 9 turns before attacking the leader 1 time, like you said, yeah, it's going to require quite a bit of patience.
Right. Fitzpump comes down, the Sensu Beat is charged, Pan goes through, and we're going back into the next turn. I think, you know, it's funny, with these players and competitors, it's very clear that, again, they know what to do, when to do it, and what is good about their opponent's decks, what's in the format, right?
Yeah.
They're simply saying, this Awakening is really good, the fact that you can cycle through is really good, I'm going to take that away from you every single time that I can.
Yeah. You know, it's really cool, and I can really see why he went with this game plan. So this leader can awaken, take 2 life, draw a card, and that is going to generate him cards that he wants to see in his hand, stuff like the negates he wants to see, while also not attacking your opponent. You know, he wants to play this strategy where I want to negate my opponent's attacks, but I still want to generate value myself, and you know, it seems like he's determined Trunks Vegeta is one of the best leaders to do that with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really beckons the question that I'd love to have an interview and find that out. Was this deck chosen because he thought it was the deck that facilitated that game plan? Or he was committed to this deck in the first place, and that was the way that he found the best to navigate the matchup?
I think based on what we're seeing, this deck was chosen to facilitate that game plan. I mean, why else are you playing the Emperor of Universe 7, right?
Yeah.
You're not playing that card in the typical Trunks Vegeta. You know, your game plan is, I'm going to wait.
And although we saw it knocked out,
Okay, and are we going to see an attack here? He's thinking about it.
I mean, 1 attack means 1 more card in their hand.
That is correct,
this cycle, and 1 more step closer to Awakening.
Yep.
Right. I think the concern was, do I stick with my game plan, or maybe I don't love my hand, so how do I mitigate that?
Right.
Yeah. It looks like he's running a little low on negates, so maybe he wants to attack in order to generate a Z energy, so he can go down to 5 life to turn on the Frieza's Army reinforcement now. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Philip's hand's not looking great,
Right.
but
He did have the release from Evil. He did have the option
Yeah.
to stop that.
right. I think he's probably going to have that well timed, especially getting the unison down to make it free.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got a ton of unisons in hand.
Yeah.
Charge a couple of these. And here we go. See, yep, wanting to save the release from Evil this turn. Now he can play it for free because he has a unison. And like you said, this Gohan being a 3 cost just completely gets around the Black Smoke Dragon. Very powerful, powerful unison.
Gets around Black Smoke Dragon. It allows him to use Release from Evil, which
There
you
we
already
go.
saw him
Yep.
get that into his hand right down into the battle area.
And not only that, he has the Z energy next turn for Vegeta the surmounting, which will turn on Frieza's Army reinforcements. So, again, just a minor adjustment to the gameplay we already saw. He's saying, I'm not in this position that I want to be in, so I'm going to make these minor plays that put me in that position. Very skillful play, we're saying.
Right, exactly.
Really changing the narrative that the errata wasn't as impactful as maybe it could have been. I think we heard a lot of that at that announcement.
Yeah.
That, Leader does the exact same thing every game no matter what.
Right.
We're not seeing that right now.
No. No. I think what we're seeing is, just like we were saying before, historically that blue and yellow have been the strongest colors.
Yeah.
And yellow is back at it again, just like in the NA Nationals, to say, hey, I am still here. I still have really good options in my deck.
Yeah.
And I'm going to showcase that against one of the best decks in the format.
Absolutely. All right, here we have this Vegeta. Bottom deck a card in our hand. Take up to 1 life, draw 1, and of course, we're always taking the life.
Yeah. What's better than 1 card in hand? It's going to be 2.
2, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. All right, and now we have energy. Because Frieza's Army reinforcement, you can take a life for it instead of paying the cost. We can spend as much energy as we want this turn, just like last turn.
Right.
Going to use the Trunks effect to play a Vegeta from our deck.
Which is understandable. You want to thin out your deck a little bit. You get to search through it again to see the options that you haven't seen already. And it gives you the option to evolve on top of that Vegeta in case you have a Vegeta, and not so much a Trunks to evolve on top on.
Right. You know, it seems like he's trying to basically just build this crazy board and then go all for game, right? And the thinning of the deck is going to help you find those pieces, right? The cards you want are, you want to play the Frieza, you want to play the 8-drop Trunks Vegeta, you want to play your Secret Rare, and you want to back that up with stuff like Cooler and Champa.
Correct.
Oh, and we see the Kami.
Yeah, Kami is a good one.
Excellent card. So on play, you draw a card. If your opponent has 4 or more battle cards, you can pay 2 and get rid of, put them in the drop area 4 or less, ignoring barrier.
Including your own, which
Including your
again
own.
is only that Pan and as well as that Kami.
Yep.
Kami doesn't help for the Awakening, but at least Pan does.
Making both of those battlefields empty. A true global unifier.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Got the official token.
Shout out to our judges.
Yep. Gotta have that official token. Charging the Cooler.
I don't like that. Any yellow player charging Cooler just says, I have another one in hand.
It's scary, yep. All right, we can just take a second and just passing. There we go.
Passing.
Guess what? This worked last game. Let's do it again. Again, you love to see the prepared game plan that these players are taking.
And this game state going from very one-sided to much more negotiable.
Right. Yeah, prior to the Kami, it was, we talked about the significance of going first and second. Prior to the Kami, didn't even tell the difference.
Yeah. And there we go. We have the Secret Rare in hand. We're getting closer and closer to assembling that inboard that we wanted. Again, Kami kind of set us back a few turns, but we can just rebuild. You know, a powerful thing is eventually we will attack with this leader, and we will be able to replay our 1-drops off of this leader and then start evolving again.
What's crazy to me is that keeping the same leader unawakened is so important that swinging and getting a +2 from Trunks Vegeta leader swing is not worth it.
Yeah.
This is true.
Right, it's more important to keep your opponent off of their plays than to make my own plays. We're seeing it's just an evolution of the game that we didn't really see in the national season. We're seeing here at Worlds. These players are coming in and developing these strategies in order to beat the boogeyman of the format, Crimson.
I mean, Might be a new one.
Yeah.
Trunks Vegeta.
Trunks Vegeta, yeah.
That's the boogeyman for Crimson.
Yeah, I think so. All right. Oh, and that's a Frieza. I believe it's Divine Transformation. That's the alt art.
I believe so. That is from the Summer alt art.
That is correct. Yeah.
GenCon, and yeah, that one is an interesting card to have in hand right now.
There we go. Yep, and we're just gonna play it. Again, very powerful card. It has barrier. If your opponent negates the attack, you can choose up to 2 of their energy and prevent them from untapping. And actually, no, it doesn't have barrier, but it can't be removed by effects, right?
Right.
So
I believe so.
When we're assembling our board of big, scary things that will end the game, this is just another good option to have there.
You know, it's really interesting to see the pace that Philip has been playing throughout this entire match. He is very head first about his game plan.
He is so committed to it.
Yeah.
I think what is happening here is that he keeps looking down at his side of his field and saying, this isn't what I want yet.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do anything until I get there.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you said, it just takes a lot of patience to play that way. A lot of patience.
Totally patience, but also planning. A lot of strategy.
Yep.
You know? And it's getting closer and closer to that.
There we go.
I think Philip really recognized that, like, the battle is what is generating value for Crimson.
Yeah.
The less times I'm in battle, whether it's in the leader or towards the leader, or to a battle card, which it doesn't have any, it's better and better for Trunks Vegeta.
All right, and this is a little bit of a scary attack here. So we're going to attack, play our Trunks. Trunks is going to draw a card.
Yeah, auto effects first.
Yep.
Did you guys see that draw?
Yeah, it was a second Emperor.
A second Emperor.
Oh.
All right, there we go.
This is a replay of last game, it looks like.
So we're going to use the Crimson Leader to take the life and then take the life naturally from the damage. We're now at 5 life, meaning a Vegeta surmounting could awaken us. I feel like maybe he should have comboed.
Wow.
Maybe he should have comboed during that battle in order to get a Z energy and get some Saiyans in the drop area. That way he could awaken.
Yeah.
Although it does look like he has the Golden Avenger as well. So this battle will go through if he decides to go that route.
Can't forget that Gohan Unison does have blocker, if I am correct on that. So if he does end up doing that, at least he can have some protection that way.
Okay, so we're going to see an attack.
But we will see.
Responding with Release from Evil.
Yeah, this, the no's just keep getting bigger and bigger through the capital letters through these cards. You can't see it. It's secret text. It just says no on it.
Yep.
But do we see the counter?
Yep.
And we do.
We're going to say no to the no. We have the counter.
Yeah, this is a good one. He's basically saying, I need to get to where I need to go.
Yep.
You are getting to where I need. Baby Avenger is going to progress that game state in order to
draw one and bottom deck the Trunks. Now the attack continues. We're going to use our leader ability.
But that's 2 life that the Crimson leader takes, correct? Because of the Emperor U7 Frieza?
No, this is the 5-drop. Yeah.
Oh, I can see it. Okay.
Yeah. I know it's super blinged out, so
it's hard to tell a little bit. All right, so we're down to 4 life. Our Awaken is online.
Tommy making it a little awkward, but I think we can get there.
All right, do we need to combo maybe one more Saiyan to get there?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go, 15, getting that last Saiyan in there.
It is unfortunate that he had a swing unawakened.
Yep.
Because he can't get that extra draw, theoretically, and as well as that extra energy.
All right, we're going to get 3 brand new cards to our hand.
Yeah, that's really strong. We talked about it before.
And how do we capitalize here?
Start looking through the hand and start getting some options. I think it's going to be hard to get through this board, and as well as that Unison. And I know that Antoine is expecting that Universe 7 Frieza to come down.
Yeah.
You learned after last game, that's for sure.
Yeah. Although only a couple negates, which are some of the best negates that we can see through Mecha Frieza, that secret rare is basically a negate. You know,
Right.
at a certain point.
All right, we're charging one of our Emperors. 2 up. 2 energy up. And here we go. We have our Emperor of Universe 7 coming down again.
There we go. 1 open energy for that negate that I was talking about before.
Yep.
But the bling down signature rare Universe 7 Frieza comes down again in the World Championship
There we go.
semifinals.
Yep. And we're going to attack with it. All right. And again, this is counters, autos, activates.
Will this be the turn that we find our first finalist?
It's very possible.
It's very possible.
It's super, super possible.
You know, we still have the neg 3 in the unison, still have the leader ability, and our opponents have 4 life. It just, man, this Frieza just cuts off so much.
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of cards in hand, but it is super, super taxing.
And the secret rare is coming down.
Well, I mean, you know, we talked about putting it on last game, and now we're doing it again. Non-leader skills still are good.
And it's the activate battle. So
Oh,
we're
the
critting a
activate
life
battle,
to
okay.
activate battle.
Right.
And you have to be really careful. You know, you have to crit a life for that Videl too, so you have to be really careful what you put down.
What a beautiful solution to the problem of Crimson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say about it, man?
Yeah.
He found an option that no one was really thinking about.
Yeah.
He actually got there. I think that's really what the issue is, getting there.
Okay.
Wait, but we see the Gohan 8.
Gohan. Yep.
Wow.
Burning 2.
Gonna get rid of it. Back down to 1 life. This is now.
I don't know about this.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Gohan rest. Play the secret rare, rest the Gohan, and draw a card. Now we're down to 1 life, and we're
There's
going
a 40K
to swing.
swing.
That's a big swing. We still have
Draw a
Oolong
card.
in our Z deck as well.
No combo.
At least he doesn't have to crit for this.
That's right. Getting rid of the Frieza
There's a bright
was
side.
a play.
We tuck 1.
Oh man, not being able to use that Ultra Instinct
There we
Kamehameha
go.
as well
25.
is a
Yeah.
deterrent.
Getting another super combo off the super combo. That's exactly what you want to see.
Oh man. A lot of good cards if you had at least 1 more energy.
Yeah.
And we already used that leader effect, so it is looking a little tough.
And another super.
And the third.
Yeah.
Hey, that is a start.
And again, I'm telling you though, this 40K swing is not the only one.
No, we got a ton coming. Really needing something like a Zeno super combo, honestly, to get 1 energy back so you can start using some of these energy manipulating extra cards.
There's a block.
There.
Oh,
Wow.
Commentator's blessing.
Wow,
Yeah,
was that super combo get the other 3 super combos?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, speaking of super combos, we don't see a Zeno super combo.
No, he drew it, yeah.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he drew it.
Oh, I thought you said
That's what I'm saying. I think the first Vegeta drew the other 3 super. Hey, look, if you're going to get out of this hole, that is the start. And here we go. We were at 1 life.
Yeah.
We neg 3'd our Gohan Unison. Again, it gets triple attack +5. Our leader also gets +5. And we are just going to start putting it on.
It is the pressure.
Yeah.
Capital P.
There's the Zeno.
There's the Zeno, like I said, yeah.
Yeah, this really enables him to get a little further in this defense.
You can even pick up a Sensu Bean if you...
You probably have to.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. Because we already have one in our hand, I believe.
Yeah,
We'll
just
see if that's the case.
And he's counting to see how much energy he can utilize.
Because these 20K swings, there's more where that
Yeah.
came from.
Oh, yeah.
All right, picking up Beerus destroys.
What do you guys think? Do you think he should have went all in here? Was that the play?
I don't think you have to go all in here. I mean, you have quite a few more attacks. I mean, you know, you can just pick at the hand and then go all in on the leader, you know?
Yeah, I get
The benefit to slow rolling this
Yeah.
is you create more opportunities to create Z energy.
Yeah.
If
This
you'd
is
like
true.
to use your Z deck for
Yeah.
additional threats.
This is true. We haven't really seen too much Z energy on Phillips' end, but I think that's going to change really quick.
All right, there's our Sensu Bean. We have 2 energy up. Wow, the Vegeta find the other 3 super combos was huge. Like I said, if we are going to get out of this, that is how we need to start it.
I don't know if we have any targets on the Beerus destroys, but it's nice to draw a card at least.
Exactly. 1 energy, draw 1.
Still 2 more swings on the Gohan Unison. We are looking down at the last game.
Oof.
Possibly.
Possibly.
And the second swing.
Swing with Gohan again.
Just double checking the Frieza. That alternative art is throwing him off.
Us too.
Yeah.
Okay, Dimension Magic.
Okay, just going through the processes for this.
Okay. No. All right, now we are swinging with the Frieza. All right. And it looks like here, cards in hand, quite a few, but we are out of energy. Getting rid of the Freezer on board because, you know, our opponent's leaders are 20k, the 15k can't really attack into it. And here we are. Looks like we're going to go in here.
Yeah, he knows that he can't really do anything else. He saw all of his super combos. Zeno super combo came down.
Yep.
Didn't use any of these sensu beans, I do believe it'll use.
Yep.
And now we're going all in on the possible last attack of this game.
There we go. And a Chomper for good measure.
Is that 70k?
Let's count it out.
30. And he's scooping Philip Tarpini and we have it to the finals.
There you go.
And the crowd
We're gonna
goes
see
wild.
Emperor of Universe 7 coming in so clutch.
We saw two of them.
We saw two back-to-back games won off of the back of the beautiful signature rare Emperor of U7. What a tech choice.
Do you guys remember when people complained about like catastrophic blow, which was like pay 1 energy, do 1 damage?
This is
he paid 7, do 4.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Infinite amount of burn life there.
Yeah. And this is what we see moving in the worlds, right? We have the top players in the world, and they are going to find ways. The boogeyman of Crimson, they are going to find a way around that. And we found that in Emperor of U7. So negate the leader, get as much energy as I need, and then go in all in one turn with Emperor of U. I'm so excited to see that card. That is crazy.
It has been such a roller coaster, and as well as just, it's just been so exciting just to see all of the techs, all of the choices, and just the precision that was made by Philip. It was a great game overall. Antoine did great. The French champion goes down, and we're going into the finals with the Italy champion, and as well as the England and Singapore Asia champion with Wong and Oliver still battling out on the other table.
And you know, Philip said, I came here for experience. It looks like he came to play. It looks like he came to win.
Yeah, he was. It's always the most casual, casually like nonchalant people who are the best in the shadows.
Yeah.
You know?
One of the really fun narratives to think about is in the U.S. I think the conversation has been around Crimson Goku is the best deck, and it's not negotiable.
Right.
But now we have this international talent coming in for the top 4 of the World Championship and saying, no, the solutions do exist.
Yeah.
You just put the time and energy into finding them.
And this is
all 7 energy.
This is two different ways to say that.
Yeah.
Through Philip and as well as Wong.
Exactly, yeah. It just, like you said, it just seemed like they all came and they were just ready for the Crimson. So it seems as if the strategy that they kind of developed in tandem was don't attack, stop the leader swing, and we will get there, and then we will establish our game-ending bombs. So excellent strategy they came up with.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that was the last Crimson in this tournament as well, right?
Yeah,
so
it was.
We actually don't have a Crimson on the other table. We have Beerus and as well as Gamma.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going right now?
It's hard to say. Like I said, Gamma has a lot of these cool options against Beerus, but if we see them, we see them, you know? We have stuff like, I don't want to say too much, right? Because they're still
that's
playing.
fine.
So yeah,
that's
we'll
fine. You're good.
We'll talk about it.
I think overall that last match, again, came down to the precision on Philip's end and just being on the back foot as Antoine. Just saying no to his leader abilities throughout the entire game and as well as generating an advantage. You know, we saw the sparking, we saw the token negate taking life every single time that he could, and that generated hand advantage in order to see the Friezas, the secret rare, and as well as all of the evolved targets that he needed. So I think we're just waiting a little bit. I think we have about 25 minutes left
Oh yeah, quite a while. Quite an exciting matchup we saw.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how there's not going to be a Crimson Goku leader.
Yeah, that was kind of the expectation, right?
Yeah.
At least one.
Yeah, we found a way to play around the meta, yeah.
Yeah. I might as well ask the golden question. If you guys had the chance to play in this, or even the LCQ, what would you guys pick?
You know, I'd pick Gamma. I'm a big fan of that deck. It's just, you know, they say, like, go with what you know, and that's been my favorite deck for quite a while now. And it just seems like a strong choice, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I haven't had much opportunity to play in the last couple days, but I definitely would have thought a lot about Beerus. I know that was a leader that a lot of conversation was around it, and there were some moderate, respectable results by every stretch of the imagination. I really would have went deeper into trying to fully understand how strong that leader was, which clearly it is.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I can agree with that. For myself, Gamma would have been a huge pick. I think it would have been, for me, between two options of, do I kind of want to win, or at least do decently through Gamma, or do I just want to have fun, get a little more experience, and play the rogue card in Supreme Kai, you know?
Yeah. And we saw Supreme Kai in the top 8 of the LCQ. Yeah.
We did.
Really making a splash. You know, maybe I'd have played set 1 Broly. Why not?
Yeah. Don't tease me.
Let's discard. Cards in hand? All right, let's discard some of those.
None.
All right, and of course, so we have a yellow Trunks Jito. What an amazing strategy. That was crazy. And again, our other two semifinalists, Oliver and Wong, are still playing it out.
Yeah, we have all the judges over there.
Yep.
Just, taking a peek. We have everybody in our venue. Thank you for being here, by the way. We see you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we see you guys.
All right. And yeah, I guess for those at home, I guess let's talk about the venue a little bit. So we have some extremely cool things in this venue, right? One of the things that we can see directly is the Dragon Ball game history. That spans all the way from the 1980s to today, through all different eras of gaming, all different consoles, and it has every Dragon Ball game you could imagine, all the ones you remember, and some you never knew about because maybe they were too rare, maybe you just never saw a commercial for them.
Yeah, this is true. And I mean, it also includes some of the Japanese releases that have been throughout the history as well, which, you know, we may have gotten a port over here in the U.S., or may have not have. And I think we were talking about one of the games yesterday on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
Which is
Legacy of Goku.
Legacy of Goku. What a classic game.
Legacy of Goku.
1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2, yeah.
Absolutely.
The number of
amazing
AA
games.
batteries that I wasted on the school bus in junior high school on that game.
Yeah.
Woo-wee.
I think I had my my parents buy me something for the Game Boy Advance to play that.
Yeah.
It was the light
Yeah.
that went over
Yeah.
the Game Boy Advance.
The purple corkscrew light
Yeah.
that tipped over. I had that too.
Now that I look at it, it looks so primitive. Like being in 2023 and looking at that, I'm like, wow, they really just sold a light to the Game Boy Advance.
The screens weren't backlit back in the day.
Yeah,
You know, these kids today, they don't know our struggles, you know?
Yeah, they really don't, man. They really don't.
The late 90s and transcendent or transparent off-color gaming systems. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, I love that. I really love the stylization of it. Of course, the release of the SP was really cool, so that way I can play some more Dragon Ball games as well. It was just overall a really good time and really just nostalgic, which is the whole thing about Dragon Ball, to be honest, and one of the reasons why we play this game.
It's cool because it's a property that, you know, I know based on our age group, you know, it started when we were young, at least in America. You know, it was on our television channels, and right at the beginning of the internet, you would go to websites and you would look for Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? It's like, well, what about this episode that I missed? You know, it's like maybe you got home late from school one day and you miss an episode of Dragon Ball and it's devastating. So the first thing you do when you get the internet is you try to find episodes of Dragon Ball or maybe even the manga, you know?
Exactly. It's cool that it is a generational thing, right? Like it has nonstop different products and shows and animes and etc., right? And that has been really shown earlier today, before we even started, when we were watching the Dragon Ball Superhero Hero movie.
Yeah.
Right? And like I think we were talking about before, when we're no spoilers, but
Yeah.
the crowd was definitely going wild.
Yeah.
And I am very happy to know that this newer generation or current generation gets to experience that in a different way that
Yeah.
we could.
I have younger brothers, and they love Dragon Ball too,
Yeah.
It's so funny to see that experience. At me, when I was a kid, I used to watch Dragon Ball Z on TV, and even the original Dragon Ball. And now they get to watch Dragon Ball Super on TV. It's just such a cool thing, like you said, generational. It's just a very cool thing to see.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It is super fun, and overall, like I said, I'm just super happy to be here, and I think everybody who's at this venue is feeling the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
True.
I guess while we're talking about the game and the IP, who's your favorite character?
Gohan.
Gohan?
Easily. Yeah,
Really?
I mentioned it in our LCQ tournament.
You did, yeah.
That this is the best format ever because of Crimson and playing the Gohan Secret Rare. That the art for it, the effect for it, the character, everything about it, I really like.
Yeah, okay. What about you, Zap?
I'm also a Team SS2 Gohan fanatic.
You can't get away from that scene. You
It's-
literally
The
can't get
hair
away
was
from
so
that scene.
cool.
Yeah.
The one single bang.
Yeah. It was the chills. It was
You know-
the chills when that happened.
That is respectable. Of course, great choice. I'm going with Trunks.
Okay.
I'm going with Trunks.
It's a high quality.
Fan favorite.
His
like, super fan
entrance
favorite.
into the series is unmatched.
Yeah.
Coming down out of nowhere, I'm watching this for the first time. Yo, who is this guy? He's gonna fight Frieza,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden turns into a Super Saiyan, something we'd only ever seen Goku do at that point.
Yeah.
And just in the course of one episode, destroying Frieza and King Cold.
Yeah.
Just
I think what made Trunks really cool is that we went through an entire journey from the original Dragon Ball for Goku's like legacy, basically.
Yeah.
Legacy of Goku too.
Yeah.
And we went into Dragon Ball Z. We went to Planet Namek, and we ended up going Super Saiyan for the first time. Sorry for the spoilers. And the thing about it is that when Trunks got introduced, it was like seeing like, oh, wait a second. I thought Goku was the only sole proprietor of Super Saiyan, and kind of flipped your whole world around when he just wiped out Frieza within 10 seconds.
That's right. So what you're saying is Trunks is him.
Yeah, he's that guy, man.
He's that guy.
He is that guy.
All right.
And that guy might just win a world championship.
That's right. And here we have
This is true.
Trunks Vegeta teaming up with his father to perhaps win a world champion, at least in the finals of the world championship.
Right, and I think we had a quick update that Oliver, our England champion, has won game 1.
Right.
We are, and I do believe Wong won game 2. So we're currently in our game 3. Someone can correct
Nice.
me if someone is listening, but I do believe that is the last update.
All right.
Coming down to the wire, and it looks like about 16 and a half minutes left in the round.
Yeah, but game 3, that's pretty surprising. Both of these decks can go the long route, Beerus especially, and I'm sure Wong is very happy to go the long route with that leader ability to tap 16 and automatically win the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, Gamer's going to have to find a way to get him off of those ramp cards and then also find a way to pressure that life,
Exactly. Which is just super cool, right? There's 2 things about it where Beerus is a, set 1? Set 2 leader, right?
Well, okay, original Beerus set 1.
Original,
This is the reboot Beerus from set 9.
This is great. Yeah, that's what I was getting to, where we have had the opportunity to basically have access to a lot of different reboot leaders at this point.
Yeah.
And it is, again, transcending time to their 5th year anniversary to really bring it back to the basics for Beerus. And I could probably speak for a lot of other people when looking at the 16 energy effect that no one's going to get that off. We're completely wrong about that.
Completely.
Yeah.
It just shows how you can take a combination of support for different decks, and sometimes it only takes really one card to break that, right?
Yeah.
So we saw, this card this has been available since set 9, right? The combination of the 6-drop Vegeta into the early game rampers with Whis Destruction Aid and the Whis Z Battle card.
Yes.
And then you have the defensive power of the Majin Buu Unison. These are all combinations of cards that you can take, and it just makes the deck better and better and better.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, that's what I do like about this game. we continuously get support in a lot of different sets, expansions, promotion cards, things like that. And that really enables you to play your favorite deck, favorite character, favorite leader, whatever it may be. And while, again, our boogeyman is the Crimson leader, it is making it pretty clear that if you put the time in to different leaders and as well as different decks, you're going to get there. And you're going to be able to do what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really love seeing the evolution of the game based on players. You know, players want to, obviously you come here to win, right? And so you come here with that strategy. It's great to see the evolution of a format. A lot of things have changed since Nationals, but not so much that we're seeing like these huge sweeping differences. What we're seeing are small adjustments that decks are making that were already good.
Right. You know, that's...
Please,
that's
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you know, it just really comes down to putting the time in. And I think this is what Andrew Duvall actually said during his interview for the NA National Championship, where, you know, anybody can do this, right? Anybody can put the time in, be consistent, really study your deck, and really study everything that you need to do, and become a champion, basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. Okay, so we have an exciting finals coming up. We have Yellow Trunks Jita versus the winner of Gamma versus Beerus. So let's talk about Yellow versus Blue, right? What are some of the things you think the Yellow does well and some of the things you think Blue does well?
Yellow tends to have a lot of cards that are either very, very strong or they have insane utility. In the right situation, they have over-the-top power levels, or they're very average across the board. We talked a lot earlier about how the margin for error when you're playing Yellow is much, much smaller. You have to have a very specific game plan. You have to know exactly what shots you're going to call and then execute those correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blue has the flexibility of being able to play often on both players' turns to different levels of impactfulness and trying to make the right gauge on how often do I lean on the gas on my turn, how often do I play reactionary based on what the opponent's doing. As long as you can read the room, that's where Blue tends to thrive.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, you know, time and time again, we see the strength of Blue as the energy manipulation. More energy just means more plays, whether that's offensively or defensively. It just provides a huge advantage.
Yeah, for me, you know, it really comes down to card choices. It's pretty obvious that Blue has a lot of good stuff within the battle, right? So Ultra Instinct in Kamehameha, we were talking about Crimson as well as just in general. Also, Ultra Instinct in Kamehameha, we still have access to Sensu Bean, we still have access to the 6-cost Vegeta, right? And all of these things generate value. For Yellow, it really is kind of like a mitigation, an answer type of card pool. And it also has some of the best floodgates that we've seen really outside of any other color.
Yeah.
Greedy Oolong is also a card that Yellow has access to that is very different than what Z-Deck looks like for other players. Yellow, I would say, having a traditionally weak Z-Deck by most metrics. However, being able to pick any card on the field, copying its attack stat, for 1 energy, getting a 40k swing or higher is unparalleled.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see it, I don't believe, in these matches, but it's really good. You know, it's it just becomes a copy of what you played, whether it's the Gohan Piccolo's secret rare or even the what was the other one? The Frieza, basically.
Yeah.
Which are pretty beefy. You know, they're really quite good.
And to be fair, the only reason we didn't see it that game too was because we got there before it needed to come out.
Yeah, it was just another option in his coat of card pull, I guess.
Yeah. We see a crowd gathering around the last players playing.
Yeah, I don't think the camera is really catching it, but there's a good amount of people just watching and waiting to see who's going to become the finalists and the grand finalists.
Yeah. And it's got to be so exciting. Moving on to the finals of the World Championship. Got to be crazy.
And we say that like it's the only tournament that's going on. We have 3 tournaments going on: Dragon Ball Legends and Dragon Ball FighterZ, both which are probably hitting about the same climax right now.
Yeah, I think they did their own LCQ, at least a form of it. I don't really know the complete details. I know that FighterZ is doing a world tour, and as well as Legends is doing their own type of tournament too. But you know, we continuously hear the hype.
Yeah, you know, talk about electrifying. Yesterday, we got to be in the crowd while some of the FighterZ games are going on, and they go crazy.
Yeah, they really do. They
Very
really do.
exciting, dynamic. It's exactly what you want to see. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah,
and it's so fun to be a part of. Just being in that crowd, feeling that energy, man. It's really almost nothing like it.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their own sort of narratives and storylines and people from different locations and representation and things like that. We have our Andrew Duvall. They have their somebody.
Yeah.
And their own like rivalries and,
Right.
and people like Marcus Cansarsi and different champions like that. And
They're
it's
just
a
like
different
us.
form. Yeah, just a different form, same passion.
Man, how cool is it that we're in a room with people around the world with this shared common interest?
This is true. This is true. Like even in the LCQs, I was talking to a lot of different people from England, from Italy, from Asia, from you know, different places. And it's also interesting that, you know, obviously through this age of the internet, you know, you get to see people's usernames and different screen names and really just add that up in. And this is like the perfect opportunity to do it because it is literally an international and world event.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see that.
And I love, as a U.S. player that loves the United States, that we got outplayed.
Okay, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm happy to see very much like a little bit of diversity, but you know, I have my own like fan favorites and you know buddies and stuff like that. But,
We gotta give credit where it's due.
Yeah.
The non-North American players, the international players, they put it down, man. They really did what they were supposed to do. They did their homework. They play tested like they were supposed to. It was interesting, right? So if we look at the top 8 LCQ, it was 5 Crimson decks and 3 other decks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every North American player, except for Marcus, was playing a Crimson deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting because it's very clear that like in our meta, we really like this deck.
Yeah.
And the players who play Crimson are really preparing for the mirror match.
Yeah.
But the international players were kind of going around and they were saying, well, let's not prepare for the mirror match. Let's find the strategy that beats this deck.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
and I think we've seen it pretty beautifully executed by the players today.
this is also like a big factor in this type of tournament, right? Where we know all the players, their play styles, we know their history, we know where they where they became a champion, and what deck they played, which is probably synonymous to what the deck they're playing today.
Yeah.
And of course, we go back to the North American meta and narrative, right, of Crimson. So, yeah, shout out to all the international players, and as well as you know, the non-NA champions that have come and joined us today.
Pretty crazy.
And what I love about that story is that, you know, when I think about card games back in the day, the 90s, the early 2000s, you would go from state to state playing the same card game.
Yeah.
And your metagame would be different. You'd be coming up against entirely different decks. Now, in the modern age of the internet, it's much harder to do that. But to hear the national and the international, that conversation still being relatively different,
Yeah.
it hits me a little bit in the
Yeah. I mean, there was always some sort of talk about, you know, what is Europe doing? You know, what is Italy doing? What are they playing over there? And seeing their types of deck lists and their meta sort of come alive in their own way. And now we're just seeing it in person. You know, now they're literal clash in the World Championship here at the Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2023.
Yeah. Now, it's funny that you said that, yeah, because we still travel state to state for card game, for Dragon Ball
This is
events,
true.
you know. You know, I drive all over, I fly all over, you know, to play Dragon Ball, or to commentate Dragon Ball.
Yep.
And we do see regional meta does exist. So if I go to this state, if I go to Florida, it's this way. If I go to Virginia, it's this way. If I go all the way to California, it's a different way, right? And now we're seeing that at basically the biggest scale where, oh, in France we do things this way. In Italy we do it this way. North America, we're going to do it this way, and so on and so forth. You know, really interesting to see the development of the meta through different eyes of the people.
Yeah, totally. I think you guys can let me know, because I'm a West Coaster, right? You are an East Coaster?
Yep.
And
East Coast.
Right. So what would you say your region's playstyle is like? Because I'll give you mine after you give me yours.
It's a tough one.
So I've always viewed there's 4 subsections of the U.S.
Okay.
There's Northeast, there's Florida, there's Midwest, and there's West.
Okay, you did not just say Florida.
Yeah.
Did not just say Florida,
No,
but you're kind of correct. It is basically the card game mecca, right? Like,
yeah.
that is true.
I think the Northeast traditionally has the most what's the word that I'm looking for? The most textbook. I'm going to write a narrative,
Fundamentals.
and I'm going to stick to the narrative.
Sure.
I also think historically, being a little bit off kilter and playing unique archetypes is really important to my regional metagame.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, being a Floridian myself, it does sometimes feel like we're our own little region because we have
And we have an update from the side table here. Oliver Simmons, European champion, will be moving on to the finals!
All right. Woo. Shout out to Oliver. That is incredible. 2 different regions, 2 different parts of the world coming together. Philip and Oliver, Trunks Vegeta versus Gamma in our finals. How do you guys feel about that?
This is an all-time classic. We've been seeing this
For
matchup for like a year now.
Yellow, yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, blue and yellow. No surprise. You know, historically, we've seen the last 3 NA Nationals do that. We saw it in the last World Championship as well through Icarus, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it is a reality now.
And here is the game changer. And if you take this out of context, nobody would have ever believed you if you said it.
Sure.
We've never had a green card in a main deck. I can think of a U.S. national championship. Definitely not in a world championship. Well, no, we had Wang Po on the green Broly.
Yeah.
But seeing green cards in the world championship, that's
It's absolutely astonishing. And as an update, in terms of the match, it was absolutely incredible. We had game 1, Oliver going in, doing the aggro, and hey, when you're going up against Beerus, that's what you're going to see. A lot of pressure to try and make sure you can't get to your turn. Going into the game 2, Beerus goes first, ramp 16. Oliver has an incredible turn, draws the secret rare just a turn too late, not able to deploy the additional threat needed for the last little bit of damage. And then going into game 3, same thing. Gas is all turned up the entire way, swing, going into post turn 6. Mechicabra denying the 6-drop Vegeta, stalling for one more turn. Poe having to draw, pass, and then going in once again. So an absolutely astonishing match. Absolute shame we weren't able to feature it, but the energy was electrifying. Absolutely awesome to cap off the semifinals of that match.
Yeah,
and
that's...
Now, not a crimson in sight for that finals.
Yeah, we were talking about that. No NA champions in our top 4, and as well as now are in our finals, and no crimson. Wow, that is a shakeup. I don't know how else to explain that one.
Yeah, 100%. I think the coalition, like I was saying, right? We were talking to the players from Europe, Italy, Asia, and they're all like, there's 2 things we need to do. We need to beat Crimson. We need to beat the Americans. Number 1 was done in the first rounds.
Yeah.
Number 2 was done in the second round. And now we have a Gamma versus Trunks Vegeta finals.
Yeah, I mean, that is the traditional finals endgame type of thing going on with blue and yellow being, again, showcasing being the strongest colors ever, or at least currently.
All right, so as a quick reminder as to how the finals are going to play out, it will be best of 3, all of which every round will be 30 minutes. So every round will have its own 30 minutes plus overtime, and then there will be the tiebreaker decide the winner of that round. The first round will be played out here in the card game stage, with the rest in the main stage. So gentlemen, we're jumping into a Trunks Cheetah versus Gamma finals. What do you guys expect to see in this matchup?
This is a great question, right?
I want to see Emperor's U7 freeze again. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to see, right? More Emperor of Universe 7, some 9-drop cells coming down. You know, I'm interested to see. So Gamma is a blue deck that plays very differently than Crimson. It can get that Awaken without attacking. It can get value without attacking. So the strategy that was deployed in the last round we saw is not going to be the same as the strategy moving into this round, you know.
And that's just kind of what you get when you go and choose a deck that has such a good matchup against one deck and then middling for the rest of the board, right? You can get into this final situation with it, but if that finals is not the deck you're expecting on the other side, you might be in trouble.
That's right. But again, you know, Trunks Cheetah just, it's a very like centralized engine. You have your 1-drops and your 3-drop EX evolves, right? So your engine kind of works around a very small core, and you add a little bonuses to that. So stuff like the Unison, the Gohan Unison, right? And if you see a card like Emperor of U7 and you decide this isn't the matchup for it, we can just kind of go ahead and charge it, you know what I mean? So one of the cool things about the way we play Dragon Ball is just that, like, this card is not good for this turn. I can put it in my energy, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do know that there was a lot of work put into this Trunks Cheetah deck to beat the Crimson matchup, but that's a blue deck, right? And you are still going up against a blue deck. Zap, how much of that overlap you think is going to help our Trunks Cheetah player going into the first game and maybe get that one up going into game 2?
So what is really interesting about the strategy is I don't think Gamma can do too much the turn that it hits, that U7 Frieza hits the board. I do think that Gamma in general has more access to removal, meaning that it's not going to stick on the field for multiple turns. You could employ that same strategy. I'm not convinced that that will be optimal, but I would love to see if it is.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will be very interesting here to see a finals, both players fresh to that position, and there is that pressure. We talk about time and time again, you know, the national champ difference, the world champ difference, and now we've had these fresh faces who are able to take this new spin, this new energy into this position, and we'll just have to see who's going to be able to play under that pressure and see who can walk out on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and something, again, like you mentioned it already, but we are in a different format for this final. So generically, you have 30 minutes to finish a game, and if not, you have that end of time procedure. So it's almost like 3 Swiss rounds, right? 2 or 3 Swiss rounds for that. So that's something you have to really adapt to for this, and I don't think that's going to be an issue with Philip, though. He's playing really quick through those games. He knew it was his turn, then his opponent's turn, back and back. Like, knew how the matchup went, but this is not probably the matchup he was hoping to see for this finals, and that might make a difference for his gameplay speed and just everything else.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm just really interested to see the adaptation. This is something we talk about all the time, but the adaptation in between game 1 and game 2 and even maybe game 3, you can see like top-level players doing little small things differently. So I'm interested to see, we're going to see a huge adaptation from gameplay again, right? So the strategy of just negate probably isn't going to do very well against Gamma because its strategy is not centralized around its leader. Whereas, you know, so that strategy might not work, and we can go into a different strategy of adaptation from the yellow player.
Yeah, 100%. In that same tone of that adaptation, we saw how much work the Emperor Frieza put down, right?
Yeah.
And basically, the way any card deals with it, it'll be a battle card that needs to come into play via an effect. It'll need to proc an auto. That'll then be another effect. So at any point in time where we see that Frieza come down, it's going to have to come with the asterisk of, okay, and now to deal with me, at minimum, you're taking down 2 life. And like you said, with adaptation, how are we going to work around that? Both players know that that's an option on the field. How do I play around that? Do I get in before I have a chance, or can I deal with it once it hits the board?
Absolutely.
And something that Frieza doesn't have any inherent protection, right? So sometimes it's just, it does 1 damage because you use 1 skill to get rid of it, and that's it. But I don't think Gamma necessarily has a lot of defensive tools. We did see in the last matchup, the 8-drops on Gohan does have an option, but that's 3 energy, and technically it's 2 effects, is right. So it does burn the 2 damage. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else from the Gamma player that could reactively get rid of that Frieza without, you know, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like a
alternate win con in its own right now because
Yeah.
it's like a sub game within the game. No longer am I just trying to get you to 0 life. There's a world in which I'm trying to get you to 2 life. And
Right.
now it basically equates to the same thing because to be able to push in for game, draw additional cards, or apply skill effects that allow me to close out the game, I'll need to sack off those 2 life or 1 life, depending on it. So it creates a sub game within the game, and mitigating that is probably going to be a big question for this match.
I think another thing that thinking about against the Crimson compared to Gamma is that Trunks Vegeta didn't attack at all in the early game, even neglected the +2 by swinging with the leader because that was more valuable than letting Crimson Goku awaken. But Gamma's going to awaken almost no matter what anybody else does. So you could see the same endgame plan, you may or may not, but you definitely can see the same, or you'll see a very different early game no matter what.
Yeah, right. As long as Gamma sees that unison, it can guarantee its own awaken due to its alternative awakening condition. And that's going to be very interesting to see because, and also Gamma doesn't need to attack to generate advantage. It draws at the end of the turn due to its own auto. It's very interesting.
All right, so one more quick update to the rules. This will be a best-of-3 game leading into a best-of-3 match. We have the European champion, Oliver Simmons, in the red. We've got Philip Tarpini, the Italian champion, over in the blue. This is game 1 of the World Championship Finals, and I'll be passing it off to my amazing commentary team to get us kick-started. Gentlemen?
All right, and it looks like we are ready for our finals. Finalists, we are about to begin. The World Championship Final Game 1 starts now. All right, we're just going to hop right in here. All right, so another thing, okay. What are some of the early game pieces you think Gamma wants to see in this matchup?
You definitely want to see your unison. You definitely want to be able to do, and it just really depends on if he changes his playstyle for this. For the first game, he just wants to build advantage, not give him any resources and burn the damage, right? And something that's good about this matchup too is Yellow does have Release from Evil, which can totally turn off the Gamma effect. Not only not get the draw, but also denies any chance to get the 3 energy back at the end of the turn. So that leader's probably not going to be doing a lot of swinging either, but you will try to get value where you can.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely correct. Against Yellow, Gamma cannot swing with their leader. We saw Release from Evil in the main deck, and that card is so powerful, it just completely turns off. It's just, you also, the cool thing about Gamma, though, is it doesn't draw when it attacks, so you're not really incentivized to attack with your leader either, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something that the unison is really important in this matchup for Yellow, and Green does have some removal with the Jiren in the Z deck there, which you do have access to due to the blue-green cards in the Gamma deck. So that could be something that could get rid of that unison, which would start getting a lot of momentum for you and getting some interaction. So we'll have to see if that makes a difference.
Right. And again, and so on the Trunk side, obviously, what do you want to see in this game? It's the same thing you want to see every game. You want to see a 1-drop and a 3-drop because, the hyper consistency of the deck it's just there. As long as you see either of your 1-drops, you can awaken because either of them get a Vegeta, right?
Yeah. And then something I want to just mention too, like that yellow Frieza, it was known in a deck. It was in the Universe 7 Frieza, which got card draw without having to attack, right?
Yeah.
And in a modern game like this, Trunks is probably the closest analog to that, where you do get that advantage without giving your opponent an attack every turn.
Yeah.
And when Z energy is important, when having to do activate bow is important, and not giving your opponent those opportunities is really big.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. It's interesting you bring that up. I guess, I didn't think about it like that, but now I can kind of see it. All right.
Favorite of mine, so it's always on my mind.
Oh, dude. Plenty of games with that deck, for sure.
Yeah.
Taking a second to check out these deck lists as the game's about to begin. Seeing if there's anything particularly interesting. We do see the Inward 18 Measure the Strength. Not even a scratch is another interesting card.
Yeah. So that was a great card against Crimson again. So the strategy against Crimson was negate, negate, negate. So not even a scratch is such an interesting card because you can negate with it, and then the next turn, you can pay 1, warp it, and draw a card. Kind of like a mini Son Goku Saiyan Instincts.
We'll have to see who goes first here. That's going to be super big in any of these matchups. So,
yeah.
Especially for Gamma being able to set up a little bit more, being able to get to the unison sooner, and we'll see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I saw them doing the dice roll, but unfortunately there was a shade on top of one of the dice, so I couldn't make the difference.
Again, this is our finals here today. We have 30 minutes of regulation for this game 1. We'll have tiebreakers for the game, and then we'll go to game 2 after that.
Yep. Yeah. So it's kind of almost like 3 best-of-1s put together in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, but you do get the side in between.
Exactly.
And the pressure of everyone watching you.
Yes.
And I'm trying to think of any other things. Like, so the issue with Gamma doesn't generically have a lot of ways to remove barrier. The best card is the Beerus Z battle card. That can help you there, but generically, like the big cell, your big turn 4 play, doesn't get rid of barrier cards. And so I'm wondering if the idea of being able to still build a wide board and get there is still viable for the Trunks.
Yeah, so you have to find a way to interact with the Trunks before playing your big cell, because obviously, if I just play my cell, it'll get rested by the Trunks, right? Yeah. So I need to find, whether that's just playing a 1-drop or, like you said, playing Beerus in order to remove the cell, remove the Trunks. You have to find that option. Gamma is pretty good at generating Z energy. It's pretty good at playing the Beerus. It's just the question of, can I remove my opponent's Beerus? You want to leave it in active mode so it doesn't die to the Vegeta for free,
Yeah. And do we know Oliver's secret rare in this build? Do you know?
It is Beast Gohan.
Beast Gohan, all right.
Yeah, correct. He needed a way to, I asked him about it. He told me he needed a way to close out games, especially against Crimson. He wanted a way to end the game, and of course, Beast Gohan is really good at ending the game.
Very good at ending those games. And if you're trying to set up a board and make it wide and have the unison up, Beast Gohan is incredibly good at just wiping out all of that advantage, doing some pressure, and then trying to get for that W.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the flip side, Trunks Vegeta being able to use the Gohan unison, playing a second copy on top of the first copy, can serve as a similar intensity board wipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would have been really cool if it was like a Cell deck on the other side. Not obvious because I love Cell, but we did watch the superhero movie this morning, right?
Yeah.
And to have that recreated, we're halfway there. We've got Gamma, we've got Beast Gohan, and but it looks like we have the game itself starting off.
All right, looks like Gamma, Oliver going first, charging that 17. And again, what's cool about Gamma is the cards you charge, you get to play them from your energy. We're going to discard 14 and 15, look at the top 5, add a Red Ribbon Army that costs 4 or less, or a Unison. We're going to add that Android 14 Floodgate.
Yeah, I dislike seeing that card. It is so good. The fact that the Floodgate itself is not too great, but it's middling. But how searchable, how easy it is to find it is just obnoxious.
There we go. And we're also going to discard this Android 18. This card is really interesting. It's a cool card we've seen Gamma adapt to, because you discard it and then it gets a similar effect where it just searches an Android. So very cool.
Yeah, really giving Gamma the consistency that we see with Trunks Vegeta. So they're definitely neck and neck on that end of the spectrum.
Yeah. And it looks like Oliver has a Unison in hand, and a great start. Here we are. We're going to see the Vegeta again. What does Trunks want to see this game? Same thing he wants to see every game. A 1-drop. Play our Trunks. Play our Vegeta, grab our Trunks. Or vice versa.
Yeah. And I don't think he doesn't play the Bulma in this list, right?
We did not see any Bulmas now.
Yeah. That usually helps you find a little bit more consistency, but when you see it every game so far, what more consistency do you need?
There we go. We're just going to attack and draw a card. Might as well. Gamma awakens. When it awakens with its alternative condition, it has to go down to 6 life. So it's going to get that anyway. We might as well just attack so we can draw our own card.
Yeah, and I do believe there is a Unison in that hand, so you will be able to awaken right now if you want to. Only issue with that is that you won't be able to use your end of turn effect because you only have 2 energy. But I think that's a small price to pay to get a 15k leader.
And the coolest thing about this Unison establishing at this turn, right, is that he has an Android 18 Battle Begins in his hand that can counterplay the Trunks that his opponent wants to play.
Yeah.
Which will be very strong. We're going to use our Unison's effect. It's an auto. Whenever a player attacks on either player's turn, choose a 0+5 in your drop and combo with it with its skills negated. So this card is just a huge Z energy generator.
That's the reason we play 14-15. A lot of people weren't playing it at first, thinking, I don't need the search, but just having something in your drop area that you can combo with later really makes a lot of sense, especially when we started going into the Z format.
Right, it's just like every turn, I need some amount of 0.5s in my drop to get like this basically infinite Z energy.
And then coming into the late game, being able to use the minus ability on the Android 17, 18 can close out games in a way that's less than anticipated.
Exactly. You know, it's a pretty standard play. You neg 4, give it +10 dual attack, and then replace it with a Majin Buu. It's kind of it's a thing we see with Gamma. Again, talk about consistency. It's a thing we see time and time again.
Yeah, we saw Oliver choosing to use the Android 8 super combo, at least one. That's a decision point, but the fact that it is searchable and an Android, consistently being able to see your super combos. How many times have you played a game and your opponent's like, oh, I didn't see my super combos, I lost, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not why he wants to lose these games.
Yeah. All right, we're just going to attack the Unison. And again, the Unison is an auto, and it triggers on both players' turns. So the first attack of every turn, this Unison is going to trigger. But of course, turn player autos trigger first. And this is just a great way, even if he doesn't, you know, he might not choose to charge his Z energy. This is just a great way to protect markers and protect your own life or your own battle cards in certain scenarios.
Yeah, again, like that Unison just generates so much value throughout the game. It's just really, rough to get rid of. That Black Smoke Dragon that he flipped out of deck, might have wanted to use it this turn just to try to get rid of it, and not the play right now.
Yeah, one of the interesting decision points here being if you put that to Z, if you think you can get another battle card into the drop fast enough, Oliver seems like he believes he can.
Going for the double strike immediately, getting that EX evolve. Oliver choosing to save his counterplay.
Yep, and no counters for that, no negates, down to one marker, and then going into the second EX evolve into that Vegeta, and probably try to swing at that Unison. Any response?
There sure is. Not even a scratch. And again, such a good card. So it's just a 1-cost negate, and then you can pay 1, warp it from your drop, and draw a card. Just like a mini, it's like a mini Ultra Instincts that is a negate. It's pretty cool.
Compared to like the Saiyan Instincts as well, and either effects are just very good.
Yeah.
Only thing you have to monitor with that is a poorly timed top deck of a black energy into your black red into your energy can be detrimental.
Yep. That can happen, but luckily, your 17s and your 18s can fix your energy. So, it's just something you gotta mitigate. But
yep. And so using the Beerus Z battle card, really important right here, can try to get rid of some of these Saiyans on the other side of the board. Try and do the leader swing. Your opponent doesn't have any energy open, so you're not afraid of release from evil right now. And also using the Beerus to get those 2 cards back from your Z energy, your drop, which you can use with your Unison to get back.
And we're going to attack our opponent's Trunks battle card, which is going to trigger our Unison. Here we go. Again, just free Z energy constantly.
And thinking on the response there, it's 15 to 19. So making it 24, getting a Z energy, and it lives.
All right, now, okay. Again, we're going to use this effect from our energy. We can pay 1 and play this 18. She's a 15K crit. When she's played, you look at the top 5, add an android to your energy, and then bottom deck one of your energy, and then you shuffle. So that's exactly the card that fixes your energy. It basically searches, and now he has a cell in his energy for later in the game.
Yeah.
I love the confidence he had in knowing exactly which card in the top 5. Like, he drew the top 5 looking for cell, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and we did see, too, like, Turning the Tide is now in there, too, which just happens to be an android, just happens to fit in this archetype. And being able to have free access to it and like charge it early, and then at the end of turn 6, be like, all right,
I would say one of my biggest strengths are my combos, but obviously there are a lot of high-level players here, and I'm thinking feeling nerves right now. So I've dropped a few combos today, and I'm not really taking advantage of my strength. So hopefully I can turn that around for the grand finals.
Greater than the energy. And here we go, 15K crit swing. There we go. We're just going to put it in the drop area, no big deal. And 15K on leader.
So 5 life to 6 right now, going down to 4.
Going down to 4. Krillin super combos now online. All right, and at the end of the turn, we're going to get our Gamma effect, pick up 3 androids, draw a card, and then put down up to 3. 99% of the time, you're just going to put down 3.
The same one, yeah. Unless you found something earlier with the Android 17 or 18 that you get to play from your energy.
Right, yeah.
You know it's there in the first place.
That's the coolest part. You can add your 18 counterplays. You can add your 17 negates, your floodgates, even your Android 8 super combos, or a different super combo if you just happen to play it. As long as it's an Android, you can add it to your energy with your leader effect or with your 17, 18 effect, and then at the end of the turn, add it right back to your hand.
Another thing interesting about that turn was Oliver choosing not to respect release from evil that turn. Still swinging with the leader despite the fact that it could have gotten negated.
I don't think it
he was tapped out. Yeah.
But he will have to be wary of it now because there is the Gohan SS2 unison right there. It's one of the hardest unisons to remove. It's 20k, gets the +1 every turn, and you play it on turn 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go, 17 Defending Friend, such a good card. Because there is a Z battle card on the field, the auto will trigger for the rest of the turn. If we want to attack, we have to bottom deck a card from our hand.
Again, like this deck just loves new androids, and you're gonna always get them. Like some of the effects are for Red Ribbon only, but for this deck specifically, there's just so much. If you're an android, you get so much free value from it in this deck.
Yeah. And we're just bottom deck a card, and then we're just gonna negate. Oliver making it really hard to kill. The last turn was just set up so well, and now look at the board. He's just having, just has a ton of options here. He really wants this Beerus to survive so he can use its effect to remove this Trunks, I think.
Yeah, Beerus being played on the first turn is all right, but if it lives for a second turn, you can use the 2 energy more easily and just get a lot of value from it. It starts just ramping very quickly.
And we're gonna have to bottom deck another card from our hand thanks to 17. Just a super powerful card. And Oliver choosing to use a super combo, even though he doesn't get to draw, that is how much he values this Beerus.
I value it that much too. It's going to put a lot of work, especially since it's really the only consistent barrier removal in this deck.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot more than one card draw worth of value out of this.
And again, talking about release from evil, we might even see Beerus using its effect before it attacks the first time, because if you swing the Beerus and it gets released from evil, that's a little scary. And we're choosing to attack with the leader here.
Just deciding to not respect the release and not getting punished for it.
No response. Not having a card in his drop area for the unison. Sometimes that can happen.
Yeah, you have to it's a lot of management for those areas. Sometimes you don't want to put in the energy just to make sure you have another target the next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going after the unison here.
He's got that one card already ready. Put it out there. All right, swinging with the unison.
Yep, and we're going to attack the unison again.
No negate on that one.
All right, yep, and we're just going to combo with the 18. She's definitely already gotten her value here.
And it looks like paying 2 with the... Oh, it's another Beerus? What's coming out of there?
Oh, there we go. The Jiren the Immovable, such a strong card. So when it's played, you select a green card on the field, and it can't be removed from skills for the turn. And then it has an activate main. You can put cards from your Z energy in your drop to remove X amount of markers from your opponent's unison. So he can choose to put 2 Z energy in the drop here and remove 2 markers. And then he gets +5 and double strike if you remove 2 or more.
2 or more, yeah. So this is exactly what I was talking about before the game, where having that potential for unison removal, something that we saw was so much value in this previous match, can just switch the tempo up very quickly.
Just one of the few instances of a mono green card. It was primarily blue and blue-green deck.
Yep, and of course Trunks resting this when it comes out.
That might be the only green card in this whole top 8.
No, there's a 17-18 right there.
Only mono green card.
Right, fair enough. All right. And now we're just going to swing with Beerus, release from evil off the table. Yep, using its effect. Just get 15. Yep, common with 1. And are we going to see the Beerus effect to remove the Trunks, untap it, and it gets dual attack? So powerful, this card. And it's going to gain +5 every time it attacks. Now it is a 20k. So this thing is just going to get harder and harder to defend.
Yeah, and something too is that when something has dual attack, you usually swing with it twice, but sometimes just being able to say, I can end my turn with it in active mode, and then I can start attacking with it again next turn, a lot of value.
Yeah, that's an option. He can choose to just swing 20 here and then leave it in active mode again. You don't want it in rest mode because if your opponent has another 3-drop Vegeta, the EX Evolve one, he can just kind of clear it for free.
Yeah.
So, you know, plenty of options on the way you want to proceed with the rest of the turn.
Let's see if he decides to attack. He does. He decides, you know what, I'm ahead so much. They're probably going to still put some resources to try to get rid of this Beerus. And honestly, Gamma gets a lot of value by them trying to attack you and you being able to have the responses for it.
And there we go. Pick up 3, draw 1 card, put down up to 3. Again, 99% of the time, you're putting down 3 always. doing a great job of just keeping the board clear, keeping the pressure on. And now his drop area is just full of cards for his unison to charge, you know? It's nice. You love to see it. And are we going to see the floodgate here?
We sure are.
Here we go. All right. So it has to discard 1 for cost. And for the rest of the turn, if your opponent attacks, they have to discard 2 cards from hand. Choosing to discard that 18, and we're going to see a tyrannical blow negating the effects.
Oh, nice. That is definitely the kind of tech that you would expect for a matchup like this, being able to essentially counter your counter, and just got a lot of value for it.
There we go. So it does still negate the attack, but the floodgate effect is not active. Oliver a little low on cards in hand. He's got a lot of cards on the field, but not that many in hand. And of course, that auto of that unison is always going to trigger no matter what. We're going to pay 1 here for a Trunks. Oliver deciding to let that one go through. He might want to save that counterplay for the Vegeta. Again, we don't want that Vegeta to attack and remove our barriers for free.
Game of small hand size not always meaning small access to cards, though, as long as you're covering the energy area.
Asking for cards in hand again, yeah. Just what, 3 or 4 in there.
Looks like 4. Again, huge field, and again, so much access to that Z deck. It's basically like he has 7 more cards in his hand because he has so much Z energy. All right, that's the first Beerus down.
Yep. Starting going into 5 energy, and this is like where like Gamma starts taking over. If you're able to get into this spot, he's still at 6 life. You can really start getting away with it. You know, he is running Turning the Tide, which can just end the game on turn 7. So if you're able to just keep the pressure up and not, lose, you can really capitalize on that.
Absolutely. He has so many options of how he wants to proceed with his turn. He could play another Beerus, removing the Trunks. He could kind of just attack with everything. He has a neg 4 on his unison as an option. So many options here of how he wants to choose to proceed. And we're just going to go 15. We're going to see a robotic riposte.
Trying his own floodgate. Looks like it is resolving.
Yeah. And of course, robotic riposte does not affect unison, so if he decides to neg 4, he can get 2 25K swings.
And that looks like exactly what they're going to be doing.
And there we go. All right. So robotic riposte effect is if your opponent attacks, they have to rest 1 of their cards. It just does not include unisons in that text.
Correct. Yeah, and making sure you're right. Look at the card. Oh, it does do that. All right.
And here, this is a 25K dual attacker now. That's what the neg 4 does. And again, 25K, just a great number to attack with because your opponent has to super combo and then get an additional card out of their hand.
Yeah, so it's almost always means you have to get at least 2 cards out of hand.
Yeah.
Jiren the Unmovable also sitting there as an opportunity to pump itself up to lethal.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, like I said, just Oliver having tons of options here as how he wants to proceed with the rest of the turn. We're just going to go with another 25K swing. No combo, no real need to. It's real scary going down to 2. A lot of really powerful double strikers.
Down to 2, all right. We know double strike is really prevalent right now, and so that's any of these attacks could be the one for this game.
Yeah. At least, Oliver not having a ton of cards in hand, super combos not being live yet. It's going to be pretty hard to, get this Jiren up there. We might see, a different double strike come down. Like I said, we do have access to sell, but we have to deal with that Trunks first. We got to find a way to get Trunks out of here.
Or at least activate the Trunks effect.
Right, activate it, and that's exactly what this 17 is going to do. Look at the top. This one has barrier, so it's a 15K with barrier. So Trunks is going to trigger, but the barrier is going to prevent it from being rested.
Yep, and then looking at top 5 to replace an energy that you might want later in the game, like exactly that. That Android negate, so good. Being able to search it. You're feeling very safe this next turn.
And here we go. So the Trunks' auto has now been procced. You can play something like a cell without it going rested. And there we go. We're seeing 9-drop cell being played.
What a menace in this deck.
Yeah, this card is such a menace. And getting another one off of the leader effect.
Hey, can we just switch those? You look just good.
Right, I want to play the
board.
SPR.
Come on.
All right, so this card has a lot of text. It has dual attack. This turn it gains double strike. When it's played, you bottom deck all of your opponent's cards, and if this attack is negated, Your opponent has to bottom deck a card from the hand.
Yeah,
All right.
Once per turn. Time Magic, though,
Once
is a
per turn.
really strong card for
There
it.
we go. Time Magic's going to prevent it from untapping, but he does have to bottom deck due to its effect.
Yeah, but that also pretty much turns off any turn, any more attacks for the turn because it's not going to be very likely to swing with the others. So
there we go. We're going to pick up 3. I'm going to put down
1,
the
2.
dual colors and then 1 more.
Oh, it's up to 3, right?
It is up to 3, but all right. And again, we have such a huge board, and we're still at 6 life. You know, Philip has the hard task of deciding, like, how do I clear this board while also advancing my own win condition? I'm at 2 life. You know, it's hard to pressure life because you're just giving your opponent more resources, and it's hard to pressure life when you're staring down this, like, really intimidating board.
5 threats is nothing to shake a stick at.
Exactly.
But something that could happen is that just if you're able to pressure down this unison and start getting your advantage for it, it means something like Android 18, that could be a counterplay that they have in hand, doesn't become live, and you just have to start deciding what are the decisions and just being okay with that attack going through.
And we're going to get both of our autos. Trunks auto first. Play a Vegeta. Vegeta. All right, looks like the Vegeta's going to play a Trunks. And then, of course, the Unison also triggering, picking up one of the cards from the drop to put in the combo area. Man. In order to knock a marker off this Unison, he's going to have to combo a card.
Yeah, and you know, early in this game, we saw that he did do that double strike pressure to say, you know, if I get rid of this Unison this turn, you know, I can just stop all the value it's getting, because right now, that Unison is just carrying this game. It's getting more and more value every turn.
All right, and here we have a Vegeta played. Are we finally going to see the 18?
We sure are.
All right. So if you have a blue Unison and your leader's an Android, it costs 1 on your opponent's turn. Bottom deck of 4 cost or less being played. Play itself, it's a 15k blocker. Just a super powerful card. And this is going to protect the cell from that card.
Yeah, because if that Vegeta was able to attack, you would be able to get rid of anything in rest, ignoring barrier 2. So very strong if it was able to attack with it, but getting that around it is very good.
Absolutely. And again, you know, Oliver not having a ton of cards in hand, but still having great options. And again, we have to consider with Gamma, even if he doesn't have plays from hand, he has plays from energy and plays from the Z deck. So
sure does.
He has a ton of Z energy. This Unison has put in so much work. This is what happens when you don't have a Black Smoke. Like you really got to deal with that Unison.
Yeah, and I remember when Black Smoke was first revealed, it was like, oh, this card is going to stop decks from existing, and you can still play these Unisons, and you still can get a lot of value from it because they still have to see the card, and if they do, 2 energy is very expensive in yellow.
Especially Unison like 17, 18 that gets advantage the turn you play it. Getting that Z energy, getting that extra 5k.
We're going to see a pass back to Oliver. Philip does have quite a few floodgates in his hand. I'm going to charge that super combo. The beauty of Gamma, super combo, it's not giving me value now. I'm at 6 life. I'll eventually be able to pick it back up.
Yeah.
That's another reason to play the mono blue one, because the multicolor ones do have energy exhaust. We're going to swing with Cell first. Cell is not a double strike anymore, but you want to bait the floodgate with this attack because the auto still triggers. They do have to bottom deck a card from their hand if they negate with it. And then the Unison, of course, going to trigger. We should have a counter for how many times this Unison auto triggers.
Yeah, I think it's probably gone at least 12 markers by this time, right? Like it's gone so many markers this game. The fact that it's an auto, you get the marker and not a plus or minus effect, means you can do it and the -4.
Right. Yeah, just a super powerful card.
If you have another Unison in hand, you can tuck it underneath, get 1 more marker, and then you can do another -4 this turn.
Exactly. And we're going to swing, have to rest a card, and we're going to rest our leader. Again, we don't want to attack with our leader because of Release from Evil, and we're just going to see another riposte.
He's like, I want it to be my turn again. Like I am,
exactly.
Please let me have 1 more turn.
Again, so he would have to rest 2 cards in order to attack with any non-Unison card. And of course, we're going to just attack with our Unison. Just 15.
And I believe Oliver has a Unison in his energy. If he wanted, he could have paid off for it and then played a new one for a second swing.
All right, we're just going to negate the attack. It's really hard for Oliver to attack with anything. Like, he could do it. It's just, it's kind of hard. He has all this energy. It might be a better option to just, like, play something from your Z deck than spend your energy to attack.
Because I'm looking at Cell. Cell could be very good. Even if you don't attack with it, you can generate a lot of advantage by not only getting rid of all the cards that are on that board, but deciding to use Beerus instead.
There we go. And again, just you have plays from your energy, plays from your Z deck. It's crazy.
And I think this is really like one of the first decks that can really take advantage of a multicolor Z deck where you have so much more options than everyone else. A lot of decks like the 7 energy or 7 cards are big, but the Cell right here.
There we go. Here we go for Cell. Playing Beerus to trigger the Trunks. Now Cell is going to put any 5 or less under it. Does not ignore barrier. So many battle cards and they don't fit in the area.
Yeah. So he could put some pressure if he wants, but looking just to end the turn instead, and choosing the 3 good cards to put back in that hand.
There we go. We can again. I'm going to build my board, and we can pressure next turn. You can only have so many robotic riposte. 3 are already down. At most, you could only have 1 more.
Yeah, this is just like another scenarios that we were seeing today. Like hand destruction could be very strong right now if it was able to get like the hold of it, because a lot of these players just have 3 or 4 cards in hand, and 1 card difference makes a huge difference.
Right, and here we are attacking the Unison again. Again, Philip having just such a hard task, having to clear the board while also just still having to deal with 6 life.
I just love the intimidation factor of looking and seeing Oliver put a super combo in energy and saying, I know I have so many defense. I don't even need this right now.
All right, we're seeing another tyrannical blow on another 14. You know, one of the things about yellow, though, is it doesn't have Sensu Beam. So all these 15K attacks are going to be live as soon as floodgates, as soon as there's no more floodgates. Every 15K attack is going to get a card out of the hand as soon as floodgates are off the table. You know, Oliver just very comfortably playing with such few cards in hand. He hasn't had more than 6 cards in hand in like 3 or 4 turns now.
Yeah, but when you can use your energy as your second hand, which blue-green Android decks love to do right now, it doesn't really matter.
And now playing the Black Smoke and choosing to draw 2 with it.
Very interesting. They could have used it to remove the Unison, or does it have 2 main markers right now?
7.
It's 7. It's 7.
Okay, yeah. So he could have done that, but just choosing the cards in hand more important right now.
Right. He might just need some defense. I mean, and a Dark Broly overrun coming down. This will be a good way. Is he gonna? Which cell is he gonna go for?
Yeah, seriously.
The critical one that can untap itself, or the dual attack 30K?
Probably the dual attack 30.
Yeah, I think that one might be a little bit scarier here. Yeah.
Inclined to agree.
Choosing the other one though.
I mean, the only thing you can really attack is the Unison, right?
Yep. Our leader, but.
Yep, he wants to keep that Unison 5 marker so he can utilize the neg 4 just in case his opponent has robotic riposte. He wants it to stay at 5 markers. Oh my goodness. Did you just see the card he drew? Oh wow, what a top deck. How much energy does he have?
Oh, he's got a lot.
Oh man.
He's got a lot.
Does he have 7?
He has, I believe he does. I
Oh
believe this
my
is turn
goodness.
7. We're going to see if turning the tide, I mean, it's not really turning the tide. The tide's already in one way.
I know,
It's
right?
increasing the tide, if anything.
Increasing the tide, yeah. Right. It's hard to tell. Does he have? Just a little bit hard to tell. I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to start with the Beerus effect. Again, doesn't want to play into Release from Evil by attacking with it first. Very smart. And we're just going to attack with Beerus.
Floodgate number 3.
Frieza.
Or 4, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. All right, the good news is I have my Unison swing, and I have all these cards I can rest if I need to.
Yeah, you don't even mind resting your own energy
All right,
by the end of it, right?
At this point, we're just going to go for the Unison, swing 25.
Oh, see, there is
Oh,
the
my
4th
bad.
one. All right, all right.
All right.
You were looking ahead. You were looking at the next one.
Yeah. Man, 2 turns back to back, Frieza. That is certainly one way to get a little more life out of the game.
Yeah, this Frieza's been around since last year's
Long
Yellow
time.
was doing well then. It was in that deck. It's still seeing an appearance, and yeah, it's just a big terror.
All right, we're just gonna play our other cell. That's gonna bottom deck all of the non-barrier cards, preventing all that combo power from the field. And again, this turn it gains double strike. He does have to rest 2 to attack with it, but it has, just such a big attack style. And we're gonna attack with our cell.
A 5th Mecha Frieza?
Yeah, hopefully.
If that, then we got some issues.
There you go. All right, we have the time magic, and we're gonna Sparking, maybe? No, we're gonna pay the energy for it. Okay, he does have to bottom deck a card from his hand. Does he only have 1 left? Oh,
Yes,
1 card
does.
left. All right, and now we can just swing. Do we have enough cards to rest? That is the question. There we go.
Hey,
Gonna use the Jiren. Gets +10 and double strike here. And we're gonna swing, resting 2. This is a 25K base double strike. There we go. And we're going to combo with everything.
35?
35 so far. Just 35.
I don't think we can get out of it. That's 30 on board.
30.
Yeah, just letting you know the 10K. Yeah,
There we go. That's game 1. Oliver taking game 1 commandingly.
What a uphill battle that would had to have been for something like this. And again, when you have a deck that's so pivoted against one specific matchup, you'll play it, you'll win. But in a finals right now, it's going to be very tough to adapt to something like Gamma.
Excellent.
But if anyone can, has to be Philip.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It can only be.
Man, what an exciting matchup. Yeah, we saw basically all the strengths of Gamma. We saw not needing to attack to generate advantage. We saw a counterplay that can prevent your opponent from playing cards, charging your super card. He stayed at 6 life that entire game. Philip did 1 damage to him the whole game, and the 2nd damage he took himself.
Yeah.
Very strong showing here.
So we saw the Trunks Cheetah player there seeing basically everything. So there's a lot of positions there deciding, what can I do going into game 2 to adjust? Very briefly, guys, going into game 2 before we go on a quick break, what do you guys think we need to see from our Italian champion here to push through the absolute insane plays that Oliver's been making?
Yeah, more board management. I think the board becomes so big that eventually you're going to run out of floodgates and still go down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that said, everybody, we will now have a short break. At 3 o'clock, we will be having a special live performance by Hironobu Kageyama. So it will be absolutely exciting. I'd love to see you guys there. And after our live performance, we'll be back with Game 2 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship, Game 2 of the finals. With that said, we hope to see you guys again soon. Don't go anywhere.
But before we go into the finals, we brought some exclusive videos to Battle Hour just for you guys. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Let's go. Wow, a whole new game. Dragon Ball games have been more popular than ever right now. And you guys already know this, Budokai Tenkaichi in the West, Sparkling in Japan and Asia. There hasn't been a new installment for 10 years, but the series is set to return. So who's hyped for this game right now? So the game is still in early stages of development, but the team made this video especially for you guys at Battle Hour. So I know there's a lot of excitement in this room right now, but stay tuned for more information. What a way to head into the final rounds, guys. Let's give it up. And now it's time for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 2022 Finals.
All right, everybody, and we're back. Oh.
Tournament with fierce competition. The #1 player from this fierce battle versus the winner of Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour LCQ. Tonight, who is the strongest DBSCG player in the world? Are you ready? Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 2022 Final Round! It's finally here!
All right, everybody, and we're back with the final match to decide the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Champion! On the commentary team will be myself, Espira, and my wonderful co-casts, Brian from Stage Zero and John Carlo. We'll be commentating here from the main stage, but the battle will be taking place over in the card game stage, but you'll be getting all the action right here. And with that said, here come our finalists now. First up on stage, we have Oliver Simmons from the European Finals. Having won out against Wang Ho, the Asian champion, to get to his placement today. And his opponent going up on stage, we have Philip Tarpini, the Italian national champion. Having fought off against the Crimson Goku deck that's been terrorizing the format to take the last one out. Both players will be taking their seats and beginning shortly. Just a reminder on the format. It is a best-of-3 match. Every game will be 30 minutes with overtime procedures. We had already taken down round 1 by Oliver Simmons with his blue Gamma deck over the Trunks Vegeta deck that is piloted by our Italian champion. We'll be jumping into game 2 here. Gentlemen, what do you think Philip needs to do to be able to move past the game 1 loss and hopefully flip the bracket around and go to a 3rd game final?
Oh my Super Saiyan God, I cannot believe what we just saw here on this stage. It was an absolute pleasure to be in the room for that. I'm super hype after that. What Philip needs to do is better board management. We saw Oliver Simmons developing a board of extremely powerful battle cards, and Philip just slowly was getting out-advantaged by the attacks every single turn.
Yeah, I totally agree. Here's the thing. A lot of you in the crowd, maybe even live streaming or watching the live stream, might not know what's going on. But what you need to know is that Philip needs to rethink his game plan just a little bit. There's going to be a lot of things that Oliver is going to throw at him as far as threats, and all we really need to do is try to mitigate them.
Yep, absolutely. And to those at home who may be new to the Dragon Ball card game, the point of the game is to get your opponent from 8 life down to 0. And to do that, you utilize your powerful leader card, of which we'll be seeing Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 on the blue side, and the Trunks Vegeta on the red side. And
Oh, flip that around. And then what we were trying to do is play out incredible battle cards to be able to punch through our opponent and get down to 0 life, utilizing a bunch of awesome strategies, a bunch of different card types. You're going to see all of that here, as both strategies actually lean on every aspect. They both have incredible unisons. We've been seeing the Android 17 and 18 do a lot of work. We've been seeing the Gohan in the yellow decks put a lot of pressure against these blue decks. Of course, both players getting ready for the Crimson matchup and having taken them out in the top 8, now moving into this final.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to the people who may or may not know, or even our veterans in the crowd who are cheering on these competitors, again, just like you were saying, it involves battle cards, the leader cards, could be your favorite character, but it really goes back to what Dragon Ball is about. Battling it out, having the most endurance, having the techniques in your deck, and as well as the skill to back all of that up.
All right, and it looks like we're ready to continue the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 2022 Final. Okay, finalists, we are about to begin the World Championship Final. Game 2 starts now. All right, and you know the great thing about the Dragon Ball Super Card Game is it requires so much skill to play. You have energy management, you have character management, leader management. All these type of things are in the fundamentals of the game, and we've seen both of these players masterfully use that. We're going to see Philip going first, paying 1 to play the Trunks. Now, Vegeta. Now, Vegeta effect plays Trunks right from the deck.
100%, turning on the ability to be able to awaken in the later turns. And of course, this is game 2. Both players were kind of staring at, the unisons that the other player were playing, or some battle cards that are hard to deal with. Both players now being able to bring in Black Smoke Dragon means that we now have solutions to those. The good chance that the board's not going to look as gunked up, and now the game's probably going to lean more on tempo than just pure board control. So we'll have to see how they utilize the new cards that they brought in to be able to mitigate the matchups that we saw in game 1.
Absolutely. We're going to see the first damage dealt. Oliver attacking Philip to deal the first damage. Of course, when you attack with your leader, you get to draw a card. So it is beneficial to be aggressive in some scenarios because you get to generate hand advantage. He's then going to discard the 14-15, look at the top 5 cards of his deck, and add a Red Ribbon Army android to his hand.
Yeah, just like how we saw that movie earlier today, it is very much on theme with this Gamma deck. So again, we're going to see all of these androids come about. And we saw this in the last game, again, this being game 2 out of 3, where it just kind of got out of hand. And Philip really needs to focus in on his field in order to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to see the very standard but very good Trunks Vegeta play here. You're going to attack with your Vegeta, combo your Trunks so that it goes to the drop area, and then when you attack with your leader, you can replay the Trunks from your drop area, generating even more advantage.
Yeah. Well, what the cool thing about this game, of course, is, again, the leaders, where we're looking at the awakened leader. So basically, as you go down in life, just like a real Dragon Ball battle, you get to awaken. And now it's a stronger leader where we're going to get a few different or different and more powerful effects.
That's right. We're officially Super Saiyan 2 right now.
Yep.
And with the new form comes a bunch of new abilities, ways to draw more, and like Giancarlo was saying, more advantage. And these players obviously mitigating that to the finest. Not only do you get hand advantage from drawing more cards, you get board advantage from being able to play cards from your discard pile, meaning now you have another threat that every time you attack into your opponent, they need to lose a card from your hand that you didn't have to do. So now you're whittling down their options and potentially opening up more opportunities to be able to take their life.
There we go. We're going to see 2 quick EX evolves, establishing more powerful characters on top of their previous forms.
Now, I'm going to ask the question. Now that we see the first couple turns here, do you think Philip is on the right track to take down Oliver, or is it a little too early for that one?
Yeah, of course, it is a little too early, but he's in a much better position to deal with the Unison. We saw Oliver play his Unison on turn 2, and it stayed on the field for the rest of the game. Now Oliver is going to have to not only find that Unison, Philip will be in a much better position to attack it. He has already several battle cards established in order to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%, especially since blue needs more energy to do the things it does, right? Whereas yellow, you can kind of tap out, you can commit out, you can go down to 1, but you'll always have the option to go into a riposte, right? The ability to shut down what your opponent is doing is much more viable in yellow, versus blue, you're going to have to commit more cards into it, more energy. You're going to have to put a little bit more work. So being behind on board definitely makes it much more tougher for Oliver, especially since now he needs to board control and get back the tempo of the game, especially given that we do know Philip has the option for the Emperor Frieza. And at the moment that that comes down, Oliver's life effectively needs to be up an additional 2 just to account being able to play the rest of the game.
And I'm not sure if the rest of the venue heard us when that actually ended up happening in our last group of matches, where a signature, very shiny, high-cost Frieza came down, and we were just going wild, because we haven't seen that in, I don't know, a couple of years?
TOP format, which
while,
is almost over 3 years when the last time when that card was meta relevant. And that's the beauty of the game, right? You can always look back in the archives and see those awesome techs that read incredibly well and in the right meta are able to put you in a spot where you end up in the World Finals.
That's right. And of course, the signature rares are very special, very sought after, high value, special rares signed by the actual voice actors. And it was a really great thing in our community to have that. All right, we're going to play the unison here. This is going to allow for the Awaken, and we're going to finally get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and we did mention, blue does require a lot of energy. We see that with the upside down cards, for those who don't know, where it can play higher cost threats. However, with Gamma, it has a very special ability. At the end of the turn, you grab a bunch of androids, up to three, and place them again, which effectively gives you extra energy to go on your defensive turn.
Yeah, 100%. In terms of style, if we pin Trunks Vegeta into being the more board control, I'm going to have a lot of blockers that you can't deal with. I'm going to go super wide. Gamma leans more into being a tempo deck that plays on both my turn and your turn. Not only am I going to be able to expend all my energy to be able to push out threats on my turn, on your turn you're going to swing into me. I'm going to have defensive options, and I'm going to have the ability to play out more cards so that when it comes down to my turn, I'm able to kind of crack back.
Here we go. And speaking of more cards being played, we have this Android 18. When she's played, look at the top 5 cards of your deck, put one of them in your energy, and then shuffle one of your energy back. She is a 15K critical attacker. Critical means when you deal a damage with it, instead of adding to your hand, it goes to the drop area. So you are providing aggression that denies resources. A very strong early game strategy.
I might have lied last time. I said Gohan was my favorite character. Android 18 is a close second. Can we get some Android 18
Yeah,
fans
I think a lot of people would agree with you there.
There you go, there you go. We got one.
There you go. All right. And again, yeah, just comboing with these 1-drops. You want these 1-drops to continuously go to the drop area. That way you can continuously play them with your leader. The more 1-drops you play, the more value you generate.
Yeah, and the beauty with this card game additionally is that you do get to then, after you use your early cantrips, those small cards that draw you more advantage, you can combo them away, which allows you to power up the attack of whichever attack is going. And then with the Zenkai mechanic, you're able to then store those cards away to play even more powerful cards later turns.
And we got the other twin here. We have the 17. So these cards are very similar. They have the same auto when played, put in energy, shuffle it back. The difference is this one has barrier, which means it cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. So if they have an effect that says choose this card to KO it, they can't actually choose this card. Very sticky, likes to stay on the board, hard to remove basically.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about yellow, specifically this deck. We're looking at 2 barrier threats with these guys, the Trunks, the Super Saiyan Trunks, on the board on Philip's end, where pretty much it's going to be really hard to deal with, and they have blocker, which means basically if someone's going to attack you, you can block with them and make sure it goes to that instead of your life.
We're just going to see a leader swing here. Again, whenever the leader attacks, you get to draw a card. Just like in Dragon Ball, everything is aggressive. You want to be making a lot of actions, doing a lot of plays, and a lot of these cards draw cards because we want to keep that high tempo up.
Yeah, the amount of options are absolutely incredible. You always have the opportunity to be able to do something. You're never down and out, and every time that you take a damage, the card goes to your hand. So just like in the show, just like in the games, the more you're dwindled down, the more you have an opportunity for that Zenkai boost to be able to crack back on your opponent.
Here we go. We're going to use our leader's effect. Put the Vegeta under this card in the drop area and give it double strike. That means it deals 2 damage instead of 1, and we're going to knock 2 markers off of that unison. I think Philip is going to take this turn to try to get rid of this unison so Oliver does not get a crazy amount of value from it. And now it's down to 1. And let's see if Oliver can protect it. Using a 17 defending friends, so it will not trigger its auto. This is just a 1-cost negate here.
Which isn't too bad. We saw it in the last match, or the last game, I should say, where that unison, every single turn that it was there, it generated value every single turn for Oliver. And to get rid of that is going to be a big thing for Philip.
There we go. And we have the EX Evolve powering up that Vegeta into a Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. And we're actually going to counterplay another Android 18 coming down here. If you control a unison, you bottom deck the card 4 or less being played instead of it reaching the field.
Yep, and because the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta evolves on top of the Vegeta on board, the Vegeta will stay on board, so we will see the attack here with that Vegeta and then go for the combo.
Power of the Super Saiyan coming in, doing its best, a free tap down, switching something to inactive, drawing a card, and it's going to be a really good target for that blocker 18.
We have a clear line of attack into this Unison. We need to find a way to kill it. And here we have a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan Unison. This card is exceptionally powerful. Unisons have plus and minus effects. This plus effect is every turn draw a card. So drawing an additional card every single turn is exceptionally powerful.
Yeah, not to mention it is one of, in my opinion, one of the best looking cards in the game. Seeing the art there, and really good effects later into the game, getting that triple attack. It also enables getting the release from evil, which is such a huge counter to the Gamma's effect, not allowing to effectively switching things to active mode and grabbing things out of their energy.
Oliver discarding 14 and 15 again. Look at the top 5 at a Red Ribbon army that cost 4 or less, or an additional copy of a Unison, and we're going to grab another copy of the 17.
Yeah, so like you were saying, Brian, the sequencing is huge here. How do I not lose to the release from Evil? It's a card that did a bunch of work against the Crimsons, preventing them from being able to awaken. And here effectively saying that depending on how you sequence, you're not going to be able to play out the turn that you want, right? And it's both of these decks trying to stack up so many abilities that say, okay, now I need to play through X, Y, Z to be able to execute my game plan.
Yeah, totally.
Adding an Android 8 super combo to hand by discarding the multicolor 18.
Yeah, both of these effectively free cantrips, you basically replace itself as long as you find a target, are super good in this Gamma deck because half, if not more than half of your deck are androids. So, and those are really good. A super combo basically being a free draw 1 10K instead of a measly 0.5K that it normally is really big.
Here we go. We're going to swing that 15K into our opponent's Unison and combo our 17 defending friends. Now, when you combo, at the end of the combo step, you can put one of those cards into your Z energy. You use Z energy to summon extremely powerful Z battle cards.
Yeah, we might see a Jiren again. That last Jiren was really good.
Here we go, a Majin Buu Unison. What do we call this card? A menace?
I mean,
the Menace to Society for sure. I mean, 4-cost Unison draws you an additional card, reimburses you on a whole energy, and then it's just a blocker. It is one of the hardest cards to remove and has been one of the most pivotal cards in the entire format since its release.
Call it what it is. It is an agent of destruction.
And that's what it does. It destroys. And then it double strikes. So not only is it one of the best attackers in the game, having very little ways to be able to deal with it, although thankfully here the Trunks Vegeta deck will be able to keep it in rest mode, at least for this turn. It is also one of the best defenders.
We're going to see Gamma's extremely powerful effect. At the end of the turn, pick up 3 of your androids in your energy and put down 3 androids in active mode. That basically allows you to tap out offensively every single turn and then get all of your energy back for strong defensive plays. And of course, Majin Buu also untapping an energy at the start of your opponent's turn. Now, if you see that, he just spent 4 energy to play a card, and on his opponent's turn, he just got all 4 of it back. That is the total benefit of Gamma. You get basically a full turn on both players' turns.
Yeah, my turn, and then our turn.
Our turn.
Our turn, right. Yeah, it is actually interesting to think about where you have so many options within that 3 to 4 energy range, and basically they're free. You're not really getting punished outside of maybe a 1-cost barrier card that says no to the Majin Buu effect.
Here we go. We have that Frieza Divine Transformation. It cannot be removed from the field by effects, which means this Majin Buu's Neg 1 unfortunately cannot target this card. Philip is doing a great job of playing these barrier cards, playing these cannot be removed cards. It is very difficult for their effects, for an effect to remove them from the field.
And we talked about the powerful cards. One of the powerful cards is that Android 14 2-cost counterattack, which basically is going to play directly into that Frieza, saying, hey, if you want to do that, you're not going to be able to use 2 of your cards.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going after the Majin Buu Unison here.
Yeah, I think you just need to clear it out of the way, right? Because the longer that sticks on board, the more cards that Oliver is going to be able to draw, and the harder it is for Philip going to be able to break through, especially since by itself, Buu can deal with 2 cards. And unless your card has protection, which thankfully the Trunks Vegeta deck has a lot of, it can hit anything, which means if the secret rare ends up coming down, then that's going to be an easy way for it to deal. So we deal with the Buu, and then we go and press our tempo against the leader.
Here we go, and Buu down to 1 marker, and we're attacking it again. Can Oliver protect this? All right, getting rid of the black smoke, and there we go. Majin Buu is down. A huge benefit for Philip here.
Yeah, that's a big one. Only because, hey, you're just saying you just don't get that advantage anymore. You just don't get that draw. You don't get that energy. Let me make you work to get back to that.
Yep, Philip here just developing such a huge board. It's going to be really hard for Oliver to get rid of all these cards. He's going to need a lot. He's going to need multiple Z battle cards, maybe even a Kami, in order to mitigate the aggression that he's going to see every single turn from here on out.
You didn't mention Kami. For those who don't know, this is Game 2, which allows these players to actually sideboard in, which means it's a separate deck from their main deck, a few cards here and there to actually help within certain matchups. And of course, Kami is a really good one in order to go against some of these barrier Trunks cards, which is why they're in rest mode, because he kind of knows. I'm going to swing with these because I already know they might be gone later into the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get the usage of the card when you can. Kami is a board wipe when your opponent presents 4 or more cards, destroys 4 or less, ignoring barrier, which is the perfect counter to this deck because almost everything within the deck falls within those costs, whether you're talking about the Vegetas, whether you're talking about the Trunks.
There we go, and we see the secret rare being charged to his energy. Now he's going to have to put that back into his deck because you just don't want it stuck in your energy, right? You want it in your deck so you can draw it. You're going to add a cell to energy, put that secret rare back. What that signals to Philip is that my opponent does not have their secret rare. Now he has to shuffle it back in and draw it later. That's what you want to see if you're Philip. You know your opponent doesn't have your secret rare. Secret rare is a very powerful card you can only play one of in the deck, and it usually just has an insane effect that wins games.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the evolution of metagames, I don't believe Oliver uses or we haven't seen any of the Saiyan instincts, right? So I don't think he's going to be drawing too many cards. He will be filtering. He won't be drawing too many cards like Trunks does.
Here we go. We're playing another 17-18 unison, and we're going to get that effect. We're going to combo with a card from our drop area to generate this free Z energy. And it looks like we're just going to try to trade unisons here. You want to clear mine? Okay, I'll try to clear yours too.
Yeah, I think especially the opening here that Philip has given for Oliver, being rested out does mean that you're not going to have to fight through a riposte. We saw in Game 1, all 4 ripostes make an appearance, which Oliver was able to fight through, but makes it incredibly harder. So this is definitely the opportunity to try to swing that tempo, try to get some board control, knowing that you're not going to have to fight through that tax of having to rest down a card every single time you attack.
Totally agree.
There we go, and we're going to see the first card played from the Z battle deck, and that is the Jiren. This is exactly what we saw last game. Jiren's effect, put Z energy into your drop area to remove markers off of a unison. This is now a double strike, meaning it deals 2 damage instead of 1, and we're just going to continue to try to clear some of this board off. Jiren is, again, one of the only mono green cards we see here in the finals, and it has certainly earned its spot.
Yeah, that's the wonderful flex of being able to run a dual color leader, is the fact that you have the options of being able to add additional cards you don't typically do. So while you are primarily blue deck, there are some incredible green staples that you're able to add in, just like this Jiren right here, to be able to mitigate these edge case situations.
All right, absolutely. Philip deciding to combo 2 cards out of his hand to protect his Trunks, being able to charge one of those to his Z energy.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the evolution and as well as the addition to the game as the Z deck. It basically, on tap, gives you the options that you need. And one of the options to deal with that unison was that Jiren. So we will probably see a few other things like that Cell Z battle card come down again as soon as it's applicable here.
Yeah, 100%. But the big thing going for Philip's way here is that the longer Oliver does not deal with this Frieza, which again is incredibly hard, if not almost impossible for him to deal with the tools that Blue has available, the more work it's going to do, because Blue loves to have its negates. We know that it has its floodgates, and that's going to say, no, if you are doing it, you're doing it once, and then I'm going to have every opportunity to be able to go into you.
There we go. And a super strong card we saw in the last game was the Tyrannical Blow. So if Philip can find those T-blows, then it's going to be really hard for Oliver to floodgate on the other hand. So if you turn off those floodgates, basically that means you can't attack without paying a cost. Oliver's deck makes you discard 2 if you want to attack through that floodgate.
And here we have the swing in with the Frieza.
There we go, Divine Transformation, double strike, going to deal 2 damage to that unison.
Yeah, you still get that Z energy, which is nice. The way that autos work, it still goes through after an attack. And we're going to go ahead and see an attack from that leader. And I believe playing out the Vegeta 1 cost to draw 1.
There we go. Unison back down to 1 marker here. And here we go, playing our Vegeta. Does Oliver have another 18 counterplay for the Vegeta?
Doesn't look like it.
It seems like it does.
That's it. To the bottom of the deck you go, Vegeta. You are not going to see the board today.
That's right. Oliver continuously counterplaying those Super Saiyan Blue Vegetas because it is just that powerful.
Yeah, we did see the Trunks effect coming down.
Oh, and
well.
another one.
Okay.
Another one.
All right. All right, Philip, you need to relax over there.
All right, there we go. Another 20k attack into the Unison, and we're going to use its effect to KO something in rest mode, ignoring barrier, and we're going to choose our opponent's Jiren.
This is not a bad target.
Or actually, we're going to choose the 17 because it has barrier.
Yeah, because it has barrier, yep. I think that Jiren can be taken care of a little bit later if it's still there.
And both players, it's great to watch. Both players are trading boards. They're fighting for resources, none of them being too aggressive. By attacking your opponent's life, you can give them cards to hand, which gives them more options, more resources to play with. And here, both players are in a resource battle. They both know that the quickest way to victory is by whittling down my opponent's resources. And we have another Super Saiyan 2 Gohan Unison coming down.
Well, he's just telling him good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, these three cost Unisons are so good. They get above smoke, Black Smoke Dragon because he only hits 2 costs. And this one primarily has been seeing a ton of work, whether we saw it here today with the Trunks Cheetah deck, we saw it in the Golden Frieza deck in the finals as well. This is definitely one of the cards that presses as much as it can to force Blue into uncomfortable positions.
Absolutely a yellow staple. And again, look at everything that Oliver has to deal with. He has an SS2 Unison, multiple Trunks, SS Blue Vegeta, and just, oh man, that's a tough board to get through. Again, we've seen where they're trading resources every turn. They're going tit for tat, and it's up to each player to find a way to whittle down their opponent's resource pile in order to finish the game. And we see this secret rare. Oliver did draw the secret rare in his hand, the Beast Gohan.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards. I don't know how it's... Well, I guess this would be not a bad time to play it, right?
Yeah.
Although you do lose 2 cards while using the effect, at the bottom deck 2 of them, they have to return everything from Unisons to battle cards back to their hand, and it basically resets the board state.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge tempo play. It's an interesting situation, though, because Gohan does also burn a life.
Yes.
So you're in a position where do I put my opponent down to 4 and then turn on all his super combos?
Right.
There we go. And what do we tap into? And are we going to see it?
Right,
Black Smoke Dragon.
Okay. We got a little tease there. Oh, okay.
All right, so Black Smoke Dragon coming down, getting rested, and he's going to use its effect. Now, this thing has 3 different effects. You can remove a 2-cost or lower Unison, you can remove something ignoring barrier, or you can draw 2 cards. Having just 3 insane effects on 1 card makes this one of the most versatile cards in the card pool. And we're just going to see which he's going to choose. He's going to get rid of one of these barrier cards. That's exactly what it looks like he's doing. Now, also, those Trunks autos trigger automatically. They rest the first card played for the turn, so now the next cards he played will not be rested, which means they can attack. A card in rest mode cannot attack.
Which is nice, because this Black Smoke can't attack anyway. It has a permanent that it says that it can't.
Yeah, it's almost like it has a 4th effect that says, I also turn off your Trunks.
Yeah.
Exactly. And here we're going to see a 9-drop Cell. This card is so powerful. You can actually play it from your energy, and then your leader replaces it. And man, this thing has crazy effects. Dual attack means it can attack twice. It gains double strike, so it can attack twice, and it deals 2 damage each time. When it's played, bottom deck all your opponent's battle cards, and if they negate its attack, they have to bottom deck a card from it. We're going to see a Time Magic, which does do a good job of mitigating the aggression from this Cell, but you have to bottom deck a card in order to do so.
Thankfully, Time Magic does have that sparkling ability where you can take a life instead, which basically replaces whatever you bottom deck. And it also says, hey, you can't swing again with that dual attack.
Exactly. And now we're at 4 life, which means our Krillin super combo is live.
Yep, and here we have the Robotic Riposte, probably one of the most iconic cards since its release, releasing originally in the championship packs. It will negate the attack, preventing it from being able to go through, and then applies a floodgate effect on your opponent. Every single time you attack, you need to rest down one of your cards. That could be an energy, could be your leader, could be anything, but effectively saying I'm going to tax you for every attack. And now that we're in the later stages of the game, we're going to see them doing a ton of work.
You know, it's funny, you mentioned Krillin Super Combo. In front of all these Dragon Ball fans, Super and Krillin probably don't really go together. And yet, with all of these yellow decks, it is probably one of the most played cards that we've seen for yellow decks in general.
Yep, you know, he might not be the most popular character in the fighting games, but he is one of the most powerful characters in the card game because, you know, he draws cards. It's a pretty good effect.
Yeah, that's it.
It's pretty good.
All right, we're still here in the charge phase, deciding on what we want to charge. We're going to throw down Frieza's Army reinforcements. ticking up. Oh, negging 3 the Unison. This is such a powerful effect. The Unison gains triple attack, meaning you can attack 3 times. It gets +5, and then your leader gets +5 power as well. So this is 3 25K triple attacks minimum.
Yeah, and this is almost like bait, right? He's like, I've got this Frieza on board. Go ahead. Try to floodgate me. Try to stop me, because you know I've got something. I could potentially counter your counter and make sure that I'm able to close out the game from there.
Absolutely. And we saw he almost charged his second Unison, so he's probably going to use that Empower keyword to gain more markers. Basically, Empower is when you play a Unison on top of another one, it gains a certain amount of markers. All right, we're gonna negate this Frieza here.
Hopefully we
remember
to
floodgate.
restand this.
There we go.
All right, so we see the negate, and then we're going to have to pay for it.
All right, we're going to pay that cost. Are we going to see? There's Tyrannical Blow.
Yeah, oh my God.
There we go. And we get to rest 2 of our opponent's energy because they use the negate. And not only that, but they don't untap at the start of the charge phase.
Yeah. I mean, the only bright side about this is that the negate still goes through. Only negates the effect where if they swing, they have to get rid of 2 cards out of their hand. But doesn't look like it's going to do much here with that negated effect.
Yeah, and this is the board state that Philip has been building towards, right? I think, you know, if he sits down and he's like, what do I need to build to be able to put myself in a position to win? It's, I need to have this Frieza. I need to make sure I can rest out every single one of my opponent's energy. I need to prevent his floodgates. So we saw that with the Tyrannical Blows. Now I have wide open range to kind of fight in. And Oliver's options are incredibly limited now that he's committed out.
And there we go. There's that Krillin we talked about. Now you're attacking for 35K. Oliver now at 4 life, meaning his super combos are live, and he plays the Android 8 super combo. 0 + 10, drawing a card. And we see 1 right there, and another one, drawing another card.
Although you like to see them, it's not the greatest to use a lot of them, because you can only have 4 in your deck. 2 are left in the deck. Philip knows this, and he's going to take that into account into taking the game here.
We're going to go, and we're going to put some of our cards into our Z energy. And here we go. We're going to hit that Empower.
Which I'm guessing is going to go to 4 markers with this extra one here. And then probably go to 5 markers to a draw. And looking at a 5 marker Unison on the other end is not the greatest.
Right. So this card, again, this card has so many effects. When it's played with 4 or more markers, you check how many Unisons are in your drop area, and you KO cards in rest mode equal to that amount. So here he gets 2 free kills, and he just immediately did the neg 3, getting another
I'm
triple
gonna do
attack.
it again, baby.
I was wrong. He just smells blood.
There we go.
So one option here to be able to get Oliver out of this, you know,
Third super combo.
The Zeno super combo, maybe getting that one, be able to set his energy back to active, and then maybe giving him options. But at this point, it's going to be combo to combo, back to some old school Dragon Ball.
Oh, there's no Zenos in Gamma. There's the 4th Android 8, and like we said, you can only play 4 Android. You can only play 4 super combos, and that right there is the 4th one. Now it's pretty good when you have all 4 in your hand, but now that they're all gone, it's going to be very easy for Philip to just attack.
Yeah, all the information he needs. Philip still needs to get through 4 life, just like Oliver does if it gets back to the other turn or the next turn. And it looks like Philip got that Senkai boost from that musical performance, because he is just going in.
There we go. Checking cards in deck. If you go down to 0 cards in deck, you do deck out. That can be a problem with Gamma. It draws that many cards, but we're going to swing with our leader. Our leader got double buff, so now it is a 25K base leader.
I do believe he already used the leader effect to give it double strike and a boost, but that is no problem. 25K is nothing to scoff at, since he still has to out-combo it, just like every other
We're going to take
here.
it going down to 3. Like, it's just so hard to defend from 25K without super combos.
And he knows this. Philip knows this.
Philip knows, yeah.
And he's still in a comfortable position, right? Like, his aggression could stop, and he would be chilling. He's got 3 energy up. He's got 4 life, so he's up on resources. Cards in hand, very healthy. So now going down to 2, and now we're in double strike range.
Yeah, it's getting scary. It's getting scary. Yellow is the deck to say, hey, do not go to 2.
Yep, and we still have plenty of energy in choosing to pass the turn. Now that Android 18 does not get to untap because it was selected with the Divine Transformations effect, Oliver is in a tough position here. The question is, how do I deal this 4 damage?
Well, the secret rare would be a way to
That
Secret
would
rare
be a start.
Secret rare is probably the way. I think Philip swung with everything, knowing that. I don't believe the Frieza will get rid of it or be gone because of the Gohan, but it is still effectively a lot of attacks with its Activate Battle and Activate Main effect.
And of course, you know, the leader maintaining that power buff until the end of your opponent's turn. So this is a 25K leader. Again, 25K is just one of the best numbers in the Dragon Ball Super card game. Offensively, defensively, best number you could possibly be at.
I'm going to say it. That's very annoying to deal with.
It's very annoying to deal with. I agree.
Absolutely, 100%. It basically says you need to utilize so many more cards than you would previously. You know, having one bean on your leader is good. Having two beans is absolutely phenomenal.
And here we go. We're just going to start with this Jiren effect, sending 2 of our Z energy to the drop area, removing 2 markers off of that unison, or in this case 1, and then getting +5 for each and double strike. 17 effect, putting one of the Gohans in the energy, and we're just going to go ahead and replace that by looking at our top 5. Here we go. We have Defending Friend, one of the best pieces of support Gamma's gotten in the recent TP kit.
Yeah, and with that Jiren down, he does get that auto effect where you do have the bottom deck card, but he still needs to put that aggression down. And I think we're
looking
going
like
through the
less than
deck.
10 cards left. Again, sometimes you can deck out in Gamma. It is that good at drawing and cycling cards.
Yeah, it's really all those cantrips. It was just replacing effects.
Yeah, we did get the Trunks auto out of the way as well, which means there are opening nows for our bigger cards if we want to go through that way.
Here we go. We're going 15 at the Mecha Freezer Robotic Riposte, 15 into 15. And we're going to see what Philip decides to receive. Another Robotic Riposte. Now for the rest of the turn, if Oliver wants to attack, he has to rest a card, paying the cost to attack.
Which isn't too crazy. We know that with energy up, release from evil is an option. So if he wants to attack with something, he can just rest his leader. But it looks like he is.
You got the Black Smoke
attacking.
also,
Right.
which is just not an attacker. So you could just say I could use it for combo. I could rest it out.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Here we go. Yep, comboing with the Black Smoke. Very smart. We see a Krillin coming down as a super combo.
That's what it looks like. And I think, based on the clock, we are running out of time, if not going into overtime. So this is getting down to the wire.
Yep, in terms of
And another
procedures,
Krillin.
Life will be the deciding factor here.
Yeah.
So if you are above in life when going into time, then you will be the winning player of that game. So we are going into the 5 minutes of extension here. And then from there, we're going to be forced to see someone through. And very much could be seeing a game 3 to close out the World Championship here.
There we go. Now we got 5 minutes to make something happen. And we're going to play our Gohan. When you combo with it, you can pay 1 to play it. And then you can pay another 1, send it to the drop area to, again, floodgate your opponent. They can't attack without bottom decking something that costs 2 or more.
Every time.
Every attack.
Yep.
With the battle card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
There's the
Tapping
cell.
4 to play the cell.
All right, let's get rid of these Friezas. Doesn't touch the Frieza, the big Frieza, the 5-cost Frieza, and as well as the barrier Trunks. But
Here we go. We're going to go 30K into Divine Transformation, and we're going to have to pay that cost.
looks like we're just clarifying the Gohan.
Yep, we're going to rest the Gohan as cost.
And that will be our last attack of the turn.
Yeah, we do get this energy back, which is good.
We're just going to see another negate here.
And that's what renders those riposts so good and why Oliver has to commit to getting rid of them. They effectively say, not only did I floodgate you, but I'm also going to cost you 1 card every turn.
Right.
Or you just end up taking the 1 because it's a 15K, which is the sweet spot. Almost every leader in the game sits at a nice, solid 15K.
Here we go. We're just going to see Frieza's Army Reinforcement taking the life instead of paying the cost. Going to have to bottom deck a card and playing a token. And that token gains blocker for the turn. But we're just going to pass the turn. Oliver picking up 3, adding a floodgate to his hand. If he can play a couple of those, he'll get around the tyrannical blow, but he's going to need a few.
Yeah, but it's not looking too hot with so much energy on the yellow Phillips side. We know that Cooler exists, which basically says no to negates. And being at 2 again, that's scary.
Yep, absolutely. Philip having the life lead here is a great position to be in time.
Which, by the way, we haven't seen any swings from that Frieza, if I'm not mistaken. And we might see one in this turn.
All right.
Now, Gohan did not get his effect. You have to pay an energy and put him in the drop. So right now, he's just something on the field. And we're going to go 25K. Activating a gate, getting to tap 2 energy. God, that Frieza
Are we going to
so
see another
powerful.
T-blow? Are we going to see another T-blow?
No.
Oh, the counter cooler!
There we go.
Oh, the cooler!
Cooler coming down, and here we have 25K double strike going into life when you only have 2 life left. And are we just going to see a combo out, or are we going to keep it a little low here?
All right, looks like we're swinging for over 30K here.
Final flash, maybe? 1 minute 10K.
Okay. I do believe this Frieza is double strike, so this is lethal, right?
Yeah, 45K, 50K.
We're getting up there.
Right now, I like to call it shotgunning, right? He's just shotgunning his hand
just throw it all
into the combo area, getting that power up as high as possible so that you can just end the game on this attack.
I mean, a lot of things can happen in the combo phase, / activate battle phase. I don't think there's anything too scary in particular for Oliver to use, but we're going to see that.
No, we got the
Oliver's
scoop.
scooping it up.
That's it.
Wow.
So we have
Philip taking game 2.
Wow! 1-on-1, and we will be seeing a third game here to close out the World Championship. Everyone, let it out for our players. Who do you want it to take it down? Do you want the European champion, Oliver Simmons, or the Italian champion, Philip Tarpini, going into the third game? Gentlemen, what an incredible game. And we saw a masterclass in how yellow can take down this matchup.
Absolutely.
I'm going to establish a board, 5-drop Frieza, putting an incredible amount of work, saying I'm going to tax out everything you do and putting you in a position where even if you try to shut me down, being yellow, I have answers to everything. And I'm going to be able to fight through it. We saw the cooler there. And then it being a double striker just makes it one of the hardest cards to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, Unisons and Leaders are some of the safest attackers. Frieza is one of the few rare battle cards that lives within that realm because his ability allows him to just stick on board.
Absolutely, yeah. Frieza Divine Transformation, such a powerful card against blue because if you negate it, they get to rest your energy. Just such a huge cost tacked on to that other powerful. The card has so much text. It does so much good stuff, you know?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it was just kind of a back and forth of Unisons too, right? We had the Android 17 and 18 Unison, one of my favorite Unisons and characters, but just ended up falling short and getting taken care of by Philip. While, again, the Super Saiyan 2 Unison came down, again, generating the value, generating the pressure. 2 back-to-back triple attackers from those Unisons really put a lot of pressure on Oliver and really swung at that tempo.
We saw 6 Unisons die that game, 3 each. And these are... For those who don't know, these are known to be resilient Unisons. It is hard to get rid of a Majin Buu. It's hard to get rid of a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. And they were just trading blows so confidently. It was great to see. We saw so much back and forth gameplay. And again, when it comes down to it, we're doing that resource battle. And at the end here, we have the shotgun. I have more resources than you, which means my power is going to be greater than a power you can defend to, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And I think the Unison battle that you were just describing was the right call because the moment that we saw one of them stick, swung 6 times between the Empower of the old one, the one that was on board, got rid of 2 battle cards. So if these stick around, they present some of the deadliest threats. So they understand each other that they need to go on board and fight it out.
All right, and it looks like we are moving into the final game of the World Championship qualifier. Our players are ready. Everybody, we're about to begin the World Championship final. Final game starts now.
All right, so here Oliver will have the advantage, will be able to go first. And I mean, gentlemen, there's no hiding it. Being the proactive player, being able to go first gives you so much leeway in terms of being able to define the tempo of the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, basically, Oliver went first, he won a game. Philip went first, he won the game. Of course, it's not that simple, but you do see the benefit of going first. It just provides this special type of interaction, this special type of advantage that you get through the game mechanic.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the Gamma player where you can play your Unison, you can awaken early, you can get more cards into your hand, you can get closer to your awakened effect, and as well as a 15K leader is always nice to have. We already know that Philip can awaken pretty much turn 2 every single time, but it gives a little bit more advantage as a Gamma player to get where you need to be after you're awakened.
There we go, both players dropping down the life, and I'm, you know, like we said, pretty sure Oliver is going to choose to go first here. Go. Did he
skip his charge phase?
Oh,
no.
Wow.
So it is not obligatory to charge at the start of your turn. Wow. And this is that World Championship jitters,
this
right?
This is the nerves.
This is where the champions are born, being able to fight through the pressure, you know, thousands of people over your shoulders watching the gameplay. And here, this will inevitably put him incredibly behind.
That is not something you see every day. Skipping your charge phase. You don't, everything costs energy. At least 90% of the cards cost energy. And the fact that he did not put one down is going to just be such a disadvantage here. That is crazy. Now, the game is not over.
No,
it is
not.
only turn 2. It is time here to regroup. Do you have this resiliency to come back from this misplay?
I mean, that's for those who play chess, this is pretty much a game of chess and cards sometimes where that was kind of a blunder. And like you were saying, it really just comes back to how do I regroup, how do I do this, and how do I just make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, Blue does have some of the greatest comeback cards in the game, right? You have Android 17, which allows to blow out your opponent's hand, and if you have the wider board, you can get there. You have the secret rare Gohan. Board wipe, okay, we're reestablished, right? And in a deck like Gamma, where sometimes you can get that incidental ramp depending on what you're doing, it's okay, especially since I'll have energy on my turn and on my opponent's turn.
Right.
So there are still openings here. We shake off the tilt, and we push through, and there are opportunities here to be able to swing that game back.
Basically, all that happened was you're going second now.
Yeah. So we had a whole conversation about going first and second. It just went out the window.
I don't need to go first.
Yeah.
It's not that simple, but guess what? We can win games going second. No big deal. We can knock those nerves off and get right back into the game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, hey, shout out to Oliver here because, you know, he's very young. Well, I wouldn't say too young, but he's quite young, and he's getting into the finals, the absolute finals versus so many people who've been playing the game since the beginning, and here we are about to find a new champion.
New world champion. This is the final game of the World Championship Finals, and we are finally here. Say final again.
And every other variation.
Yeah. How many times can you say Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2022-23. Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Championship 22-22 season.
That's a tongue twister. Yeah. All right, here we go. We're just establishing all these one-drops. We've got these cantrips coming out. Again, cantrips are good because you play them, and they have a body on the field, and then they draw a card replacing themselves. Again, what did we just say? Standard, Trunks, Vegeta, turn. This is the same thing we see time and time again. Attack with Vegeta, combo with Trunks so our leader can replay the Trunks.
Yeah, we didn't place it into the drop, which he likely will play it from the drop, which he's going to do that right now with that one cost Trunks. It's nothing out of his hand, and you already know for sure that we have a target. So we're going to go for that and get something out of our deck, which is that one cost Vegeta. Got to see our deck, got to see what's left and what we're going to draw later into the game, and also set up for another Evolve.
Yep, there we go. The EX Evolve, one of the most powerful skills in this Trunks Vegeta deck. And here we go. We see it here, playing that Super Saiyan 2 Trunks on top of the regular, you know, evolving it into a more powerful form. And we get to draw 2 cards, one from our leader effect and one from our own Trunks' effect.
Yeah, that's incredibly good. The fact that the card replaces itself, and then beyond that, because of our leader, we're then able to draw an additional card, which means every time we're doing what our deck wants to do, we're actually going up on advantage.
Okay, so there we go. Oliver taking the damage, and then Philip passing his turn.
All right, looks like we're just clarifying board states here quickly.
Yep.
Looks like it is 6-6 life, which is pretty normal for these modern leaders. Although Gamma is not awakened yet, a lot of these leaders say if you awaken and you flip it over, you just take cards until you have 6 life anyway.
Here we go, playing our Unison. That's going to proc the Trunks auto, resting the Unison on play. Now, Gamma has an effect, an alternative awakening condition, where if you have a 2-cost Unison, you can awaken, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Gamma awakening, the last awaken we're going to see in the World Championship Finals. Both leaders now on their more powerful forms.
And I got that free Z energy from the auto effect of that Unison. Gonna get another cantrip with the top 5 red ribbon army, and that's a good target. Yep. Usually with these multicolored cards, you have to place it in active mode, basically because of the energy exhaust, but that one says no, because you're playing Gamma.
Yeah, you're playing the right deck. I'm going to give it to you. Yeah. So here we do see that Philip Tarpini went down to 5 life, so the same scope here. Still being one away from the super combos, but also it gives a fantastic opportunity to be able to use reinforcements to be able to negate and then get you in that 4 life range. There is a line here where Oliver can swing for double strike, get him down to 3. So, hey, I will get you into super combo range, but it's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable for you.
All I'm saying is that he has a bigger hand because he didn't charge. So hey,
that's advantage.
Nice little +1 there.
Might be the biggest brain into a championship ever.
There we go. And so game 1 and game 2, yep, exactly, we're going to see it. But all 3 games now, we've seen Philip use that leader effect to deal 2 damage into the unison because he wants to clear it as quick as possible.
Yeah, and that takes a lot of...
and we're just going to play our own unison here.
Hey. So it takes a lot of precision to know that what most players would identify as the finisher of the deck, hey, my leader gets double strike and it gets massive. I'm here using it as a utility instead and knowing that my deck's good enough to do the work on its own.
Oh, and no negate, the unison goes down, 17 and 18.
Man, I mean, that's the name of the game for yellow, utility. You know, that is the middle name in between any yellow utility deck. And, you know, what's interesting that I was thinking of, I don't know if the game plan should change into not playing unison. We kind of could slow roll it a little bit as a Gamma player, although he will be building a board state. Just don't play the unison because you already know that he's not going to be swinging at your leader anytime soon.
Man, let's see what Oliver can do this turn. He's got plenty of energy, plenty of cards in hand, plenty of plays in Awakened Leader. Again, we don't want to attack with this leader because of the absolute release. Yeah, so basically that would negate the leader's effect. The release from evil, excuse me.
Release from evil, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
You got it.
Yeah, which is such a tough position because, you know, being behind, you need to try to force place 2 up your tempo, but you can't afford to turn off your leader because that gets rid of a draw. It doesn't allow you to be able to put things back in your hand that you were expecting. So the effect to just sit there and just say you're not going to do it is incredibly threatening.
There we go. We're going to start with our 17, play it from our energy, leader effect, replace that energy. 17, look at that 5. And this is just such a great card. It filters, it finds cards from your deck to put into your energy that your leader can then add to your hand, basically adding to your hand in a more complicated method.
Yeah, very, very roundabout way. But he chose to use the effect to place the super combo back into the bottom of the deck, maybe valuing the barrier threats that you can put on, and it could be really tough to deal with.
Absolutely, and because this card has barrier, it cannot be chosen by your opponent's Trunks effect to rest it. And I think you want as many 17s as possible in this matchup for that exact reason. You want to be able to trigger that Trunks without having to rest one of your most powerful cards. And there's the Sun Gohan beyond the ultimate.
Secret rare.
Secret rare coming down on this 4th turn with 3 energy here. This card is so powerful. It's going to bounce all the battle cards and unisons back to the hand, ignoring barrier. We have to bottom deck 2 cards from our own hands. Then if our opponent has more cards in hand than us, we get to bottom deck 1 of their life. So we're going to go ahead and count up.
Yeah, and this is just the tempo plays we were talking about, right?
It looks like Oliver having more cards in hand, not bottom decking the life.
Which is interesting to see.
Okay, no, never mind. Spoke too soon. There
we go. I was about to say, I was like, I don't think he does.
There we go. Now again, and then there's an activate main/battle where you can untap the Gohan and 1 other card.
Not going to get in this swing. Just like you were saying, George, you know, it is very much of a tempo. You know, you're staring down a pretty high marker unison. We talked about it being resilient, and we kind of just paid 2 energy to get rid of it. So
yeah.
I think if I was Oliver, I think that was the right choice.
Yeah, and it's the tempo play. My opponent's rested down. He does not have the ability to answer what I'm doing right now. I need to swing the tempo of the game. I need to play my biggest bomb right now, get a refresh using the abilities to be able to push that tempo even more. If there was an opening based on the start of the game, it is right here, right now.
There we go. We're going to activate main/battle, untap 2 cards, and if we select the Gohan, he gains critical. So now you're staring down a 40k critical. Luckily, you do have that blocker.
Yeah, any other blue deck would choose your energy so that you can play with it a little bit more throughout the attacking turn, but I think he's going to value the Gamma effect to return it back and just have 3 energy for defense.
Yeah, and if that Gohan is not dealt with, I can use its ability again on my opponent's turn. Yep. So now the whole game plan is going to surround, Philip's going to have to decide, how do I deal with this secret rare?
That's right. Yeah. And you know, we saw the power of a Super Saiyan's gone. We saw it like turn 1, so it's going to be a little difficult to just rest this Gohan. Oliver, very smart not to attack with it again.
Yeah, I mean, it is just putting it in Philip's field where, hey, you're going to have to deal with this a little harder than I'm going to make it easier for you.
Yep,
right?
And of course, Philip already down to 3 life. That was the power of the Gohan. Bottom decking a life and then forcing him to take 1 with the Frieza's Army reinforcement.
Yeah, those secrets are restricted to only one per deck for a reason. Yep. And the cool thing about this Gohan, where we're talking about the activate battle, we can use it on either side of the turn.
And here we have our 14 Floodgate. He has to discard a hand as cost to play the card. And then it has an auto when this card is played. If your opponent attacks for the rest of the turn, they have to discard 2 cards. Very hard to pressure through this card because it has such a high cost.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
This is good because every single time that the Android 14 actually resolves, it means it's going to pretty much not so much end the turn, but make Philip's turn incredibly more difficult. It looks like we're getting out the 3-cost Z battle card Goku, which is a very particular effect that involves your Z energy and as well as resting cards that come down. Very similar to the Trunks Evolve card.
Exactly, yep. And it's going to prevent that leader from switching to active mode at the start of the turn.
Which isn't too much of a big deal. Knowing that Release from Evil is a thing, you probably won't get to swing with it anyway.
You're going to get your draw at the end of the turn anyhow.
Oh, and a Dark Broly Overwhelm to get rid of the secret rare. That is huge.
There it is. And a little bit more of a mitigation and balancing factor for secret rares. It gets out of the game, so we're not going to see that anytime soon or really ever.
You know, so smart there, playing that Z battle card just to get those cards into your drop area so that you can have enough to fulfill that overwhelm cost. You have to warp 6 cards or more from your drop area. Such a smart play. And having the Dark Broly to answer the secret rare there was just so strong. And here we're just going to see swings for 15. The good news is, that secret rare still did put a lot of tempo in Oliver's favor here.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically saying you're going to have to spend your entire turn just dealing with it.
Right. And one of the things that we just caught here is that Mega Frieza is reduced by 2 for every extra card in your energy and as well as your drop. But because Overwhelm gets rid of your drop and goes into your warp, which is a whole different other area of your field, you can't do it.
There we go. That's right. Mecha Frieza Robotic Riposte is off the table for this turn unless we can find a way. And I don't think we can, right? Because of Power of the Super Saiyan is gone. So this is the exact turn Oliver is going to be able to pressure.
Yeah, if there's a time, it's got to be now. Yep. And Oliver is definitely seeing that. It's a little bit of a bummer where his hand isn't insanely huge compared to a lot of these other blue decks. But Gamma has his energy as its hand, being able to play things from his energy. But it looks like we're grabbing it from our Z deck, which is
Beerus Z card, such a strong card, and we're automatically going to use its effect. That way, it can't get Final Flash or Release from Evil, removing one of our opponent's cards, ignoring barrier, and this gains dual attack now.
Yeah.
So it can attack twice. Each time it attacks, it gets +5 power. And he's choosing not to. Again, he doesn't want to attack into something like Release from Evil or Final Flash. You need to protect this Beerus. I will say that Beast Gohan just put Oliver in such a better position. I felt like, we were almost close to losing the game, and because of Beast Gohan, here we are,
Yeah, and that's just knowing to utilize it for tempo to swing the game back in my favor. And now Philip is on the back foot. I'm at a healthy 6 life. My hand is manageable. I have ways to deal with things. Now Philip is in a position where he can't let anything through.
Here we go, another 14. We're going to have to discard a card to pay the cost, and our Floodgate effect is going to activate. Cannot attack without discarding 2 now, unless Philip has an answer in the form of a Tyrannical Blow. And there it is.
Never not have it, baby.
There it is.
Yeah,
we see 1 in his energy and 1 in the drop now.
This is kind of like, whatever, though, because you only have 1 more energy to play with. You got the Unison out, which is going to be swinging. You already used the +1 to draw, so effectively, it is not too much of a
Yeah, it's Oliver's constantly putting Philip in a position where he's like, going into my turn, you're only going to have 1.
Yeah.
And if I can deal with that riposte, or if I can just swing through it, I'm going to put myself in a good position. So that is incredibly annoying.
Here we go. We got the token attacking now. The 10K token attacking the 14, having to combo it for 15. Oliver just letting it go. Probably not worth protecting.
We can't hear him, but he said, you can have it.
Yeah.
You can have it.
All right, so 15 minutes left on the clock here. We have Oliver Simmons, the European champion, sitting at 6 life versus Philip Tarpini's 3 life here going into his turn.
Wow. Think about it. Less than 20 minutes. One of these guys is going to be a champion. Think about that. They're probably thinking about that right now.
Right.
Heart's raising.
Mecha Frieza Robotic Riposte is online again. There are now 2 extra cards in the energy, which will reduce it down to 1. Going to go player 18, leader effect, 18 effect. Yeah. So it ramped a Unison. That might be a card you want to keep in your energy. You can actually play that from your energy.
Correct.
And it
looks like it's going back.
I'd rather
down.
the cell. I'd rather the cell.
No.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like it's going back into the deck, getting shuffled. I don't think I want that right now.
I cannot blame him there. The cell is such a powerful card, especially if your opponent is tapped out.
And at 3, which again, 1 energy open, might be a Mecha Frieza, might be another negate. Which, hey, okay, I'll trade you cards. I'll swing with this cell.
He's just going right into it. Leader effect first, ramping the Majin Buu. Now Cell gets rid of the token. It gets rid of all battle cards. Right now, that's only a token, and we're going to swing at the Unison, it looks like.
Yep.
If we see a Robotic Riposte here, he's going to have to bottom deck a card from his hand. Really, right now, what you want is a release from Evil.
Yep, could potentially discard a card from hand. There's a lot of decisions here on how valuable is this use, and we saw how much work it put in. So there could be a world in which you try to defend it. Time Magic has been the go-to solution here for Philip in terms of dealing with the cell. We'll see if we found it again. No, just a riposte this time.
Just a riposte. He's going to have to bottom deck a card from hand.
Slowly dwindling that hand.
There you go. And Cell is still being able to attack. All he has to do is rest this 14 or this 18 or even the leader. Again, you don't really want to swing with the leader because release from Evil exists.
I would probably just rest the leader and swing with the, well, with anything really.
Yeah. You know the cell, the big one.
Yeah.
The 30K dual attack double strike. Now he seems to be choosing not to. Again, yellow is very good at KOing cards in rest mode. If you don't put your cards in rest mode, it can be hard for yellow to KO your cards. Dark Broly Overwhelm is already gone. There's nowhere near enough cards in drop to get to another Overwhelm, even if he plays it. So wanting to just save the cell for next turn. And we're going to go 15. Are we just going to see another Floodgate here?
I think there was something to say to kind of do a heat check with the 18 critical, because you don't really lose anything. It's just a 15K attacker.
Right.
So we do see Oliver going down to 5 here, and now utilizing the combo to stay up at that 5 health total.
Probably really liking his hand if he's comboing something off his battlefield.
Yep. Going down to 4. Super combos now live for Oliver. Oh, man. So much energy on the yellow side. What are we going to see?
It's a little scary. It's a little scary.
Frieza here.
Yeah,
there it is.
Divine Transformation. And again, you do not really want to negate this. He's going to be able to tap 2 of your energy and prevent it from switching to active mode in the charge phase.
Yep, and Blue not having any real way to be able to deal with this. This is now going to be on board the entire turn. So this is what Philip's going to need to turn the tide of this battle.
There we go. With super combos live, it's probably better to just combo out than negate it. You want the maximum amount of energy next turn in order to make the maximum amount of plays. Your opponent is at 3 life. Look at your board. You have a lot of pressure. You even have the Beerus. You have the Cell. Critical 18. So much pressure already in play.
Yeah, 100%, especially since your opponent's now 1 energy. You can counter their riposte if Philip's holding up another one. So again, swung the tempo. Now, like you said, made the smart play of holding those cards up so that they can't be removed. And now he has an incredible board of double strikers, dual attackers to be able to kind of push it and get those last 3.
He can easily get more out too.
Yep. And again, is he going to attack with the Cell first? Again, attacking with Cell first. If your opponent has a Floodgate, they'd have to bottom deck a card from the hand.
And that's exactly what's going to happen, I think, here.
And it looks like we're just going after Unison, and we're going to block 30K.
Interesting. Okay. 30 to 25.
And we're going to see a Krillin moments before comeback.
Yep, of course, Frieza does not have protection from combat. So we'll have to combo out of it to keep it on board, which you need to do as Philip, because without that Frieza, it will very potentially escape you.
We're going to continue to go after that Unison. As annoying as that bottom deck one, here we're going to see the counterplay.
Yeah, there's the riposte.
There's the riposte. And we're going to see a desperate measures. We're going to bounce that robotic riposte back to your hand.
Wow, that's a card that's a tech. I love that card. Because the cost of the riposte will go down to 1, meaning that is within range of the desperate measures. Now we have Philip, who is fully rested down, and it is full reign here for Oliver to be able to push in as much damage as he can.
Yeah, we're going to go swing crit into lead.
Yeah, I mean, this Beerus is getting a little scary, too, because it gets 5K every swing, which technically, in all, with 2 more energy being tapped down, you're going to get 2 more swings.
I think we see 2 release from evils are gone. Is there going to be a 3rd one here?
I think we may see one.
Looks like we're just comboing out. Activate Beerus effect.
There it is. Here it is.
Untap it.
Look at that flit.
There we go. Get rid of one of our opponent's battle cards, and it gains dual attack. So now it's going to attack for 20K.
There you go.
Dwindling down our opponent's hand, and Oliver's still sitting pretty for life. knowing that he can apply a ton of pressure here. This is the opening, but even if it doesn't break through, still comfortable. There's still going to be a lot of back and forth.
Yep, there we go. Another Krillin down.
Yeah, that's a second super combo, right?
That is the second one we've seen. You know what's interesting is that he's not putting these cards in his Z energy. I wonder if he's trying to fuel an overrealm.
Yeah, it's possible he has another Dark Broly. He might be playing 2, I'm not sure, but doesn't need too many.
There we go.
Super combo swing for
30.
a healthy 35.
35, that's a huge number. With 2 super combos down, is he going to be able to get out of this attack? That's just so much. Maybe with his own super combo.
Yeah.
His super combo / secret rare. The yellow deck has a unique card because it counts as both.
I mean, this is only 1 damage out of the 3 life that Philip has, so we're going to have to find another way to get some double strike in, or at least a few more attacks.
There we go. All right, that's a start. That's the 3rd Krillin, so there are no more Krillins in the deck. The last super combo Philip has is going to be the Gohan Piccolo. Again, it doubles as a super combo and a secret rare. Wow, getting rid of a ton of cards out of his hand here.
Which is really, really good. Only a few cards, maybe 2. Again, this is where it comes down to less than 10 minutes in the match.
Okay, we see the leaders thinking about it. We're
He's
thinking about it.
He has enough energy up to not automatically lose to Release from Evil, but it's such a risky play. He might not want to make it.
Okay.
Looks like we're just going to get the 17 out.
Oh, that's a good one.
There we go, charging the cell. Looking at the top 5 to find another Android. We see, it looks like a 17 defending friend. If he needs a floodgate, he can go ahead and grab that one. Having a floodgate, he can pick that up at the end of the turn and then have a floodgate in hand. That one's especially good because it only costs 1. And you don't have to discard a card to trigger it at all.
Yep, and we do have the Z energy to make sure that it will proc off its floodgate ability here. So depending on what Oliver does here, Philip may have been able to stray off the aggression that Oliver's been pushing out here.
Cards are in Philip's hand. It just does not look like that many.
Yeah. 2.
Yeah, 2. 2. There we go. It looks like we're actually going after the Unison now.
Which is interesting, but makes some sort of sense. The Unison requires 3, minus 3 in order to use its triple attack effect.
Yeah, we are only looking at 2 cards in Philip's hand here, so Oliver's sitting very healthy if he opts to just pass here, but no, looks like we will be playing a Z battle card.
There we go. The Jiren again, so good at getting rid of Unisons. We're going to choose itself, cannot be removed from the field this turn. Yep, and we're going to remove 2, and we're just going to attack it.
Just automatically takes away that triple attacking effect, and
we're
also gives you an option to get rid of it.
Sparking Time Magic going down to 2. That does protect that Unison. Again, Philip only having 2 cards in hand, Oliver having quite a few, and will be able to pick up 3 at the end of the turn here.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely huge. This Jiren, identifying that if there was any way Philip can kind of flip the tempo back to his side would be through the utilization of the ultimate ability on the Gohan. So getting rid of that, saying, it's fine, my leader ability is fine, you have 2 cards in hand, I'm out-advantaging you at this point. Now you need to find an out. There's a world in which the secret rare can kind of help you get there if Philip's able to see it, but it's a tight position, especially when you're sitting on 2 life.
All right, there we go, Philip, drawing for turn, using Unison effect, now going up to 4 cards in hand, Oliver at 4 life. We are going to just have to see something crazy here. Here comes 17 defending friends. Does Philip have an answer?
It's going to be a cooler. It's going to be the 1-cost counterplay, but with only 2 to 3 cards in hand, I doubt he has really anything to say against that.
Yeah, and now this floodgate explicitly says, I'm only allowed to attack you 3 more times.
Yeah.
Based on Philip's hand, and if I want to do that, I need to make sure it's going to go for the win, because if not, I'm handless and basically handing you the game.
We have the Divine Transformation, resting 2 of his energy. We're going to play another card from our Z deck, another Goku. Looks like we're going to select the Beerus. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Looks like we're going to select the Cell. It will not be able to attack again next turn thanks to the Goku's effect.
Yeah, and you have to board control here. You're not going for game. Your opponent's out-advantage you in terms of hand. You just need to board control as much and see how much Oliver's willing to concede to board control.
There we go. We have to bottom deck a card. There's so few cards already. We have to bottom deck a card here.
Yeah,
just letting the Beerus die. He's just deciding it's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely a tough one here. It's becoming a circumstance where Oliver has a bigger hand than you, which I don't know how that happened.
All right.
And
Now,
well, you know, he did not charge turn 1, so that's extra
I'm
advantage.
telling you.
That's extra
I'm
advantage.
telling you, the biggest brain that we've seen today.
that is one more card that Oliver has in his hand. There we go, protecting the Jiren. Knowing he can make that Jiren a double strike again. When your opponent is only at 2 life, you probably want some double strikes.
All right.
Here we go. With 3 minutes left on the clock, Oliver is moving in.
Yeah, Oliver's got everything going. He's got the board presence. He's got the life totals. Philip's got 3, so he does have defensive options available. You know, the riposte can do some amount of work, but there's a lot of opportunity here for Oliver to just fight through it.
Here we go. And we're going to start it off just by attacking, and we bounced it last turn. We have to deal with it again this turn. But what's cool is we have this nice little 17 defending friends that we don't mind resting. We have our leader that we don't mind resting.
Yeah, we have options for sure.
Again, he got a cell with the 17 last turn, so this might be a good time to play the cell. Looks like he's going to attack with his critical 18 first.
Critical's a good one.
Resting the defending. Are we going to see another Frieza? You know, we did see game 1 back-to-back Mecha Friezas.
Which even then he got through.
Even then he did get through them.
All right, so we'll see what threats. Oliver not having a bunch of bombs in his hand, so it's really about the current board state.
25K crit using that super combo. 25K crit, it's so hard to get out of with only 2 cards in hand. Again, all the Krillins are gone.
And that's not going to go to hand. So you know that if Philip takes this, you have an opening to do the same thing again and be able to go through it.
Oh, this is tough.
There we go, going down to 1 life.
This could be it. This could be the deciding play here for the World Championship Finals.
Less than 3 minutes. Our champion from Europe, Oliver, trying to go for the final attack of the World Championship.
There we go. Paying 2. What are we going to play? All right, something from our Z deck.
And of course, always having access to that Z deck, the most powerful cards in our deck. We will see another Beerus.
Playing another Beerus, using the effect. Sending one of our energy to the drop mode to rest one of our cards, and that is good. It's going to be a little harder to attack now because, again, we have to pay the cost for the robotic riposte. Again, Philip only at 2 cards in hand. It's going to be hard to protect. At 1 life, are we going to see?
Okay, so he sees the swing with the leader.
There's one of those cards was time magic.
There's the time magic that will deal with the Beerus.
There we go.
Beerus will not be able to restand.
That's a tough one.
Oliver needs 1 card in hand. Oliver needs to find something to play in order to rest it. You cannot rest a barrier card. All he has, it looks like, it's a little crowded. It looks like he has
a Unison.
A Unison?
Yeah.
Unison would have been good here with that Mecha Frieza not affecting it.
Yeah. But there is still combo on Philip's board. The battle cards are still comboable, so there is the riposte that's still just kind of chilling there, being able to be bounced out. So we'll have to see what the response is. We will pay the 2. Looks.
Oliver just using the effect of the Beerus. That's fine.
Which is a little surprising.
Getting rid of board presence, knowing that Philip doesn't have a big hand. You know, maybe you have to mitigate for the next turn. 1 life for Philip Tarpini.
Philip going to 2. Oliver ending his turn, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock.
All right, so Philip being able to stray off the offense. There will be a 5-minute extension here when they go into overtime, but Oliver is still up. If we go into tiebreakers, the player with the highest life here will be able to take it in time. So Philip is going to have to find a way out, and he does have a good number of the right battle cards on board. If he's able to draw into his secret rare, there is a world in which he's able to push through here.
There we go, and we're just going to attack Oliver, adding the floodgate back to his hand. We see another 17 defending friends. This is going to trigger if Philip does not have an answer. With so few cards in hand, does he have the cooler? He does not. He said it was fine. Little thumbs up there.
Yep. Which his hand only looks like about 3 or 4 cards, which every swing with the battle card that is.
Here we go. Now Frieza's effect, resting the last energy, having to deal 4 damage through this floodgate. We're going to start with this double strike here.
It's a good idea with the time rules.
Pay cost.
The benefit here being that even if Oliver goes to 2, he's still above on life total and gets 2 additional cards.
Correct.
Oh, and the secret rare.
Oh my
rare.
God.
If
This is exactly what he needed to swing things his way.
There we go. If there's any card here that's going to make an impact, it's this one. Gohan Piccolo coming out. That card combos for 30K, making that Divine Transformation 55. An absolutely huge number.
It's gonna. I mean, he's gonna be able to draw cards on the swing, which are things he's gonna need to be able to push through it. So we'll have to see.
There we go, and is it pay cost? You gotta keep bottom decking cards.
But he did have to pay the cost before the swing and trigger of the auto.
Yes,
That's correct.
he does.
Yeah.
Which it does draw you a card, right?
Here we go,
So
40K. Are we gonna see a negate? No Champa.
Okay, we're both 1 on life here.
Oh boy.
And again, luckily this unison cannot neg 3. Well, luckily for Oliver, at least.
Yeah, but we have 1 more swing available on board.
What are we gonna see here? Play a trunks, draw a card.
Cards are cards.
Gonna try to generate as much advantage as we can. Oliver having just a few more cards in hand. All super combos gone. This is coming down to the absolute wire. I think we're gonna see one final attack.
Yep, this will be the deciding turn on which player ends up becoming the world champion. Black Smoke draw an additional 2 cards.
He's getting ready. He's getting ready for his hand so we can combo into the last
That's
attack.
it, Austin power. And that's it.
Philip Tarpini is your champion.
Your 2022 Dragon Ball Super Card Game World Champion.
Philip Tarpini from Italy. That is insane.
Oh my God.
Playing the Gohan to get the Empower so that you can neg 3 off of the Gohan, making it a triple attack, 25K. There's no way you could get out of that power.
Oliver forcing him down into a position saying, I'm going to be the tempo player. I'm going to flip it up from the start of the game, pushing him down to 1 life, and Philip masterfully crafting his hand of 2 cards to be able to draw into a hand of 5, into the secret rare, into the 4 damage he needed to make him out to be the champion.
Yeah, that was insane. I thought we were in the craziest timeline with no charge in a world championship, no North American players in the finals this time around, and yet we have Philip, a brand new world champion player, competitor, and absolutely amazingly skilled.
At the beginning of top 8, he lied to all of us. He said, I'm coming here to have fun. I want to gain the experience.
And he lied. He said, I didn't want to do it.
There's nothing more fun than winning.
I'm not trying to win. Who's trying to win over here?
It is now time for the awards ceremony, which we held over on the main stage. So players, you could please make your way on over. But gentlemen, I have to say, what an amazing top 8. We were represented by half the pool being American players, and then Europe and Asia came together, said not today, eliminated all of them into top 8, fought in the top 4 for a European final here in which the Italian winner took it all. What an absolutely amazing weekend. I had an absolute blast.
Yeah, I had a really good time. I appreciate everybody who was watching on the live stream and as well as in the venue. If you knew what was going on, or if you're a veteran out there in the back cheering for everybody in these participants, I'm just so happy to be here and with my buddies, Giancarlo and as well as George, having some good times.
What an experience to be here in beautiful and hot Las Vegas at the Dragon Ball Super Games Battle Hour. This has been so insane to watch these high-level games on multiple platforms. We have the fighting game, we have the Dragon Ball Legends, and we have our own card game with our own community. It has been absolutely beautiful being here, and we just saw some of the best games of Dragon Ball that I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah, what a crazy timeline we're in. What a crazy timeline. I am so happy to be here. But yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah,
thank you guys
absolutely.
for being here.
Thank you, everybody. This has been your casting team, myself, Aspira, Brian Brown, and Giancarlo. Again, also thank you to our other co-casts throughout the top 8, the judges and the staff of everybody. So huge shout out to Eggman and Richard Zappin. We'll be passing it off to everyone on the main stage now for the awards ceremony. Thank you, everybody, and congratulations again to all our players and our new world champion.
Wow, what an amazing decider that was. One more round of applause for that match. And now it's time to begin the award ceremony. So please help me welcome producer Kawashima, our presenter, up to the stage. All right, and our top 8 runner-ups. First off, Justin Rios. Andrew Duvall. Marcus Cantarsi. Robert Rizzi. And in fourth, Wang Po-an. And in third, Antoine Edu. In second place, our runner-up, Oliver Simmons. And finally, here is our champion, Philip Tarpini. Oh, go to the front, to the center. Congratulations, you are the Dragon Ball Super Card Game 23 World Champion. Tell us what's going through your mind right now.
I even don't know what to say. I mean, I'm happy. I come here to play, to have fun for the experience, and then I won, so cool.
Can't top that. Congratulations. So, producer Kawashima, what did you think of that match?
That was a very intense battle. Once again, congratulations on your stunning victory. And thanks to all the players for those amazing matches.
And Kawashima-san, I heard you brought something with you from Japan to share with us.
Yeah, that's right. We announced the digital version of the Dragon Ball Super card game in December. And today, I have some more information about that. Check this out.
Step up to a new stage of the digital world. Go up against powerful opponents from around the globe. Same rules as standard Dragon Ball Super card game. Experience the exhilaration of card battle, with countless card effects that make it more exciting than ever. The strategy is infinite. Face off with your own ultimately powerful deck. Super realistic. mind-blowing excitement. This Dragon Ball Super card game takes you beyond. Experience the ultimate in card battle. Dragon Ball Super card game. The pinnacle of strategy. Ascend. Closed beta testing March 25th and 26th, 2023. Check the official Dragon Ball Super card game website for details.
I would like it. Most of the details are still under wrap, but we plan to implement the kind of system and the future players expect from a digital card game, including online battle modes, a new rank match system, and a way to participate in tournaments. Please look forward to our next updates.
That sounds great, Kawashima-san. And players can sign up for the closed beta test starting today?
Correct. Toward the end of March, we will be holding closed beta testing where players can actually play matches. Registration will begin from 5 p.m. Pacific time, so we hope you'll apply. Check the Dragon Ball Super card game official website for more details.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And finally, we'd like to share one last trailer to see what's coming up for the physical and digital versions of the game. We hope everyone gives it a shot. The Dragon Ball Super card game.
It's finally time for the Dragon Ball Legends Special Pick Tournament Finals and for our 2 finalists to return to the stage. First up, we got Kuro Toki. And up next, coming to the stage, his opponent, Kid Joe YT. All right, guys, you know what it is. It's time to take your positions. Get ready for that special pick.
Of course.
How you guys doing, man?
Fantastic.
Woo, I feel like it's been forever since we got up here.
Been a minute.
Been quite a minute. Once again, commentary will be brought to you by me, Hell Pockets.
And me, Rip.
Dynamite. Plus, we got one special guest here in the house for us. Give it up for Dragon Ball Legends producer, Toshi!
Thank you. My name is Toshi. I'm the producer of Dragon Ball Legends. And I'm really glad to be here and see all the Dragon Ball fans all over the world. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in the finals. Also, regarding the 3 amazing performances by Sora, as many of you might have guessed, Dragon Ball Legends theme, the underlying theme is basically Japanese-style ink going already. The art style is already very unique, especially compared to other games. And, you know, the title kind of makes that obvious as
Ah,
well. Yes, so we kind of wanted to push that forward to kind of make it like, do you really like our theme?
No, it was wonderful. Enjoyed every minute of it. And we're going to be bringing you this tremendous clash, guys. That's all I've been watching. We've been watching these guys for the last 2 days, and trust me, guys, if you like combat, you're in for something special. Both of these gentlemen are absolutely top class at what they do. And the three of us are going to be bringing the blow-by-blow analysis to you for this last match of the tournament. But let's get an overview of that tournament while we're at it.
For sure. You know, just overview, of course. Today's final tournament, the 8 players that came out on top from the pools in day 1. We had a Swiss pool format, right? And they had to play as many games as they could, and the one that won the most basically made it out of the pool. So the top 2 out of each of those made it on to day 2, where we had our quarterfinals. The first player to win a round was declared the victor of that match. And of course, all matches in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals have been presented on the stage. And right now, we have made our way to the grand finals.
Grand finals, man. We talked about it earlier today. Pressure mounting up. You probably started out yesterday. Not so much pressure. You had a couple times to strut your stuff, prove your thing. Today, it became one-and-done situations. Started out with quarterfinals. Already pretty back-breaking pressure there. You make it to semifinals. Now everybody's watching you. You got to put up or shut up. Now we're at the finals. Most important day of your life.
This is it.
Do they have it? And which one has more?
Exactly. Let's talk about the special pick rule, right? Because, of course, this is the huge factor here in the Dragon Ball Legends special pick tournament. First of all, the player who's going to be first will be selected at random. And what's going to happen is the player going first gets to pick 1 character to add to their party and 1 character to give to their opponent from 3 randomly selected characters. Then the second player will get to do the same exact thing. They're going to pick 1 character for themselves and 1 for their opponent from 3 new randomly selected characters. Both players will keep doing this back and forth until we have 6 on each side to complete their party.
Couldn't make it any more stressful, could you?
Yeah. I've mentioned this before earlier, and I've told you guys this yesterday as well. This rule was intentionally designed to be, you know what, yeah, let's say it, stressful in that sense. But at the end of the day, we feel like this experience, especially the players have been going through, is very unique. Not something you can exactly enjoy specifically just by playing our Dragon Ball Legends game. This is very unique to the tournament in and of itself. And also, we even made it more stressful by making it just single elimination as well.
Woo, man. I don't want to play for you, man. Oh, jeez.
No, we wanted to make sure that everybody could see all sorts of characters. And at the end of the day, you know, this is going to be a fun game for all involved where you can prove your worth with your player skill and also maybe prove your worth through the luck of the draw as well.
Well, I think that both of these gentlemen over there definitely proved their worth and luck. Both of them coming against nearly impossible odds because you set it up that way. And Kuro Toki specifically looking super solid. Kid Joe YT just looking like unstoppable. Even when his back's up against the wall, he finds a way.
It seems like no matter what characters these players end up with, it's always amazing for them. So right now, we're in for a treat here because honestly, this grand finals, these players, regardless of the team they end up with, they have been top class.
I agree, man. I've definitely learned a lot just from watching both of these guys play. Not that I can apply it at all because when it comes down to it, man, dexterity, timing, knowledge, all those things need to come together all at once. I may not have it, but dang it, if both those guys got it in spades, you're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen.
And Toshi, really quick, you know, describe the genre of this game again to us, because it's not just a card game.
No, it is not. We'd like to think of it as a sort of real-time card action game with, you know, something that you can experience with just one finger. And this game is real-time, so all players' inputs will be reflected the moment you do it. At the same time, each of those cards that gets drawn in is basically tied to the timer. It goes little by little at a stable rate, so you know it doesn't mean that other players will have more cards than you, not necessarily, but you have to work with what you have in your hands in that limited resource. So it's not just a simple action game in the sense that you have both the same set of controls, but each character has their own unique set of abilities that greatly influences the outcome of the battle.
Exactly. And in the real-time battle, really quickly, you know, you can actually still move forward and backward. You actually have your evasion as well, your banish as well. So in addition to those cards, there's all these real-time factors you have to take into consideration.
Almost certainly. We saw some of that earlier on in top 8, where you saw some green cards would just freeze the screen, giving the player an opportunity to react to what the opponent was doing. But then there were some green cards that just turned into bombs, you know?
Exactly.
So it became a heavy commitment. So it's not a one-size-fits-all situation.
And you have to know that every individual character has those different effects and abilities. So sometimes you might be used to playing certain set of characters, and then in this situation, you're forced to play with characters you might have never even seen in an actual PvP environment.
And that's very common because how many characters are in this game? Too many to count.
Yep, and we have a set of pools available for both players that will be randomly selected, and that might, I don't know, greatly influence the outcome, or it might just come to the skills that each player has.
I mean, I feel like influencing the outcome has been the entire point of the special pick rule, but at the same time, it hasn't been the storyteller entirely. There's been some special picks where one player ended up with like an unbeatable hand, and we ain't seen him anymore. He's gone.
Yeah, I know. We saw some players, specialize in Frieza, for example.
Oh, yes.
Didn't get a Frieza in their last matchup, but now they're not here because it is single elimination, best of one format.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, that one round will decide it all. And, you might have situations where some player might draw like some of the newest characters, and then there are other cases where you just can't see the outcome just by looking at the characters. So I'm personally really looking forward to what's going to happen.
Oh, me too, man. I think those guys can't wait either. They're over standing there looking like they're getting a little nervous. We're really cooking them, aren't we, man? We're really cooking the moment for them.
Yeah, another big thing about this is Dragon Ball Legends, really doesn't have a sort of championship kind of event where we go from state to state or build up towards a big bang of sorts. So this is really a one-and-done kind of deal where we gathered people that were interested, that were fans of the game. We ended up getting lots of veterans, lots of heated fans. Really appreciated that. But these guys aren't really, used to these kind of settings. So I'm really appreciative of the fact that they're just coming here, participating in this event and standing under the spotlight.
It's definitely hot over there, but I think it's time, Rip.
It's time. Let's go to the special pick. This is, of course, the moment where these players will decide who is on their team and what their party will be for themselves and their opponent.
All right, starting off, red side is Kurotoki, blue side is Kidjo YT. So the first red player must decide their own character, and then after that, immediately choose a character to push towards the opponent's party.
Exactly, and 3 characters that were randomly selected for this is going to be Pikkon, Goku Black Zenkai, and Super Saiyan Gotenks.
Well, I have a personal pick out of this, but, if I say it would be a bit unfair.
I'm about to say, that might sound like a little bit of favoritism that I might use against the other player. Okay, we're going with Goku Black.
That's what I would have picked. That what you would have picked?
Yes.
All right.
All right, man.
Was it because of the Zenkai ability?
Yes.
All right, that's what I figured.
Sensing the theme here.
It is pretty big, considering how that in and of itself is already a boost for the characters.
But it's entirely possible that you could have a round of picks that have absolutely no Zenkai ability.
That could happen as well.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's what we're looking at here, potentially.
But some of the newer characters, yes, that's
what I would have picked too. Yeah. Yes. We saw her do some work, or them, excuse me, because it's a tag team.
Yes.
We saw them do some work earlier, and the damage was insurmountable.
She is a unique assist character, so you can't switch around. But those two characters are pretty crazy when you let them go drive the battlefield.
Oh, most certainly, damage for days. You see Kurotoki definitely taking his time here.
Yep.
No need to rush. He's still got 28 seconds left on the clock.
And this is generally what we've seen, right? Kurotoki likes to take his time here, decide exactly who he wants and who he wants his opponent to have. Meanwhile, Kid Joe YT's like, I don't care. Bing, bang, boom, real quick.
I know what I'm doing.
He's like, I like everything I see on the table. All right, going with the Super Vegeta.
Another Zenkai character.
Ooh, interesting.
Seems to be going for a theme here. I like it. Never really a bad idea.
Oh, and picks Boo to be on the opponent's party.
And now looks like we got Super Saiyan Trunks teenager version to choose from.
Yes. Oh,
two of them.
Yes, 2 of them. Different variations. And Vados, which is a very, very powerful support character. Don't know how much synergy she would have with the characters that Kid Joe has on the party, but we'll see.
I wonder if there's a tag for Universe 6, because then possibly her, Kale, and Cauliflower could have some kind of synergy there.
Could be.
In that sense, yes, they do stack up a bit. You've also got the leader slot to think about, where you can pick that one character to receive all the Z abilities, regardless of it being applicable normally or not.
Oh boy, there's that Mecha Frieza. I think we saw him earlier.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
Definitely did some work.
Have you guys seen Launch in play yet?
Not yet.
No.
Because some of the animations that she has is pretty unique and hilarious to look at too.
I've been noticing that there's some characters in this game that do fit the mold of being a little bit more expressive in personality, and I like what you guys did with that.
Yeah, especially considering how not every character can technically shoot their Ki Blast, So
exactly.
What does she shoot? Bullets.
Yeah, bullets. And I mean, against a bunch of bulletproof people.
Hey, I mean, it still hurts. It's
oh, no, for sure.
All right, Mechafuse has been chosen and pushes Boo to be on the opponent team.
All right, there's a perfect sell. We've been seeing a lot of those today.
It doesn't matter which variation it is, they are all very powerful.
They seem to have a consistent problem, be a consistent problem for the opponent, yes.
And this is, of course, the last selection here. So very important pick here for Kid Joe YT before he decides on his opponent's last character as well. And all characters pretty good here on the board.
I feel like, yeah, this is a pretty hard pick.
You don't even need to play them necessarily out of the 3 that you bring into the field. They can have useful Z abilities that buffs your entire party, because those are pretty rare to find in this combination, where sometimes no synergy can happen, you know, due to luck.
Almost certainly. I mean, I can see the pick for hit. Oh, we're going with the early one. There it is. Sending hit over.
Wow.
All right. So each of the parties has been decided. Not necessarily a theme that you can really find. Maybe you can see some of the female characters like Vanos and Khalifa coming in play. You never know.
Most likely. I think that's a popular striker character. Even though she is like projectile based heavily, I do tend to see her more up front in battle versus in the back being support.
And then you have the red party with, I wouldn't say a fully, but slightly, well, you see 2 characters with future tags. You have the Trunks and Goku Black, so you might see those in play and have a 3rd character in the leader slot, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say also maybe even the villain tag working for Kid Joe YT right now. 2 blues right there, right?
And even on that blue side, you see there's also the element factor, right? There's 4 purples.
That is a lot of purples.
A lot of purple.
And then you're going up against 3 yellows, which is very painful, though.
You might be able to just put all those purples in the back, but I don't know. Maybe you do want one of those up front.
Yeah, maybe. You might see the Vegeta baby come up in play, so having 1 purple might be very helpful in that scenario. I'm pretty sure everybody, the 2 players right now, I'll be honest, they're looking through the characters and making sure they know what the abilities each of these characters have, because even I need my time for that as well.
Yeah, most certainly. That this game allows you to do. If you're not quite sure what your team does, they definitely have the information available to you just by the click of the button.
And you might even find out that even though some of the text details might not ring a bell for you, once you try using it, it's a lot smoother. It might actually bring out a lot more beef into the battle than you'd expect.
Yeah, I was wondering, though, like how many people this weekend probably just said, I don't really know what this means, I need to put it in practice. And we're like, wow, this is really good, you know?
I'm sure it's happened time and time again, because we've seen so many players go through their character's abilities here, and you see them taking their time, like they're definitely not familiar with this one.
What do these words mean?
Huh, that's really interesting. And then they put them on the team, you're going to battle.
Oh, wait, this kid can do that?
Yeah, when you were talking about the Bergamo
earlier,
passive, I was like, there's no way you actually mean that means what you say it means. But it did, and I'm like, you madman.
And then you have the silly ones where, you know, it's story-oriented, where you're probably most likely never going to be put in use, but it just sounds funny to have in there.
Oh, no, I love those. Yeah, just like those little nods to a little bit of lore there. The Yamcha baseball player thing you were telling us about earlier. I kind of want to see that happen.
I wish we got to see that one.
Yeah, the event that you acquire the Yamcha in is already unique. You got to hit the key back with the bat, so...
That's so wonderful.
Sounds perfect.
And every time you hit it back, you can see the opponent character saying, darn it.
That's great, man. But right now, they are over there building their decks because it's not just about the special picks. It's about where these characters go and who's going to the battlefield, who's staying on the bench cheering with support.
Yeah, that's a great point here, right? Because obviously we saw the 6-man parties from both sides, but only 3 of them will be in battle, right? So right now they're deciding, first of all, they're assembling the team through the 500 characters they got to filter through. Then they pick their 6, then they pick their 3, right? That's going to be in battle, actually.
Yeah, we did specifically ready up an account for this that has all the characters available, but we couldn't figure out a way to make it any easier to pick the characters.
Exactly.
So they got to filter out all the characters and find it and put it into the 6 slots.
I'll keep saying it, though. That filter is magic, man. Like, it definitely saved me, like, hours of just searching through the catalog, basically.
Yeah. It used to be so simple. Another thing that we'd like to think, you know, we're doing well at is improving some of the quality of life things in Dragon Ball Legends.
Oh yeah, most certainly. The game I played this week, much different than the game I played back in 2019.
Yeah, I like to hope so. Yeah, it's been literally years. So.
Literally years, but the player base keeps growing, of course.
Yes, I really appreciate that. But interestingly enough, most of them are veterans of the game, so I'm pretty sure they all know, you know, the mini skills that you have to be able to wield to hold a line in the PvP environment.
No, yeah, definitely veterans of the game. We had a lot of guys here that literally told us they've been playing since the game came out. One guy said, been playing since before the game came out. I was a beta tester.
Beta testers.
They've been here for the long haul, man.
Really appreciate that. For all I know, you know, I could have actually fought some of them back in the day.
Oh, most likely. Hopefully you won, obviously.
We'll see.
The hesitation there.
Got to keep it honest. I have my, you know, butt handed to me constantly, so.
It's all right. It's part of being an entertainer, man. That's why we're starting that YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Only W's, man. No one has to know about the L's.
All three of us in one channel. Dragon Ball Legends.
All right, man. They're definitely taking their time over there because this is a high-intensity situation. This is not just a casual fight. This is for that trophy.
Yeah, this is it. This is the grand finals right now, and I believe we're almost ready.
I think we are ready, man. Are you guys ready? All right.
Ready.
Thanks.
Let's get it on.
Here we go. Grand finals. Dragon Ball Legends special pick tournament. It's going to be Kurotoki going up against Kidjo YT.
Can't wait, baby. Who's going on the squad, though?
All right, we got the Trunks in the leader slot as opposed to Khalifa and Kale Assist being in the leader slot. So most likely you'll definitely see those two characters in action because, you know, there's no reason to not put your favorite character on the leader slot.
They seem very effective the last couple times we saw them.
Currently, Kurotoki on the red side, Kidjo YT on the blue side. Your perspective you're watching is actually the red side screen. That will be Kurotoki.
Making his final confirmations, making sure he understands what each of these characters do because, you know, that one mistake could cost the match.
You know, like there's a lot of information on the screen right there, and you just want to make sure you understood everything perfectly, and at the very least, you know which character you were reading at the time, because I can tell you right now, I've definitely conflated some stat boosts with the wrong character in the past, because there's just so much data to come.
There's a ton of data, but time winding down. You only have limited time to make those selections. 5 seconds to go here, and we are into the match. They are locked in, ready to go.
Let's go, baby.
All right, let's see what's going to happen now.
Kurotoki playing to win it all.
As is Kidjo YT.
Kidjo YT just playing to be playing.
He's playing to be champ right now. Here we go. Game on.
All right, yellow on yellow, so no.
Oh, a blast trade. Woo.
Yeah, he's got the elemental advantage there. That was dealing a lot of damage. Oh, he's let the combo get off.
Yeah, beautiful vanish there. No time stoppage. Swaps out of Broly with the cover change.
This Broly's just going to take that damage. Look, it's like a mosquito bite.
Oh, nice green. And that one is specifically a long-range green attack, so unless you're aware of it, you might not see it coming.
Is that something that's just designed to push somebody away, though?
Yes,
like
it starts with a combination, though.
Ah, good. Ooh, uh-oh. Whiff.
Oh, nice time stop. I still can't manage to do that, you know. I overextend.
I feel like I do that every time, too. I'm like, how did you only get that, like, minimal amount of pressure? Yeah, we are masters, too, so that doesn't help. Oh, boy, here comes the big damage.
Oh, Goku Black is scared to absorb it.
And both players are doing a good job right now, using cover change to swap out their characters at the last second to minimize the damage that their other characters are taking.
Each individual character does have their own individual health pool, so if you let them go to 0, you immediately lose that advantage of that one vanishing stage.
Okay, this damage is mounting up. Don't go for the Rising Rush. We want him out of there.
All right, what card is going to be chosen? Got to make sure we don't speak too early or else they might hear it.
I made the mistake a couple times yesterday. Oh!
And the Rising Rush goes through.
That is going to hurt. That is bad news for Kurotoki right now.
I think Kidjo YT might draw first blood.
Yup.
Oh, baby.
One down.
All right,
Kurotoki left with 2 characters, one of them with really low health.
I was going to say Super Vegeta's going to have to work overtime here.
Oh, perfect vanish.
Yeah, that vanish is the only way to avoid attack, but you only can do it once before it's on cooldown. You're going to swap characters and use another vanish.
The Auto's coming in with a lot of support abilities and just annoying abilities for the opponent.
All right, right now this is in Super Vegeta's favor, but he's on defense right now. He's not able to actually get any damage.
You know, these charge step combos right now from Kidjo looking fantastic with that Broly.
Oh! Very close.
That was definitely a 50-50 situation, I feel.
We got charge step combos right back at you.
Yeah, man, that's what he wanted, just to get a little bit of offense so he can get that damage buff in his favor. Are we going to see a Rising Rush?
He had this
he goes for the unique.
Oh, but Kidjo is totally okay with this. Switches to Vados. Most likely, Vados won't go down from it.
Oh man, she's a tank.
Oh, nice dodge.
Beautiful vanish. Back to Goku Black now.
Oh, Kitcho waited fantastically. And Goku Black is down.
That is very costly. Last chance here for Kurotoki.
Using the greens to look at the situation.
Final
oh my lord!
He can still come back.
Still get that rising rush on deck. Does Kurotoki? May not get a chance to do it. He has no more characters to switch out with.
Oh, this might be it.
I think that's over.
Go YT!
My lord, guys. Did it deliver or what?
Yes.
Was delivered.
Kid Joe YT is your Dragon Ball Legends special pick tournament champion. And he gets that trophy. I mean, oh, dude.
He's still playing the game right now.
He's still playing right now. We're doing a round 2. Let's go.
No. Single elimination, meaning he won the entirety of day 2.
Best in the world.
At the special pick tournament? Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. He showed up. He said, what did you want to do on day 2? He said, I just want to play. And boy, did he.
He meant he wins for all of it.
I know he wanted all of it, but
yeah.
I just like that he just said he wanted to play. Like, be humble sometimes.
Very chill.
Very chill dude.
Straight to the point. You've seen him pick at the special pick.
Oh, yeah. He was just like, I have no nonsense about this. I know exactly what I want. I know all these characters, and he is now the champion. So that's what it'd be like sometimes.
Amazing play by both players, though.
Oh, yes. I thought that went exactly the way I expected it to. You had the solid Kurotoki playing as solid as possible. Obviously doing the best with the hand that he was dealt. And you got Kid Joe YT, just slow and steady.
I think the biggest turning point probably was the first Rising Rush, which destroyed his Trunks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe if if it was Goku Black, Trunks would probably still have a bit more health, so maybe a bit more leeway to move around. Color combination wasn't exactly in his favor as well.
Yeah, there was a couple of mismatches there. It happens, though.
Looking back throughout the entire weekend, though, Kid Joe YT, this was all of his matches. He was just so dominant throughout. Kurotoki, he played fantastic. He looked like somebody who was going to make it to the finals, but Kid Joe is just on another level.
I think so, too. Like, you see Kid Joe kind of just fight back from these positions of adversity. And like we've been talking about all weekend, ice water in his veins. Both of them had that, but I think, maybe Kid Joe just had a little bit more. Drank a little bit of that H2O just before he got up there, just to, like, buff up the veins a little bit. Remain cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that got him the championship.
Happy for him, man. What do you think he's going to do with that trophy, though?
Hopefully.
Pantry?
Pantry, baby. So when you get to be as big winners like me and Rip, sometimes you run out of shelf space for the trophies, so you got to put them in the pantry.
I can't blame you.
We ain't snackers anyway. We only eat W's.
Keep my W's in my trophy.
I would like to see that. A picture of that would be hilarious, though.
That would be pretty cool. Yeah. No, like he definitely earned it, and I can't wait for him to hoist that up there, get that photo op, and keep playing Dragon Ball Legends. Because you're only getting started, I imagine, in terms of the content that comes out for the game.
500 more?
500 more. We have 4.5 years going on, and we still have a lot more in store for 2023 and beyond. So we're really looking forward to what we have in store for all the players all over the world. I'm hoping that the players here today that participated, not just day 2, day 1 included, in terms of the original pool, all enjoyed this interestingly unique and I'll admit it, stressful special pick rule.
You designed it specifically to be stressful. You're putting people in positions where they're not in control. They're not in control of who they play, and they're not really in control of what their opponents do, because we've seen some of those special picks for the opponent kind of work out in the opponent's favor for some of those guys. So it's like you're not really
in hindsight, though, I am glad we didn't force the players to blindfold themselves.
Oh, man. Some of those like beta ideas you were talking about, it sounded kind of fun, though.
Yeah. We had the blindfold, you had the upside down, you had ideas where the players would choose the opponent's parties, like the entire
party?
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
That could have been interesting.
That would have been interesting. Maybe one day another tournament of sort might be held, but we'll see. But in this set, I like to think that what we aimed for, the experience that we wanted to provide for, is something that we managed to get, with the players being in a situation where they have to use characters that they're not familiar with, or they're forced to fight parties. That's literally unfair, We saw in one of the first matches of day 2 where they had to go against Android 17. That was pretty unfair, I'll admit.
It was pretty fun.
It was intentional on our end for that to happen.
is intentional for that to happen to the young man. Yes.
Yes.
Poor guy.
He made the most of it, though. Yeah, but you're right. We did see some, I don't say it was intentionally unintentional because obviously 50% luck came into play with a lot of this, but it wasn't always a deciding factor.
Yes, exactly.
And I think that the deciding factor in the end of the day was the gameplay, and this really highlighted that. This really highlights Dragon Ball Legends gameplay and how far you can go with the knowledge and know-how, as well as a good deck.
Exactly. We'd like to think that the gameplay in terms of the actual controls is evolving as well, and hopefully one day we can even make it more hardcore maybe in the future.
Wow, no
But as of now, we're very comfortable with what experience is provided for Dragon Ball Legends for all the players all over the world, 70 million players. So,
no big deal.
No big deal.
Small number.
Oh, man, I hope that all 70 million of those guys are watching right now because there's definitely some knowledge being dropped on this stage over there on that stage. Very impressed.
That's pretty interesting that you decided, or you just mentioned that you guys may actually go down a road where you might actually decide to add more hardcore features to the game.
So we obviously want to provide for this to be a ongoing live service, so maybe a spice or two in the future. We'll see.
All right, well, it's been fun with you guys, but it's now time to kick off today's awards ceremony. Don't look away, guys. It's going to be hot.
Thank you very much, guys. And now on that note, it's time for the awards ceremony. So Producer Toshi is going to be presenting the awards. If you could come to the front of the stage, sir. And in the top 8, we have Sax. Raz. Pepperoni. Steve-O VG. And our semi-finalists, Sky. Gentleman Cheeseman. Our runner-up, Kuro Toki. And finally, here's our champion, Kid Joe YT. Congratulations, Kid Joe. You are the Dragon Ball Legends Special Pick Tournament World Champion. Tell us what's going on in your mind right now.
I'm just trying to charge my phone.
Just trying to talk to your phone?
Oh, charge my phone?
Just trying to charge your phone.
Can I get some shout outs?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to shout out Virgil. Check his YouTube out. Mr. Sax. Brotherhood. TMT. Billy. And I can't forget Dugo. Check all the channels out.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Congratulations, and again, thank you for all the participants. Honestly, I really, really felt excited to be able to see all the fans of Dragon Ball Legends. And again, another round of applause for all the competitors.
heard there's something you'd like to share with the audience as well.
So, you know, it is a special occasion. I did prepare a little something for all the Dragon Ball Legends fans. Here we go.
Feel my wrath! It's well, huh? You crave a taste of this power, don't you? Get ready! Set! Nothing! It's about time. Repent for your sins! Receive my justice! You're not God! For God's justice! My strength is higher than either man or God has yet explored.
We bring you the Ultra Super Saiyan Rose Goku Black that will be making an appearance in the second half of March. So, I did hear some voices. Yes, we did not bring you the art and ability of this character, but they will be available in the coming reveals and stuff, so I hope you guys look forward to that. But again, this character will be making a glorious exhibit in Dragon Ball Legends, so hope you guys look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toshi. Another huge round of applause and congratulations to all of our players. And thank you to everyone who cheered them on. All right, you guys are good. For the Dragon Ball FighterZ World Tour 2022-23 Finals. But first, we have a little quiz where you can win some awesome prizes. So let me invite Rose up to the stage with me.
I'm on my way. Whew. Too bad I can't instant transmission. All right. Hello.
All right. So how this is going to work, we're going to read a question to you guys. If you think you know the answer, raise your hand. Rose will pick someone from the audience. And you have until the timer runs out on the video to pick from the multiple choice answers. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Come on, are you guys ready? All right. First question. During this match between Shanks and Grappus, what was the follow-up move after Shanks landed a level 3 meteor attack with Goku Ultra Instinct?
Am I? No, he's not allowed.
All right, if
That's
you think you know
illegal.
the answer, raise your hand.
This man, right here. All right. Before the timer runs out.
All right, let's roll the video. It's multiple choice, so that makes it a little easier for you.
Give him a second.
Reflected to the level 3! Oh, he knows how much Grappus likes to pile on the pressure.
Unencumbered mind.
Final answer? All right. Let's see. What do you guys think? He picked yellow. Yeah? Maybe?
Is that your final answer?
That was a really smart one for
You
Shaq.
want
Final answer. And
I look at all the blue life on both sides.
We have a winner.
Absolute man walked forward menacingly. I saw the
congratulations.
going up on these Shanks.
Give it up.
All right, so now that we know how that works, are you guys ready for question number 2? Dragon Ball FighterZ is a 3v3 team-based fighting game. In this match, from the World Tour 2019 Finals group between Apology Man and Sonic Fox, which character was not in Apology Man's team? Let's roll the video. All right, who knows this? All right, roll the video.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We got Sonic Fox versus Apology Man. And this is going to be a good one. Obviously, they played each other many times.
Yep.
Look at Vineeth sweating.
I say Goku GT.
Which character was not in Apology Man's team?
Goku GT on.
Would you like to phone a friend?
I'm pretty sure. No.
Okay, that's not an option anyways. That's your final answer?
Yeah, Goku GT.
I don't know. Crowd, what do we
Both of these
think?
guys are warming up in the back on the VIP side. These guys are ready. Let's see how this turns out.
Speaking of that, I heard the lore. I asked all the players, like, how's it been going in the VIP room, in the casuals? Who's been winning the most? They said Sonic Fox. It wasn't Goichi. They were like, Sonic Fox has been beating everybody.
Yeah.
And number 2, they said the kill stage. So I think those are the 2 favorites to make it out of the pools here. But
We'll see. That'll be kind of like the BFS look. And you
Congratulations.
Let's see.
Let's hit Gangon. This is the last remaining pick.
Congratulations, sir. Enjoy your prizes.
All right,
All right,
here we
that's
go,
2 down.
right into question number 3. What was the finishing move during this match between Kazunoko and Wawa? All right, who knows the answer to this? Let's see some hands.
Gentleman in the aqua hoodie. Aquamarine.
All right, let's roll it.
It's all down to Kid Buu, man. Wawa doing things out here. Okay.
What do you think it is, sir?
Match between what in Good Lord. I'm gonna take a crack at it and just say Candy Bean, lock it in.
What color?
Blue. He said
Blue.
candy bean. Blue. You never use candy beam.
Carrot?
Okay,
oh,
vanish.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh! And there we go. Wawa, the Wonder Kid, is gonna send Kazunoko to the kingdom.
Oh, I am sorry. Better luck next time.
Sorry, man. You gave it your all. All right. The message of the story is you never use candy beam.
And for those of you guys who have not
Here we go, right into question number 4. Back in 2019, with what move did Goichi use to win the grand finals of the Dragon Ball FighterZ World Event Celtic Throwdown?
Ooh,
Who knows this?
Ireland.
See a show of hands.
All right. I passed you up the first time to give some people in the back rows a chance, or further back rows.
All right,
let's go
we
for this
have
gentleman in
someone,
the
so let's roll the video.
All right.
That man.
Ooh, what's he cooking?
Okay. He went with, I'm gonna say wake up level 3.
Spanish level 3. Is that your final answer?
Yes, that's final answer.
What do we have?
Ooh, what?
What color?
Oh, he said his final answer is the first one, red, the wake up level 3.
Yeah,
Out of Celtic
oh,
Throwdown, for
the
sure.
greatest end to a grand finals. Oh my god. Wow.
What? Thank you for playing. Thank you for being a friend. Oh, he didn't get the ball this time. Oh, he did. I'm sorry. I forgot he could do right javelin. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Celtic Throwdown 2019 Dragon Ball FighterZ champion.
Womp womp.
I am sorry. Better luck next time.
It's okay.
And now,
That was a couple years ago.
for our 5th and final question. Meteor attacks, level 3, are devastating. Which of these characters' level 3 meteor attack deals more damage?
Ooh, who's the tech wizard out here?
All right, let's see some hands.
Red plat. Hello, what's your name?
Ollie.
Ollie? All right, what do you think it is?
Oh, wait.
I know the answers aren't there yet. We needed to roll. That was a trick question.
Does level 5 count?
What's up there?
Beerus.
Only level 3.
Beerus? Beerus? Is that your final answer? All right, we're going with the purple cat. Beerus. It's his final answer. Hakai. Congratulations. We have a winner.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Shout out to Roy for always killing me with that move.
There you go. There you have it. I think, do we have more? Or are we done?
And that wraps up
That
our
wraps
quiz.
it up.
So thank you for everyone who played, and congratulations to everyone who won some awesome prizes. And now, I think it's time to bring our grand finalists up to the stage. Are we ready? All right. Let's hear it for Wade.
I just need Florent because he has my phone.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, good luck. And his opponent, Fenrich. Good luck, guys. All right, no, that was good.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about the
All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dragon Ball Battle Hour 2023. I'm your host with the most acoustics, joined here with my brother in arms, Pocino.
Pocino, really?
Pocino, ya tú sabes, papi. All right, anyway, we guys are here. We've had a long path leading up to this, as you can tell from the sound of my voice and everything else. We are here today to finally settle who is the strongest Dragon Ball FighterZ player here in the world. And right now we have Fenrich over on the winner's side going against Europe's own Wade on the loser's side. Wade will have to reset if he wants to win this. And I'm gotta take this jacket off, brother, because I'm letting you know it's gonna get hot.
That was a hot-ass intro. I agree. Nonetheless, guys, you see the path, man. 8 players today came in with the idea, with the plan of becoming pretty much the World Tour Finals champion. But only 2 are left. You got the LCQ winner, Wade, coming all the way from top 8 winner's side. And he's going to get that run back against Fenrich. Is this the day, Acoustics?
Listen, I'm not going to say this is the day. These are 2 players that are renowned for their ability to produce amazing results, yet somehow they always almost end up in that second place spot.
Yeah, man.
But this could be their night, because only one of them are going to end up #1 today.
And I think the teams are set. This doesn't look like a button check. It looks like we're going right into it. Guys, if y'all can, please make some noise.
Come
on. The grand finals of the world, baby.
Let me hear some.
Wait, who's taking it home, guys? Let me know.
Yeah. Oh, they lied to us.
Oh, I got lied. I got mixed. It was a button check. I'm sorry.
You thought they're professionals? They went button check?
Yo, why they button checking with their main teams?
That's what a real professional does. They button check with their real team, Posey. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. So here's some inside scoop, right? Behind the scenes.
All right.
No, it was a little about 3-hour break before we did this grand finals. I was in the back eating some food. And I saw Finretti in the little corner right there, right? And he was labbing against Wade's team.
He was labbing against Wade's team?
Every type of. And you know, Wade, I don't know what Wade was doing, but I know what Finretti was doing. He understands he needs 3 games.
Listen, you have a tough order to break, right? You got to beat Finretti 6 times. All right, you know how hard it is to beat Finretti once?
And the thing is, you got to beat him 3 out of 5 times, so you really, that's like the only way.
You have to beat him three times in a row, or at least 3 times once, and then you have to beat him another 3 times.
This is going to be hard, man, but, you know, it's about who wants it more, man. It's about who wants it more. Wade is in the position. He has French's pride right now, but this is Japan's pride right here. Ready.
Listen, Japan had great showings inside this entire tournament. They had a Koan, they had Taco, and they had Finretti. And right now, look, one of the representatives are sitting right here pretty in grand finals on the winner's side.
That is true. And guys, this is the true start of grand finals. Gotta get another, make some noise.
Come on, one more time. One more time.
It's about it, guys. Finretti versus Wade. Who's gonna be the World Tour champion?
Let's do it. And now the question is, round starts. Respectful or disrespectful?
A brother like me would have jumped back.
You jumping back?
110%.
Yo, round start, jumping. Believe.
I mean, it's Gogeta.
I believe something great. We're aggressive. Start it out.
Nonetheless, man, let's see who takes it, man. It's about to be the first game of the set. Ooh, she's so cool. She's doing her glasses.
That's a doctor, show some respect.
PhD, son.
PhD.
Nonetheless, here we go, guys. Finretti versus Wade. Let's see what's the round start. Oh, he's hit. Oh my God.
Oh, messes up on the 50-50 right there.
Oh, okay. That's a 6H. Nice. All right. Oh, wow. Would you listen to that just in time?
Yes.
We got one start. There's a good start for Wade.
Oh, yeah, this is a great start. This is going to be a good amount of damage to put on the table.
Yeah.
Not going to have quite enough for the level 3. Oh, he got out.
That was...
Oh, but we dropped it? Not like this.
We're back in there. Oh.
Hey, baby, skip the right round.
Okay.
All right, there it is. Corner carry all the way there. Level 3?
Gets a lifeline. Nice. And put him back in the corner now. So just really smart. Does he believe in his defense or does he smart?
He does not smart. I believe he's affirmatively only using his part for offensive situation.
There was a counter there. Finretti probably mashed. He's probably going to kill him.
Nothing big for me to do. But be safe. Watch your toes, brother.
All right, so Finretti's not a character. They say, it's falling into the trap now.
All right, listen, he may be labbing against the team, but he's only labbing against a robot. This is the real deal right here.
There's the real deal right now. All right.
All right, get the moon jump. Gonna get this set up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. A little fear. He does have a TP. Wow. Stilettos.
Hey, there was some stilettos, man. I think he got hit by the hook, too.
Oh, my goodness.
The aim was smart. That's the hook.
All right, there's the grab. It's a stomp again. Leader efficient. Gonna use the level 1 to get the kill.
All right. Yo, Wade is up to the start. A lot more different than, the first one than when it's finals.
All right. Gotta be careful right here. That is because you remember this? And the debuff is gone. This is how it's been.
Oh, are you sure about that?
My bad, homie. I didn't listen to the gangster. Nice little side switch.
Is he gonna ride out with that or is he gonna bring a hit?
We're definitely gonna bring a hit.
Oh, no, we're going for the mid.
Oh, Janemba?
Left, right, which side is he going?
He's teleporting twice to beat the spot. Promise.
Oh, God. He was able to reflect the mix?
Oh, you know where Side Janemba's coming from. You can actually reflect the person.
Oh, nice.
The sport. He's gonna kill right here. And just like that, Wade is going to take game 1 as long as he...
Oh, my God. Wow.
So, like I said, he's going to take game 1. As I was saying, he's going to take game 1.
He has to be careful with those drops, man.
I ain't gonna lie, I got shook.
I got shook too. Gotta be careful, but nonetheless, Wade's up when he is one step closer to the reset at least.
Absolutely, that's one game out the way, and a very decent showing right there.
Oh my God.
Hey. I told you, defensively calling your numbers is while running towards your opponent, I'm blocking. Block. Oh my goodness.
And all that, and Wade just fell back. Wade to Francis switch that
Oh, and it's going to be a decent observation. And the rejump. Right, this is a smart JM starter, so he's going to at least get 50% if he decides to use at least a super.
Nice, you're going to get back in the corner. All right.
But definitely, this is a situation where you might think about scoring him. He does have the Vegito level to continue the pressure out to the same jump.
Oh, wow. Oh, he tried. Oh, absolutely. Oh, no, he wasn't ready.
Oh, yeah, we ready to spin on your block anytime. All right. Gonna get the full confirm.
Come back, I can put it back in the corner. They just spotlight different. Oh, my God.
Oh, wait for the leg.
That was like good on Wade right there.
Right. Right, Wade definitely going to be thinking about switching out this last one right here.
Is he going to bring in Janemba or is he going to bring in hit?
He's going to bring in Janemba because now he keeps the hit assist. Still asking if he can apply for pressure. Remember,
I wonder if he can kill smart. Yo, he's been 2 for 2. Is he seeing something that we don't see?
I mean, technically, right, logistically, if you react to the actual animation of the teleport, you can tell which side he's going to go. But the question is if they're actually going to press the button.
Ooh, the bottom flash. Auto combo.
Yeah, he doesn't have any meter for the EX ball combo. But he's probably meter penalty already.
Oh, my God, double reflected there. Oh, the blocks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was calm. Trying to press the button, gonna get caught by the hit assist.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, this is done right here. Nice. Level 1 into level 1.
That's gonna be 2 bars just going on that head. So we haven't seen the hair play. It feels like he's having a reserve.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He needed to come out again. But now we're gonna see what he possibly brings to the table.
Wasn't ready for that exchange.
I'll be honest, I wasn't ready either.
That's such a good beat up on him.
That was a great beat up on him. That's what you should at the end of that game right there. But now it's no longer the case. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we jumped. All right. All right, we still have a wall bounce right there to get the DR.
He's there. All right.
Oh, no, we want to take it.
He's bringing back lab coat, level 3. And we got some health back too, so that was a good exchange right there by the way.
We still life steal some over stuff. I see.
I was getting the mix here because it's still
This is the classic street theory right there. This is the doctor.
Good with the earless?
Oh, yeah. Oh, not quite earless.
So go like that nice. So you get the coach number, which is good, which is kind of like, you know, Wade's version of Vegito assists.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So there's a little bit more freedom in move. Oh, my God. Can he kill off this?
Oh.
I think he's done.
He's running. Level 1, level 3, that's the kill.
Yo, Remy, man. Out the move. As you all know, I can't believe he was able to just bring it back so far in this match. It comes down to Wade Lab coat that, hey, 5.5 bars, that's at least 11 spins in a dream, man. 11 spins in a dream.
They know his 5L, but guess what? My 5L is better.
110%. All right, right here. So, you keep it safe.
Yeah.
I like that.
Don't be cheap. Don't be cheap. You like it? Take it to a good date. You know what I'm saying? It's on the place to know.
I mean, it's grand finals, man. You can't be cheap in grand finals. I like the decision by Wade. Comes down to this. For Wade, we go Junior versus Wade's lab coat. It takes it.
Oh my, he walked up 5L. Yo, Square Burn Society is in the building.
Oh, you see it. Oh, you see it. You see it.
Okay, he didn't go for the region right there.
He doesn't need it. This is enough. Half a bar, got it. Oh my God, this is so scary.
And that is going to take he is now 2-0.
He's one more game away from the reset. Yo,
he got sent into losers with a 3-0. He might make it back into the reset with a 3-0. That's ridiculous.
This is amazing. High number Dragon. It's amazing. I have to think about it. It looks like he's smiling under the mask too.
Oh yeah. He's like, finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary.
Well, he's gonna have to hold that. Oh!
Always working out.
We're a little scramble there, but I ended up working out the ready.
Oh yeah, look at this. He's out there damage. Over 5 pounds.
Yes. Nice. About 40% there. Okay.
Yeah, but there's that hit assist over it down.
Oh, and we get the debug this time around.
Listen, if my dragon is on, and the reason, it can switch.
Bring it to number early. All right.
Oh, it is. And the confirm again. Wade is playing on the whole nother level.
Wait, is playing like he wants this, man.
He's only what? Level 1.
I thought he was going to bring it here. I ain't going to lie.
I thought this was what happened too. What this is great.
All right. Magic slash. We're going to have this corner pressure. Oh my God.
Oh, look at the movement. Oh, the block. That's all the spots. I'm going to tell you.
I ain't allowed to do 6 are always plus. No,
yo, family does have the most 6 plus 6 in the nation. This is true.
Oh. Wow. It's a reach up nice. Oh. Magic's going to bring a laptop. Yes, he is. Yes, sir. Bring an action number in the corner.
The question is, are you going to spark right here? Remember, this is a left-right situation. It's well, hard, no. It's a hard hand down.
It's hard. Oh, it wasn't ready.
Good block on the situation. That debuff on the flight.
Hey, remember that laptop? It was Vegeta that got laptop. Part of my analogy.
Oh, wait. Hands off. Do not touch the hit.
He's so alert right now.
Oh, stop. In the perfect station for the level 3.
Okay.
All right, left to right, definitely.
I hope Fermini can reflect again. Oh, he blocked his son. Oh my God, the lane.
Oh, he's going for options too?
Nice combo. Oh my God. Oh my God, this could change everything.
All right, get the lane, gotta get the reach off 5-8.
He's gonna have to practice some lap so he can get the stronger BHC. So he get that level 4 Vegeta in case he needs. Nice.
Ooh, I like that spin, so he delays the con. He'll actually get the level 3 back just in time because he went to spin instead of PR.
And he got a little bit of blue health there, so this is good for Nady. It's tough though right now. All the momentum is still on Wade's side. He's up 2-0. He has spark, he still has lap going. There's a change that determines everything.
Oh, no. Go reflect right there. Oh, my God. Listen, the best in the world can't block that, bro.
Is this enough?
No, he's not. Wait, I lied.
He didn't try.
Oh, let me see something so far that it's with.
Oh, my God.
All right, you have a spark right there.
There's the Pantry Blast hit.
All right, look at this. This combo's going to waste so much. Wow! The midstream move. Yeah.
He did. I forgot. Oh, you forgot. Level 3. So this is a big mix right here, man.
Oh, yeah. I think that might be the gap in the corner to get the left right. Touch. No. Oh, my God. Rainbow from Bash. Yes. That is Wade. This management Wade as we call it.
I mean, he's up 2-0. Got the lead overall.
Risk reward Wade.
Risk reward Wade.
Yep. See that so fast. Don't do it.
Risk reward Wade.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God, hold up.
Now, like, that was the 2-up. He could have down to 5-0 from which is a long.
I don't know if he's going to. Yo, this combo is so optimal.
Stop one.
All right.
I allowed this to hit 6 meters.
All right. I don't want to put that pressure, but like, this is going to be tough. This is going to be crazy to watch. Oh my God. Oh, he comes up the flip.
Holy cow. Look at the composure from Furman. All he did was take a sip of his water. For the warrior was not worried.
Oh my God, yo, guys, it comes down to this. With this reset, right? We have one last 3 out of 5 to determine who will be the World Tour champion. Guys, can I get some noise for one last time? This is it. Come on. Come on. We're going to get the best basketball player in the world here, man. It's going to be from Japan. It's going to be waiting for France.
Listen, it all comes down to this.
I don't know the pick.
You don't know the pick?
I don't know. I'm just going to watch.
I'm a professional. I would never be picking anyone to win.
Yeah, I don't. I'll pick it up too. All right, man. This is it, man. This is it. Woo.
I never play favorites, ever.
So, all right, it's a brand new set. The mindset clearly something has to change. Wade just has to keep on the momentum. But really
honestly, like one of the major things that was killing him in the last set, Wade was perfect with the defensive call of Ginebra when jumping up that beverage. And it killed him a lot of situations right there.
All right, so we're seeing a lot more movement from Finretti here. Okay. Oh my God, that was so clutch because it was right there behind him.
He gets a nice little jump right in the corner. Look at this. He goes up almost 3 meters from a JM starter.
All right, and Wade.
Listen, sometimes.
Oh, that's what's right there. We got the conversion. Nicely done by Wade. Oh my God. I actually like this.
Listen, there's a very good assist call from Wade, right? Realizes he wants to pull up the Vegeta to kind of strong arm him out of neutral. And then he did this counter assist with it, and it's working so good. Oh,
he gets the guard against advantage, but now Wade has no meter, but he's going to throw that back in the few. Wait till his last half there, though. Oh, we in there. Oh, slip inside.
Sometimes you just got to step on the shoes real quick.
Do we bring up the Vegeta? He's going to bring up last hope, and he wants that level 3 mix.
Yes.
Okay,
Listen, that's the last hope.
So you see the pressure, man. Both guys already sparred. Guys, they're going to the teams. All right, just runs up low.
Yeah, I like the run up low decision. You don't want to give Ginebra the chance to really like teleport out of there. But he doesn't have to leave the level 2.
It's more than that. I think Wade has shown like I'm not afraid. I'm gonna mash here. If I see any bit of gas, especially with Ginebra having that strong 5L. But nonetheless, Vegeta's in the point now. So let's see, man. Now here's coming into play. I think the key so far has been the lab code and the Ginebra for Wade.
I definitely think Ginebra has been putting in the most work for him.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about the fact that this character is now out. But here it is. Yeah. You cannot force up Wade, bro. If Wade, he force us every time. Oh! Did you see how many defenses?
Yeah, down layers on that.
There was a DP assist, a counter.
Oh my God. So Vinny said I'm not getting hit here, no matter what.
There's no way I can get hit.
It's just no awesome. All right. And this mix is very, very important. I mean, all mixes is important. It's grand finals.
Oh, there it is. I told you, bro, that fourth stuff is devious.
All right, I just don't know if he's going to kill here. He has a couple assists. Oh, oh my God. He's got Oh my God.
And that's oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Blue go to the die.
Yes, indeed.
And we're going to let go. All right.
And the switch out with the DH very good stuff. Oh, he walking up.
He ran. So I would have ran away.
Yeah. Oh, defense on the screen is going to allow him to get another hit. Knocked down in the corner.
So it's not going to kill, but you know, there's pressure coming out.
Oh, yeah. Stop defense. I like those. Stay on the ground.
Oh. Wow. Oh, wow. What a 6-7. Oh. Okay, we're safe.
Oh, yeah. We're fighting. All right. Here she grabs.
Oh, my God. The backdash. Beautifully done right there by Finretti.
I like that. Finretti just staying that strong neutral right there. Double overhead. It's no real mix right there.
Wow. Oh. Can we get that out of the Nice.
Absolutely. There it is. We're going to get some back for that JS.
Barring any issues, this should be enough for Lacko here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's the extra damage.
Level 3. And then we bring up Vegeta, who's very healthy right now.
That was a G-Down starter.
I mean, it's for Liddy. That's the GOAT. All right, so it comes down to this, man.
Oh, my God. Goodness. Oh, he got the switch. She's done. She's done. And the level 3 goes level 3. Oh, my God. They're ready. the real question is why do you know level 3 has been knocked down?
Officer, I'd like to report a robbery, please.
Yo, listen, he lost his possessions. There wasn't no robbery. I'm sorry. He lost his
Fighters, sweepers.
Yeah. All right,
Oh
just
my
like that, Ben Rich is going to take the first game of this set.
And look, man, I don't want to harp on the negative, but those type of losses, man.
That's gotta hurt. To get the happy birthday
yeah.
and then lose after.
But you know, Cranston forget. That's not what he did. As soon as he got happy birthday, he woke up and got straight back too. He didn't harp on it, man. He's like, all right, this is what happened.
He's awesome for Rich. He's so good.
Oh my God! And again, those type of drops, especially the grand final side, can just destroy everything.
All right, yep, gonna start right there. Oh, makes you get out of danger.
Okay, the reflex. Oh, no 2H. There was a lot of time there, but he couldn't get it off.
Oh, my turn.
That was actually a 6-spark.
Oh, the drive. Oh, yeah, there's gonna be so much damage right here. Actually, it seemed to be that one thing. I think maybe the clash.
Well, if it really wasn't Spartan, so.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if this is gonna get out. No way.
No. He's strong. He's good.
He's strong. Oh my God. All right, bring it to them. But again, a key factor since Nimble got killed earlier in the first game. Now he's emotional. See how this works out for Ray.
Yeah. And he doesn't get a mix on this, but he does get the next one.
Oh, okay, nice.
I think. Oh, wow. So he did your anti-hit, right? He did it right. But imagine this. I swung. Thank you.
Oh my God, I feel so bad because he did the right thing there.
I know he did. But if he did the right thing, it would have worked.
I mean, I got a class, so it's a good work. Ooh, the 6-7, no assist though.
He has to have the most dangerous 6-7. Oh, the same side.
You say something of the hoppy scotch? The same side hoppy scotch? That was OD. That was OD. That was nice. Oh man. He needs to sit to get in there, man.
Absolutely. He needs to get some sort of momentum. And again, he's in that situation I talked about the last game. He's lost, remember, weight to early. And I think one of the key parts of weight game plan is the fact that when he does get that lead, he's able to switch on to Janemba. It works so well for him. But they have to stop it to the 2-way. Where's it going to go now, folks?
I don't know. He's going to back him up to the corner. Oh, wow. The layers.
Stop inside.
Yeah, just go to the air.
Nice.
Oh, that's going to cost me potential.
Reflect on your actions, young man. He might be dead. He's done.
Oh my God, he killed on level 5. It's going to be level 1. Level 1, level 5. Oh my goodness.
That's Rich.
Enjoy the cinematic super. This is kind of cool, I ain't gonna lie.
My side.
Oh,
he didn't need it. Brother.
I apologize.
That's what, 4,120 minutes?
I mean, that super is kind of high.
That super is kind of high. Super high.
Oh my God.
Custom mix.
I never seen such a freestyle in my life.
Oh. That's a punish. Yep. All right, this is going to be dead right here.
Oh, God. I think that news about this game 2 cool 6 bar.
Barring any drops.
Barring any curses.
Barring any curses. Yep, that is it. Oh, yeah. That's another part.
And just like that, from when he goes on 2-0, Wade is on his last life pretty much. And with his last life, he needs to get these 3 games.
And Coach Kane is in the building.
I mean, coaching, I believe, is allowed.
Coaching is allowed. Talking to his Coach Kane.
And man, you need a breather. You can't just go in there just because it's the last game.
Oh, yeah, listen. You got to take that time. Don't rush this. This is the finale of the World Championship. If you need to take 30 seconds to take a breather, I'm not going to blame you.
I do have a song request. I hope they pick Goku Black as the song.
They not. It's not your crib. You're not picking the song.
What you mean it's not my crib? About Johnny Craig?
No, we're not playing Johnny Craig.
Oh, Johnny Craig. You gotta play Goku Black, no?
No.
Oh, my God.
I'm tired.
See, in my crib, we would have been playing Royal Coda, Johnny Craig, Dance Gavin Dance, all that good stuff, man.
Oh, look, they got the camera on his coach, walking back into the darkness. My man Kane came in there, phoned in some support, and then disappeared.
He actually really disappeared into the darkness.
Yo, how many timelines he looking at right now? Just tell me, look at this.
Well, actually, it's actually Fenritti taking his time to pick the character.
Ooh.
Look at Fenritti rubbing his...
Yo, you know that's actually low-key kind of evil. Imagine your opponent is anxious and ready to get started. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna take my time.
Oh man, Fenritti, this could be it, man.
This could be it, but hold on. Wade has been in this position before. He was even in this position against Kane. He might be able to bring it back.
He's gonna have to. I mean, we've seen him do these 2-0 comebacks before in first to 3, so we can't count him out. These are the 2 best players in the world.
Oh, and the French delegation is starting.
The French delegation.
Let's go Wade.
Let's go Wade. They say they put out to the top.
Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, good block right there.
Great block.
I like that play. That's how you size game.
Nice. It's another assist.
Oh, he lost over the assist. He's got it.
All right, so now both of them without assist. Well, he got hit back now.
All right, but guess what? He doesn't have Vegito back. Doesn't confirm with assist.
Oh my God, gets the back grab. Banish to get it back in the corner.
Oh, I like that. Back in the middle position, we get the 5 down.
I love the little step back. That was cute.
Yeah, 2 assists right there. One for the smoke.
Oh, okay. So you actually the regular barriers there. Oh, I see. All right, can we build? How much speed can we build with the spark charge? Nice. That's what I needed, man. Set to get my nice see. Call it to number.
All right, to number 3.
You have to pick a side, you're going to have to spark.
So the thing is, you technically have to pick a side. Go through the best. Very good move for either side. And the teleport right in front of him to bait out the DP.
And you know, that's smart away. He chose the big route, right? Because he really wasn't going to lose nothing. He ended up working out, bait out that DP, and now BBG is gone. And he's playing some mooch.
Oh! Stop. He has to close it up. Oh! And just to get some jumping with the hit assist, gonna be able to take you all the way to the other corner.
All right, and Jump is getting back into action again now. He really gets a great action games. Oh my God, that's cheap.
He did confirm.
Oh my God.
He's trying to snatch her up.
Okay.
Look at the pressure. Oh, go on. And the jump.
Yo, the Demonic Slash is so crazy. See that?
Oh, no. Oh, that was good. Nice jump.
Yo, I don't want to say he's going to die here, but I don't. He's a lot of time.
He's not going to die here. Gonna be
nice.
Listen, he's good. He's not that.
I ain't got to lie, this makes his key, man. I hope he doesn't lose hit here.
Oh, my God, he with command grab. Yes, indeed. I like that. Oh! Oh! What a series of unfortunate effects.
Great movie, by the way. It's the baby working defensively there. So Wade's still not a bad slot, man. Remember how but the hair is hurting and the lateral is hurting. And he's gonna have to bring in the Janimba, and the Janimba's gonna have to do a ton of work right now.
If you ever notice, my man's doing the tournament run. He said,
And funny enough, he was actually not in mixed position, so like he just went for it.
Yeah, he probably just beat it up on one of those, but because of the route that he chose,
caught a mash, all right? Counter, man. Comes when he mashed it, and now it comes out to Vegito. Oh, rip.
Round start 5
God, that was aggressive. He felt the pressure on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, he was able to block it.
Oh, yo, he punched his system.
Yo, he is being uber aggressive with Vegito.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So you know when we haven't seen from Fenritti? We haven't seen the same size swords. We haven't seen swords at all.
He gives the advantage back. And you're right, you're not seeing a lot of that same side.
Can it be the moment that he brings it out?
It could be. Hold on, you mean...
Mash right there, good mash right there, okay.
Is that big press right there? Listen, he's in the lead. He's going to press 2 up and combo.
All right, so he's got to leave it to the man, as he said. That was so crazy. Oh my God.
Oh no, he got the teleport.
Oh no, and it could be good here.
Now he gets the reach up.
This is actually going to be one bar through in the vanish. If he chooses to vanish, he's got level 3. Yeah, we keeping it safe. I respect it.
He could have been able to EX blow to the sword, but at this point,
it's game point. It's rare fights.
Don't be
the championship is on the line. This one match could be it.
Exactly. Do the combo that kills. Do not be greedy right here. There's no reason to.
Oh my God, Fenritti, look at the nooch. Look at the nooch. Ooh.
All right, there it is. He's already wasted his instinct.
Ooh. Oh my God.
The one that he planned.
How did he get that follow-up?
No.
He jumped
right there.
He jumped under pressure. There's no way.
Dude.
Yo, guys, it comes down to this. Vegito versus Wade. I mean, Vegito. Oh my God. That oh my Lord. I got one more in me. Yo, that attack on the Dragon Rush was super duper.
Yo, actually taking that Dragon Rush was amazing. And the crowd is ready to see another game. Will Wade be able to bring it to the 2-2, or will Furman finally end him here?
Yo, Kane looks like he's bouncing in the crowd. Yo. Oh my God, all right, Furman's back in there. Oh, 50-50. That's 2 for 2 on blocking that 50-50. Right? Good chase. And Wade, man, the momentum, he's riding it right now. Oh, actually. Oh, I actually like that. Okay.
And this is terrible way in the finish. He has already lost his spark, and he's in another knockdown situation that's actually going to lead to a level 3.
He's going to do a lot more. I respect that. I don't think with this level 3 she can steal the corner, right?
She can't run it by. She still doesn't have
Yeah. Oh, the block. Oh, there's the DP. That's the DP that Wade was special for. Wait, found it. You know, my old coworker told me, if you look for trouble, you better find trouble. I think he's finding trouble right now. Oh, he said, screw the Dragon Rush. He's going to grab him, put him back in the corner for this level 3 mates. All right, and Wade has his work.
He does have his part, right? He held on to his and he does the re-jump. All right, so luckily he does. He's not going to lose any real help.
But he could waste his whole time sparking time.
Oh, yeah, the time is his fault.
Yeah,
that's one finish combo.
And he was at least able to retain some of that new health that. Oh my God. He jumped in some reflect. That was ridiculous, Wade. Oh my God. Oh, perfect spacing. I don't know if anybody can reflect here, but let's see.
It's Mixie time. Left or right. I'm going right.
Oh, he reflected it. That's very ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Especially on the
oh my God, what a command grab. Oh, that was godlike. I've never seen that in my life. That was ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right. Nice. Yes, he falls back. Good back from there, but he gets caught by the head assist.
All right. And it gives him some time to readjust his position. Oh my God. And we're dropping.
Oh. They come back across them.
And we're going to go for the overtime, and we can really get the member out of here. Level 1, level 3.
We got to bring it. Yeah, we got to bring it. Hey, I like this right now. Here's the most healthiest character on Wade's team. Let's see if we can get some mix off. He has a couple million to play with. There it is. Oh! What? Drop. Oh my God, that dropped.
Oh, we drop it again. Oh, drop it. Oh, drop it.
All right, so we're gonna have quarter pressure again. Oh, hey, we're out. Right.
This ring was flooding.
Oh, he couldn't manage that.
Oh, no. And it's great. No, because the game has built in more meters, we get actually get the game.
Oh, that was God. Because I was always actually concerned that since Janetta's debuff, I don't know what Sage could do, but he was able to build a meter and still get that kill. That was good on Wade.
Yeah, that was an awareness from him right there. Realize what he needed.
By the way, there's 7 Dragon Balls.
7 Dragon Balls?
And we know for ready to suck it, man.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, that's exciting.
Oh, he jumped.
It's a back row. Oh my God, cool 6.
Oh yeah, he played drag and fall. Give me my head back.
Oh my God, cool 6, this is tough, man. He's down to Blue Gogeta. He has 6.5 bars, yes. Wait, 6.5 bars. Oh, never mind. We might be going to game 5, guys. We might be going.
Oh no, this is game 5. You don't drop it. You don't drop it.
Oh my God, crowd. Oh my God. It's coming down to this, guys.
It's coming down to game 5. Everyone,
Whoever wants to see it. Yo, I already got to tell y'all what to do. It is game 5. This game determines it all. Wade, Benjamin, who's going to be the champion, guys? And this game is back in it. All right. That means it's like, yo, we know it's game 5. Oh! He's trying to get the block to 50-50. All right, and there's a good start from Benjamin. Yeah, yo. I am expecting world class from both of these guys in this last game. They're going to need it. They've already put on the world class. Oh my God. Is that another guy here? Yeah, we're going to start immediately right there. Oh! And he gets it. All right, nice. There's a sparking move. Only going to get one. All right. Yep. It's a level 3. And does he have the proper mix spaces? I think still do the left right. Oh, we don't. That has not worked against him really. Well, I think he's not going to that deep part, right? Yeah. If you can tell us it's not anything. That's true, that's true. So because he hasn't gone for that at all, he's like, listen, I know what you said. Yeah. Out. Let's go. Nice. Oh! And the oh my God. I don't know how optimal the really is. I don't think he's going to kill, though. This is not going to kill. No, he can't kill. That was, oh my God. I'll never bring a hit. All right. So we got Spark. He's not in the bad spot just yet. Right. And it's really good about it. All that, like, remember that he has to get you cannot. Oh my God. I'll take some gas right there by Wade. Look at the nice delays right there, trying to buy as much time as possible. And I'm not gonna lie, the committee is leading right now. Raw tag, nice. Oh, by reflecting. Man, that was such a great delay right there on the stance manager because of reflecting. Into the spot and all down. And look at the frame. Oh my God, yes! Yo, that check is ridiculous. That was awesome. All right, so this committee needs this mix, he needs this touch. Absolutely. He's still actually not in the bad position. He's not at all. He has 3 balls. He has a spark to attack. In terms of technology, oh, yep. I like that. He's like, oh, you want to mix me? Not today. Okay. And they are all in position of similar health. And we still have that spark. Oh my God, there's that touch he needs. And this is big. On the first kill. This might be done. Yo, this is a great extension for the ready. Stop! No, that was super optimal. And we're bringing the Tito back in. Yep. Oh my God, that is huge for Ready. This is the first character that has died so far in this game. Yes, and we were at 179 before a single character died. Oh my God. Oh, trying to get the close to the end. Oh my God, that's a punish. Oh no. Oh yeah, look at this. This is nice damage. He brings back in Lato. Look how close he is. I think he almost. Oh! Nice damage right there. Got to be careful with that. Oh my God. He's trying to convert off the super. I mean, that's a thing. Oh my God, but this is also a thing. Demonic slash. Absolutely. That's just such a great system of control. Yeah. Alright, so this is good, right? He's still got Janella back. He has a very healthy laptop. No, he has to bring Janella back. Yeah. Alright. This is not bad though. Two scenarios, remember, is one touch. Gotta be careful. Oh my God. Hey, brings a laptop as he should have. Oh my God. It's really his own jump. Alright, so he's getting all the way to the corner. This is a number 3 here, actually. He's gonna go for it. Actually, get no sparks, put him in the open. And also he's in the corner. It's gonna be tough. Command grab, high, low. Which way does he go? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh, look at the situation. And he's overchasing. Oh my God. This might be enough. This is enough. Remember, he has level 4, he can do this, and he has level 4. Oh my God. The level 4, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Oh my God, guys. I don't know if it comes down to this. It comes down to this. Wade is never going to be worth all the money in the world because this is all you got. Oh my God. This is. But right now, this is scary because he has no meter. He has to be careful at all. And Anthony Williams, demonic slash, it clears the whole screen.
And the thing does have to be carried right, but he also has 2-2 such availability. He might be able to 2-2 as one of those entry blocks just to get his way in.
Oh my God, look how scary those demonic slashes are. One misinput, one mismovement, and it could expel.
Oh my God. How was it? But no divert.
Oh my God, wait. Oh man, that was so amazing. Oh. He just bows. Baby, get the best! Get number one!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
It's like a 5
Look at him. Oh no.
You gotta take it down.
The face is the feet, brother.
No.
He came far. He put in a lot of work.
No need to feel down, man. A round of applause for Wade, guys. Tremendous performance, man. Tremendous performance.
Look at the sportsmanship, the respect.
That was world class right there. Amazing work for both guys, man. Proud of both for real.
You know what? At the end of the day, France didn't win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, terrible, man. Nonetheless, shout outs to both players, man.
All right, we're going to go through a couple of replays of this, because honestly, this was a crazy.
This might be one of the greatest sets of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that, look at that. Look at the way it started off. Oh, the mutual respect. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Walk back to the seat. And then proceeded to clap. Walk back to the seat, proceeded to get clapped. That's crazy. And that first set was a 3-0.
Yeah.
It was a swift 3-0.
No, and you know what's crazy? I was happy to see that because, like, I was worried. I was like, whoa, like, I'm really sure, like, I'm ready for all the tricks. But Wade came in with so much more in the set. And, I've seen Wade play amazing. Watch people, like, it's like, wow, but this is the best I've ever seen Wade play.
Yo, my man has the super anti-cross-up tech. You know what button is called? At 5S.
I thought it was 2S.
It's just 5S.
It's just 5S?
It's just 5S. Just press S.
Not a hitmaster, so.
You're not a hitmaster, bro. It's okay. Oh, but speaking of hitmasters right there, look at that. My man Fenrich, he was down. He was up 2-0. And my man Wade manages to bring it back to another 2-0.
No, I respect the hell out of Wade, man. The performance he put in. World-class player. I've always said he was my favorite player in France.
He got this low got anti-air.
That was tremendous.
I love it. I love it. I think right there he was attempting to maybe input.
Yeah. So that's a thing, but you gotta be a lot more closer than that to do that.
Okay.
Man, look at the back and forth, man. So this exchange, unfortunately, was kind of like the decider. He had no choice but to bring Janemba back in. But he was able to get Labco back in, but then it was like he got caught in a dangerous position.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. There was 3 different times. 3 different times he got to live in that situation.
Man, this is so hard, man. It's hard. Look at Koga. Koga's like, get out of the way.
It's like, get out the way. We got to move. And just like that, look at these brackets of champions from their own respective regions and countries. But it's come down to one true king, and that is Fenrich from Japan, taking it in the finals.
Yeah, it took 5 years, man. I'm so happy for him. Again, so many mountains he had to climb. He had to overcome Goichi. He had to overcome Sonic, Hook, all the bad boys of Dragon Ball's past. But here we are. And guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna throw it over to Rose. I'm sorry, Romanova. Take it away, Romanova.
Thank you so much, guys. How's everyone doing out there? How about that grand finals? That reset. Ooh. But anyways, I know we're waiting for some, some award ceremony, right? So it is my greatest honor that I'd like to welcome to the stage right now, not only Mikey, but also Hiroki-san.
Wow, what a way to cap off today. My goodness. You guys, massive respect to Fenrich, Wade, doing it for the drama. Love it. Absolutely love it. And on that note, it's time to start the Dragon Ball FighterZ Awards ceremony. And we have Hiroki-san here to present the awards. All right, are we ready? Here we go. Tied for 7th, we've got Seihan. also tied for 7th, Indem. And in 5th, please give it up for Dane. Also in 5th, Taco. And in 4th, a big round of applause for Shanks. And in 3rd, we have Kane. Our runner-up, Wade. And the Dragon Ball FighterZ World Tour 2022-23 champion is Benrich. Oh, 一応ここに立っていただいて。Copy that.
Anything else? Okay, well, before we get to anything else that might be ahead of us, just one final question for the champ. One obvious one. How are you feeling right now?
今のお気持ちと感想を聞かせてください。
今までそのワールドツアーファイナルに行ってもその決勝まで行ける時があってもいつも負けていたのですが、今回は初めて優勝できてまだ実感わかんないですが本当に優勝できてよかったと思います。
So I've been to the grand finals of the World Tour before a few times, but I never made that final push. I was never able to break that barrier, so I'm still kind of, it's surreal for me right now. I'm not sure if I won this thing yet, so it's still sinking in.
And going forward, do you have any plans if, say there is another tour, would you be willing to do all of this all over again?
またツアーとかあったらもう一回これできますか？
またツアーがありましたら参加したいです。
If there is another tour, I'll be there.
Easy question. Easy question.
おめでとうございます。
All right. And without further ado, I believe I'll leave it to you both.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
じゃあありがとうございました。Well, thank you very much, Hiroki-san. Thanks for coming to the event. And how does it feel to be in Las Vegas again?
はい、ドラゴンボールファイターズのプロデューサーのひろきです。本日は素晴らしい戦いをありがとうございました。
Hi everyone, I'm Hiroki, the producer of Dragon Ball FighterZ, and first of all, I want to thank all the players who have just shown us such amazing matches on the big screen.
いやもうありがとうございます。いやもう本当に、今までこうやってきたバトルがすごすぎてちょっと何言うか忘れちゃったぐらいすごかったんですけど、特に、ラストバトルに関しては、まさか本当03からの22というところで、 本当ドラマとか映画を見てるような感覚でまさにドラゴンボールのバトルを体現したかのようなバトルになりますので、もうワクワクをお二人とも本当ありがとうございました。
Those matches were so amazing. I honestly forgot what I was going to say. I had some comments ready, but oh my gosh, from 0-3 to 2-2, it was like watching Dragon Ball, right? The drama, the intensity, it was so much. So big round of applause.
でもちろん、ここにいる皆様たちだけではなくですね、ツアーに今まで参加していただいた選手の皆様、それから選手の皆様、それから昨日の LCQ から来ていただいた選手の皆様、それから応援していただいているもう観客の皆様、配信を見ていただいているもう皆様、すべてにですね、ドラゴンボールファイターズチームは一度感謝しております。本当に長く愛していただいてありがとうございます。
And again, I think this event, a huge thanks is owed to everyone involved. Obviously, the players, the top 8, everyone who came through qualifiers, everyone who came through LCQ, all the fans cheering us on, all the people watching on stream, and the production. Thank you guys so much for making this happen.
Thank you. Thank you. そしてですね、この場を借りてちょっとお知らせしたいことがあるんですけれども、昨年のエボでちょっと発表させていただきましたロールバックについてなんですけれども、今、春頃にSteam でのベータ版、こちらの方を、実行していきたいなと思いまして、絶賛開発の方を進めております。
So I want to take this opportunity to give you guys some updates. I'm sure a lot of people in this room are curious about where we are with the rollback netcode we announced at EVO last year. And we're currently planning a beta test on Steam, hopefully around spring.
Thank you, thank you. なので、ちょっとですね、皆様のお力添えをいただきながら、皆様のフィードバックをいただきながら、ロールバックの方は、実装をですね、完成させていきたいと思っておりますので、皆様のちょっと実装までお待ちいただくことになってしまうんですけれども、皆様のお力添えをいただければと思っております。
And the official release is probably going to take a little bit longer, but of course we want to hear your feedback as we bring this feature to completion. So I'd appreciate everyone's participation and support in helping us develop this.
ベータ版の詳細の方はですね、また後で、後日ですね、お知らせいたしますので、今しばらくお待ちいただければと思います。
And details regarding the beta test will be announced at a later date, so please stay patient and stay tuned for more information.
そしてですね、もう一個お知らせの方ありまして、同じく昨年のエボでですね、バランス調整の方は、完了したと告知をさせていただいたんですけれども、今年もドラゴンボールファイターズはツアーをやっていきたいと思ってますし、ありがたいことにエボでもメインタイトルに選出していただきましたので、今年もですね、バランス調整の方を再度行っていきたいと思っています。
And I know we announced last year that we completed all the balance adjustments for Dragon Ball FighterZ, but I want to mention we're looking into having another Dragon Ball FighterZ World Tour. And because Dragon Ball FighterZ was selected as an official title for EVO this year, we're working on another patch to further balance out the game.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。はい、詳細の方はまた後日お知らせいたしますので、今しばらくお待ちください。
So please stay tuned for more information about when we drop this information.
ドラゴンボールファイターズを引き続きよろしくお願いします。今日は本当に皆様ありがとうございました。
A huge thank you to everyone who supported Dragon Ball FighterZ throughout the years and making today possible. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, congratulations. Thank you. One more huge round of applause for all of our players and Hiroki-san. And with that, the Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2023 has come to an end. I hope everyone watching had a great time. But to end things on the right note, I think there's only one person we can call on. Nozawa-san, please take it away for us.
孫悟空役の野沢雅子です。会場の皆さん、そして配信を見てくれている皆さんも思いっきり楽しんでくれましたよね。最後は一緒にカメハメハを打って閉会宣言にしたいと思います。 最後まで楽しんでくれてありがとうな。またな。いくぞ。気をためて。かめはめは。
All right, Nozawa-san, thank you very much. A huge thank you to all the Dragon Ball fans out there, no matter where you are in the world. We look forward to seeing you again. Have a good night.